Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Never before has one radio show been so extreme. So vulgar.
Fuck you, I'm not a pussy. I was accustomed to getting blown and having my ass eaten.
This is insane. I mean, this is insane.
So flatulent.
Why do we even try? Let's just fart into the mics and call it a day.
This is the funniest shit ever.
It's a weird show.
That's what's real.
That's sex.
Oh, tune in with no expectations.
Quite simply, the greatest show in the history of broadcasting.
Here we are. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Another 4 hours of love.
You guys having a good time or what?
Yeah, check, yeah, check it. I'm up early in the morning, yawning. Put Opie Anthony get Jimmy Tranny pointing. Opie like brother man, Aunt wants to join the clan. Jimmy on the other hand, he working the other hand.
Turn my headphones up.
There are horrible people to say in this old objectionable human beings, and I want you to know unacceptable to my scene, but I'll give it a go. 50 Cent, Larry King, Opie and Anthony Show.
Go. I know you're feeling the flow, while Opie's mother hucking, Jim's trying to get blown.
That's right. Things around here are changing. Enough of this fucking Friday morning ritual of that song.
It's time to really celebrate.
It's time to really celebrate. The dynamics of this show have changed forever.
This is terrible.
Got rid of these two albatrosses. Greg and Tony are now gone.
What a bummer of a way to start the morning.
You think so?
Somebody just woke up in a bad mood. It's 6 o'clock in the morning, and this is what they're hearing.
Yeah. This is not a popular song at all, but it makes me happy. Do you remember this, Jim?
I don't remember this one. No, I remember the Roper Show, but I remember the theme song.
This was the theme song. We became obsessed with it. And I just felt that everybody was going to enjoy that rap. Let's just stop it and begin with this.
They were, too. It's like they're kind of waking up and they're used to it, and they're like, okay. And then it's just like, wah, wah, wah,
yeah.
wah.
Oh, TGIF.
Oh, awful.
Opie and Anthony are not here today. Did they announce that they weren't going to be here today?
I don't think so.
I don't think they knew it. It was really weird. It's very rare that two guys who work on the same radio show are independently busted for homosexual activities in parks.
Right.
But that is what happened.
Separate parks.
Separate parks. It was really weird. One on Long Island. Opie was in a remote rest area, inserting his penis through a hole. An undercover officer was on the other side, and Anthony was doing the same thing on this side. And
it's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. Chemistry, though, those two.
It was really odd, yeah, because Anthony, people would have been surprised to learn it was not a white one that he had his mouth wrapped around.
He's got a lot of issues that he's been masking for a long time.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, he was really nose against the wall, lips against the back of the fucking glory hole on a black one. So it is myself and Sam, and we have a good show today, I think. I'm not just saying that. It's because, of course, my fucking oldest comedy friend, Jim Florentine, is with us for the entire show.
Yes, I'm psyched. I wasn't psyched getting up at fucking 4:20.
It stinks, doesn't it, dude?
A guy got up at 4:20, you know what? Because
pot.
Yeah, pot. Yeah.
That's cool.
4:20.
You don't like that?
No. Terrible. Fucking stinks.
When people do 420 jokes?
Anyone over 18 should never do a 420 joke.
Yeah, it really is awful. Or April 20th, they do the pot symbol to their mouth.
Yeah.
All right, I got it.
4:19, they start saying, 30 seconds away.
Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah.
How great would it be if they said that, and before 420 hit, they were struck by a car?
It'd be great.
Yeah. And David Lee Roth is coming today.
Yes.
We figured we didn't want it to go really particularly smoothly, so we figured David Lee Roth is such a fucking maniac.
Right.
He'll be fun to have in he'll be here from, I guess, 7 on. And then Anderson Silva.
And last time David Lee Roth was in here with an athlete, he really let the athlete go ahead and have his time, so that should be good.
No, that didn't really happen.
It
that
didn't?
was with Dwight Gooden. It was very funny to hear him and David Lee Roth, because they had such a different take on drug use. Because
right.
You weren't here when Dwight was here, were you?
No, I was here the time before when Dave first came in.
He came in, Doc Gooden came in, and talked about his drug use and how it was painful to him the day of the parade. He was fucking getting high in the projects the night before. And, he was a great guest. He was completely open. He was one of the best athletes we ever had. And David Lee Roth was here, and Dwight Gooden's like, yeah, man, that was a terrible time. And David Lee Roth's like, yeah, the 80s. Because to him, it was just the opposite effect.
Yeah, right, yeah.
So it was so funny to hear these guys together. And I think David and Anderson will get along for some reason, because I think Anderson will know, obviously, who he is.
Yeah.
Everyone knows who David Lee Roth is. And they're both martial artists. And I think he'll probably enjoy talking. He's researching Anderson Silva as of last night.
Yeah, that's what he was. I think he was emailing Roland, asking for like information and whatever prep material we had and all that.
Good.
He's
Did
excited.
he ask for any information on me?
He figured he'd wing it with you.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, I know I've never said anything bad about David Lee Roth.
Good.
He can research all. Yeah, I've been a fan since I was a little kid.
Yeah.
Watching him on talk shows, always so funny. I remember when Joan Rivers took over, she had that Fox show.
Yeah.
I think David Lee Roth was her first guest ever.
Was it really?
Yeah, because he used to, yeah. And I remember him telling a story. She set him up, of course. She goes, Dave, are you a family man? He's like, yeah, I'm a family man. He goes, I started 3 or 4 last year, and I'll probably start 3 or 4 this year. And it's like a 14-year-old kid. I thought that was the greatest thing ever.
The greatest comedy line in history.
Yeah, it was funny. I mean, to hear it on TV, go, yeah, I start families and shit like that. I'm like, it's fucking awesome.
That was when her husband, Edgar, it was Joan's husband.
Right.
That was what he killed himself over, I think, was that Fox show.
Well, yeah, they said that would contributed to it, yeah.
He was depressed and he thought
After it got canceled, yeah.
he fucked her career up.
Why was he like the producer? Or did he create the show?
Yeah, he was a producer, yeah. Well, I think he was helped her, told her, look, get your own show, because Johnny loved her. Johnny Carson loved her, and Johnny never talked to her after that.
Yeah,
once she took that gig and went against him,
because she was the guest host on Carson's show a lot.
Yeah,
wasn't she the permanent guest host at one point?
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
she was.
It was right.
Yeah,
but I think she wasn't being considered to take over, and she heard through the grapevine that she was not going to be one of the finalists or one of the final names. And so she was like, I'm going to be left out in the cold. That's what I think happened.
But at that point, Johnny wasn't ready to leave yet.
What year was that? Mid-80s?
This was like,
this was mid-80s.
Yeah, it was like 84,
right
85.
When Fox kind of went national. Yeah. So like 87, somewhere in there.
And she didn't call and tell him. I think she let him know the day before. Like, the way she did it, I think, really bothered him. And he was like one of those guys. He was a loyal guy. And he felt like she betrayed him. And he never talked to her again, man. He was a fucking hard guy.
Yeah.
And there was a story, too, about him, which they didn't talk about in this documentary. When his son died, his son, I think Chris, his name was, and he drove off a cliff or something in a car accident.
Yeah.
And he was eulogizing his son on The Tonight Show. And Fred DeCordova, who was his executive producer, I think gave him the wrap it up, like his time was going on, while he's eulogizing his fucking Johnny. And I heard that destroyed his relationship with DeCordova, and he never forgave him for that.
That was it.
Yeah, and I wish that they would have touched on that, because I was obsessed with that when I heard it. Like, why the fuck? Like, even a young, in what number 1988 or whatever that was. I'm like, you don't fucking rush the guy hosting the Tonight Show when he's eulogizing his kid.
Yeah.
You idiot. Like, for what, commercial breaks? How panicky are you?
Yeah, was it live? The Tonight Show wasn't, was it?
No, but it's never been live. I think it was live in the 60s, though.
But it was when it was in New York, because it was an hour and a half long.
But that's even dumber. Like, it's not even live. Why would you wrap it? The worst case scenario.
You cut something later.
Right. If you have to squeeze in a commercial break somewhere.
And even if it was the advertiser, there's not one advertiser.
No.
In that situation, that wouldn't go, okay, we get it. We've had this relationship with him for 26 years, and his son,
And who watching wouldn't want to see what he had to say?
I wouldn't. Exactly. I don't go for the negativity, E-Rock. I like entertainment, and I wanted to see the fucking Bette Midler interview.
You know what? He might have just been, he might have thought Johnny was lost and didn't know where he was time-wise, and then he was just like saying, hey, I'm just letting you know that, you might be at some point, maybe, if he's just riffing.
Yeah, it's
but I'm sure there was a clock there that with his monologue, a 7-minute clock that he knows.
That's one of those.
He's got a hit.
Split-second decisions that dude made. That I'm sure for the rest of that guy's life, he was like, "Fuck, I shouldn't have wrapped him up."
Jim didn't talk to me for like 2 years. Our first train we pulled, I gave him the wrap it up sign because he was going too long.
Yeah, you coming or what?
Yeah, and he was pissed. Yeah, and he couldn't come after that. He lost his rod.
Well, you were doing that in a circle thing. I thought you were criticizing my lack of an erection. I thought you were mocking me in a lasso fashion. You and the girl were laughing.
By the way, Joan Rivers was 1986.
86, yeah.
Oh, how long did that last?
It doesn't say here. Let me see if I can.
And I don't want to upset or alarm anybody, and I don't want people at home to get upset. But can I ask somebody for a napkin? There's a drop of coffee here. And I'm wearing a white shirt. And I don't want to transfer the coffee onto my shirt.
That's gonna upset people.
I just didn't want anybody to think that it was, I'm okay.
Make sure when the napkin comes in, you give an update.
Yeah, please. And it's our intern's last day. Fucking,
Intern
Tyler.
douchebag? Yeah.
Oh, the poor boy. I feel bad for him.
Do you? Now you do?
I've always felt bad for him. Not because he was overshadowed by two hot girls that we all secretly wanted to have sex with, but because he didn't get invited to Anthony's.
Ever.
Oh, I know.
Never came through.
I know.
It wasn't like, oh, yeah, this first one, it'll just be the girls, but then the next one, Anthony will invite me. And it was just like, yep, leaving for vacation, buddy. See you later. And that's it.
There never was another. There's no send-off.
No.
Her show was done in '87. Fox tried to fire her husband, big legal battle, and then 3 months after that, he killed himself, which Joan believes was because of the humiliation from Fox.
It's so, and I think she said as a comedian, I always remembered hearing that all she wanted to do was go on stage, but she couldn't. She couldn't, because everybody knew that her husband just killed him, so there was nothing to talk about. It was too awkward. But she said that's all she wanted to do was just get up and fucking perform and, kind of, I guess, forget everything for a little while. All right. That's a nice way to start the show. Last show before vacation.
Remember when Joan Rivers' husband killed himself?
Yeah.
Just in case you'd forgotten. And Arsenio's coming back now.
He's in September. I think he'll do well. I don't think he'll do what he did back then because he's not catching anybody off. These fucking Starbucks lids, they make me nuts.
Why? What?
Why?
I hate them more than, I literally hate them as much as I hate Al-Qaeda. They fucking drip from the lid, like when you put them down. Look at that drip right there.
It's one drop.
See,
It's passive aggressive.
Yeah, I don't remember him dripping.
They've been doing that for a year. In my second book, I bashed Starbucks. Thank you, young man.
Al-Qaeda took down the trade centers.
Yeah, and they've killed a lot of innocent people.
That's one drop of coffee on a piece of paper.
How many accidents have fucking happened because somebody has dripped a drop of this coffee on their fucking back of their knuckle? It's enraging.
I'd rather drip all over me than drink that fucking shit Dunkin' Donuts crap.
You don't like Dunkin' Donuts?
America runs on Dunkin'. No, it doesn't. The coffee's horrendous. It's fucking burnt. Tastes like shit.
I don't mind it, but I haven't had it in a long time.
It's awful.
Why are you waving at E-Rock?
Because he's not looking. Somebody's on the hotline and nobody's looking at the phones.
I just walked back in.
Let's see who's on the hotline. Let me guess. It's nice to see Norton struggling.
Hello?
Who's this?
Oh, there it is. You're on the air.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing? Oh, fuck, shit, fuck. Hi.
Hi, Anthony.
Anthony.
Hi, Anthony.
Hi.
We miss you.
Well, I was listening to the program.
Oh.
And I decided to call in. This is so nice. I could do the show while laying in bed touching my genitals.
I like that. I would like to be there with you, actually. Not for the genital reason. Not in that reason, but just to kind of be in your house broadcasting. I think would be a lot of fun.
Oh, I thought not to be broadcasting, to be touching my genitals.
No, I always picture your genitals as big and heavy. I've actually never seen Ant's cock.
Yeah,
but I
try to hide it like the Loch Ness Monster.
Why do you think it's big and heavy?
There's just, his bulge is big, and there's also stories, Opie told a story about Anthony and exposing himself to girls who asked to see it, and they were like, oh my God. And Anthony's just, he's just so Italian that it's just got to be a big
You
thing.
think so? Yeah.
I think they were drunk, though, those girls. It was like a bachelorette party. We were at a bar, and we went outside, and the girls were like, oh, show it. They were all drunk Boston chicks. They were like, show us your fucking cock. I was like, yeah, all right. I felt a little pumped up. So I showed, and the girl was like, oh, wow. But it was nothing special. I think it was like an illusion. Oh, look, the wavy lines.
He's being modest. He's being modest
about it.
about it.
Angles are the same. It's yeah, she kind of dug it and stuff, and then she touched it, which was really cool. That was so filthy, but it was really nice. So, did I touch it? I'm like, well, let me think this over. Yes.
Do you think that Ope heard that reaction and just kind of misinterpreted what that reaction was?
I think so. He thought like this big fucking anaconda came out, and it's a regular dick, but they seem to enjoy it. But he heard it and was like, oh, and I think he had some shrinkage going on, so yeah, he kind of felt a little, yeah.
Well, those Boston chicks are used to the white Irish guys up there, so
Yeah,
your
exactly,
Italian
that
mule
too.
up there. Yeah, it was probably anything was bigger than that.
Yeah,
what
yeah.
they're used to seeing. Those drunk Irish guys that can't get it up because they've been drinking all night. So that's what they're used to seeing. So anything that's halfway sober and thick.
Yeah, that they used to get the
Gotta be thick.
Yeah, it helps.
They used to get dick.
A bunch of slobs with freckled balls.
I know.
Fucking matted red hair on top of their freckled balls.
Exactly.
So you guys were, I knew you guys had probably potted up. I did a radio tour yesterday, which was actually good for a terrestrial radio tour.
Yes.
But I knew you guys were listening, and I was slightly panicky the whole time.
No, that was very good, and we went through, I guess, 3 shows that you were on, and we potted it up, and they were actually really good, and you were fucking amazing.
Oh, thanks,
funny
man.
as fuck, man. But you know what? We weren't cringing or freaking out or yelling at the other radio guys that were interviewing you. They did a good job.
Yeah, and they're all guys. I think at that hour, I forget who it was. Free beer and hot wings are actually a good show, and they're guys that have been they're fans of this show, and they've been good to me. And then Lewis and Floorwax. Some of these weird name shows are actually really good dudes and good shows. They're out of Denver. And I forget who else I did at that hour.
Yeah, you turn on and you're expecting to cringe. You're like, let's wait for it. And then it's just a decent, good interview.
Yeah, I was you could make something of it. Yeah, these dicks, they suck.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, they're actually really good, and Jimmy's fucking killing. It was great, man. Hey, you talking about your special at all?
Not yet. We have not mentioned it.
Why? Because it's airing this evening.
Thank you, Anthony. I really am. Yes, it airs tonight. And driving in, Kenny and I saw a Jim Norton Epix little thing on the back of the phone booth or whatever they have, which is really cool. They have these automatic billboards now.
Yeah.
And we stopped at the light, and I saw my thing. So Epix has been really, really good about it.
What time is it on?
10 o'clock on Epix or epixhd.com.
Every billboard in Los Angeles was either you or Louis C.K.
Well, Louis has. I was out there last week, and FX has for Louis literally from the airport to the hotel. I guess because Louis coming back shortly, or they're just kind of getting everybody into that mindset. And they're good fucking billboards because they have legitimate quotes.
Yeah,
this is the best show on TV, Rolling Stone. I don't have those quotes. Jim's funny, and then I'll quote Jim Florentine, Sam Roberts. I don't have. You know what I mean? Jim's a what lover from Anthony Cumia. I don't have those, but there
were a bunch of Epix billboards for you though.
They did. I think they felt bad because this week was. It's a really weird week for us because everyone's off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And by the way, thanks, Ant. Opie and Anthony split their vacation mostly to help me out so I could be live for my special. And I knew these guys were taking off, and they said, "Look, man, if you want us to come in for the show, we will come in." So I know you guys were both willing to do that.
Yeah, we wanted to split the vacation up anyway. We took off last week, and then we're taking off this week. But we did up until Thursday, and then Opie, 2 days ago, I think it was. Opie's like, "Hey, man," because he's got that beach house out there, and he's been paying. He pays a lot of fucking money for it. It's great. He lives in the city, so the thought of getting out into a real house by a beach and stuff is like fucking heaven for him and his kids and his wife. So he's like, "Dude, I'd really like to take Friday off, but if it's just me and shit, and not you." And before he even got you out, I'm like, "Yes, I'm leaving, I'm taking off, fuck it." But like I said, though, just laying in bed like this doing the show, if I could do this every day, I'd never be late.
It's really hard to do on the phone. There's something about it. The thing yesterday that was comfortable, you're on the phone right now, which is hard. Yesterday they had me on with just an earpiece in my ear, just kind of sitting in a chair in a room. And it was a little easier than being on the telephone. Being on the phone, there's a really weird delay of pressure, and you sound like you're on an ISDN. You don't sound like you're on a phone, really. Yeah,
you know why? I'm using what they call, in the old days, they called this, I think, a landline.
Yeah.
I was going to use my little cell phone, but I got one of those. The Apple Corporation is so great. You get the chargers, and within 2 months, they don't work anymore.
Oh, really?
They're just they're bent up. The thing I have to twist it around and lay it down and not touch it. and it'll charge. But now that thing is completely dead. I think I got about 45% battery power, and I was like, let me just use this phone.
You know what, dude? You got to get the new cord. It wraps up in a circle, dude. I'm sure Bob Kelly has an answer for that.
Of course he does.
If we ask Bob.
Great. It's built into the stroller, dude.
Yeah, he's got, Bob's got his son now, and it's, have you seen his kid?
No, I haven't seen his kid yet.
He's fucking adorable.
Adorable.
Bob's baby is, and Bob wanted a baby. He wanted to have a kid, and him and Dawn have a really cute kid. But it's funny hearing him talk about the technology with the baby now, like the baby monitor and he's just as obsessive with the stroller and exactly it. It's the same Bob, but just now in father mode.
In daddy mode, yeah. I'm not like, is he a good dad? I'm sure he's not like fucking beating the kid on the edge of the sink or anything like that. But is he like a good, like loving kind of daddy? Is he doting?
Yeah. The kid's actually already correcting Bob's grammar, which is nice. But yeah, he is. He doesn't mind changing the shitty diapers or feeding him. Like he likes. But they were trying. Him and his wife wanted a baby. Like for a while, he's like he was so psyched when his wife got pregnant. Like, so
Jim, I love when you talk about the fact that all of your friends, for the most part and stuff, are either married or have kids and stuff, and I'm like pretty much the last bastion of your friends that don't have kids and are still living this fucking childlike like existence, and it's so weird because and I've said it before, when these guys have kids, they completely jump in with the shitty diapers and fucking look how adorable they are, and this kid, and I can't even conceive what that's like.
Yeah, you know what, Anthony, I was like that too. I was like, I'm never changing a diaper, not doing it. Once you have them, it's like, so what? It's your kid's shit. It's not that big of a deal. You got baby wipes, fucking 2 wipes, it's done. It's not, I believe me, I was 100% against it before, too. I'm like, kids are fucking annoying. They just want attention. They're like fat chicks. They're just, everywhere you go, they're a problem, and they're just crying, and you can't have, and, some of the time, I'd say about 20% of the time, it's like that, but the other 80%, it's cool.
I've heard that from everyone that's had a kid. I'm just now committing to getting a cat. I'm thinking I could do a cat because you could leave them for 2 weeks while I'm in Vegas. It doesn't matter. You put enough fucking cat shit powder in the corner and some food, and it's great. And people are like, dude, fuck the cat. You got to get a dog. And all I'm thinking is you might as well have a kid.
Right.
You got to fucking walk it twice a day at least. You can't leave it alone. It freaks out. It's like. And I can't even commit to a dog, never mind a kid.
But a kitten is a much easier animal. I mean, we had them when I was growing up, and you go away and you really can leave it. So there's a certain, you don't have to panic that the thing's going to fucking die.
That's what it is. I would like another living being around the house. I'm at the point where I can actually consider having a living thing in my house aside from me. And but I don't want it to totally take over my life. I want to be able to go, Atlantis, Bahamas.
Right.
I'm out of here.
Are you going to Atlantis, or are you just saying that?
You know what? I just said it, and I might do it.
Yeah. that's the beauty of that life.
Yeah, I know. I got to get home. I got a dog at home, and he's by himself. So, I'm already saying, all right, I'm leaving him for 7.5 hours. I left enough food out, and I'm like, I got to fucking rush home right after the show.
If you knew, by the way, because I know Jim for 20 years, or more than that, since 1990, if you know hearing him say this, it's literally like sitting next to Al Sharpton and him going, I only like white pussy. It's just what I enjoy. I know Jim is he's telling the truth, so there's got to be something to it. Because first of all, you would never pet people's dogs.
I wouldn't even look at him. Bob Levy had a dog, and I wouldn't even look at the dog. He's like, at least look. I'm like, no, I'm not even looking. Let's just go. I don't want to be around this thing.
And he would be like, did you like my dog? I didn't notice him. I refused to look at him.
You don't know what color? Nope, I never even looked at him. I could care less. It means nothing to me. There was that story, a famous story about this road rage thing in California. This is probably 10 years ago, where this lady had a little dog on her lap, and they got in an argument on a freeway.
Yes.
And the guy took the dog and threw it in the traffic. Yeah. And at that time, I thought that was the fucking funniest story I've ever heard. I would talk about it on stage, and it got the worst groans ever. And I didn't care. I just bring it up every night, and now I think it's horrific. I'm like, holy shit, that's fucking got to be brutal.
To grab someone's little dog?
Yeah, and throw it right in the traffic.
But you still kind of think it's still funny.
Yeah.
It is such a dick move, you have to applaud it.
Yeah, I know.
So have you had any luck finding it or no?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Have you had any luck at all finding it? 'Cause what you want, the Bengal cat you want is
I want
beautiful.
a little Bengal kitten. They look like little leopards, and I'm looking, but I don't know any of this shit. And people are like, you gotta get a good cattery, to look. I don't even know what a cattery is. It sounds like a Dr. Seuss thing.
Yeah, no, a cattery. It's like one of the things on your eyes.
Fucking home run, Norton.
Fuck yeah, foul ball. Because you got cataracts. So, I don't know where you go to a cattery. I don't know where that is.
I don't know either. People give me suggestions, but I think all right, I'm in New York. If I got to look in out on Long Island or Jersey or something like that, even Connecticut, it's fine. But then people are like, you got to look at this cattery in Iowa. Like, what are they fucking gonna ship it to me or something? And then I can't look at it beforehand or something. I want somewhere local,
right,
where I could look at a cute little kitten. Give him a little shooka under the chin, see if he looks at me and gives a little, and then take him home. I don't need a big, what the Italians call a big budel.
You don't want the airlines involved, because they might ship you a fucking cat that's not the one you look at the picture of. What are you going to do, send it back in a box?
Like, you know about that bait and switch thing, don't you, Jim?
Yeah, I sure do. All of a sudden, you're expecting a female cat, and a fucking male cat shows up, and you're like, well, I guess what am I going to do? I paid already. I don't want to be rude and embarrass it, so I might as well fuck its mouth.
I might as well play litter box anyway.
Yeah, dude, you and Colin are the last haul. Colin Quinn, but Colin at least leads an adult life. Colin leads a man's lifestyle as far as a gentleman. Like, he does what he's a lonely idiot, but he at least, But you have a dinosaur and you fucking play army with guns. You're my last hope, dude.
Yeah, I really am. And you know what? It is strange because there are times where I do look at, you do take stock of yourself every so often as a pseudo-adult and think, wow, what am I doing? But the truth of the matter is, I can't really see the downside to it. What I'm doing, I know it's not really the gist of what adults are supposed to be doing, the way I lead my life. But I don't know. I kind of find this fun. There are times though where I'm sitting alone. Maybe even a couple of hours ago, it was still dark outside. I'm just watching some bad television, tweeting my angry racism on Twitter, and I'm thinking what am I doing? What the hell am I doing with my life? And then the sun comes up, and Jimmy Norton's on the radio. I call up and this is great. Who cares?
It does be, once in a while I get that too, where you're like, fuck, man, it would be nice because I miss certain things about having a girlfriend and certain friendship aspects of things. But then, like when you're in a relationship, there are how many nights do you look and go, oh, what the fuck am I doing?
Yes.
I would rather have the occasional, I'm lonely, and I've been watching too much porn, to the, I hope she dies before she gets home.
Dude,
I
there
hope
have
something
been
happens.
Times I've had company over the house, and after a few minutes, you're thinking oh my God, I wish I was just alone so I could watch this mafia documentary or something without this idiot yapping in my fucking ear. And but then when you're alone, you're thinking maybe I should be doing something else with my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man, I remember one time, on my rock bottom I remember I had some chick over my apartment. I had a place on the beach. I'm like, I always told my therapist, I just want to live on the beach by myself. He goes, you're going to be lonely. You're not going to like it. I go, no, I can't wait. He goes, you watch.
Andy Dufresne wanted to live on the beach.
I get a place on the beach, right? I finally, on the Jersey Shore, the beach is right there, and the first night I'm in my place, like on a Tuesday in June, I'm sitting there. It's like 8 o'clock at night. I'm like, this sucks. So I'm like, what am I going to do? I call my nephew, who's 21, that lives down the road. He's like, you want to play beer pong with my friends? I'm like, all right, this is over, this lifestyle.
That's sad,
and then the next night, some chick came over that I met, and she's like, let me crack your knuckles. And I'm like, what? She's like, come on, it's fun. I'm like, no, it's not. And I fucking threw her out. I'm like, all right, I'm done.
That's a great thing if you have 2 fingers in her ass and she says that.
We're watching TV. He's like, come on, let me crack your knuckles. I'm like, what am I, fucking 6?
I wish.
You like, I know exactly what that feeling's like. I remember years ago, this is fucking like a million years ago. I was in my early 20s, and I went to a high school party. I had to be 22 or 23, and I went to a high school party. And I was looking around like, oh, man, this is over. I shouldn't even be here. I feel fucking way out of place and shit. And then like a couple of months ago, I went to a prom. and I was thinking like, wow, I should have fit right in, all those years ago. But, if you felt like a creep back then, there's nothing wrong with feeling like a creep now.
Do you know how great that is, though, that's your crate? You have a crate, but you've been married, though, dude. You fucking went down the road. You did it for a long time.
Yeah.
You were in with Melinda, for years.
Yeah.
And you weren't cheating on her. Like, I literally, every time I saw Anthony, he was with his girl. And every time I saw her, she was with him. And you were with, like, I think, 2 women over a 16 or 17-year period. So you fucking put your time in, and now you're just doing what you should be doing with that fucking giant dick, big house, fucking pool, a dinosaur, and a bunch of guns, and just hatred from way back when, just running around, fucking spewing it like an angry cock with Twitter.
Exactly.
I want to come by. By the way, I haven't been to your house much at all this summer, and I kind of miss going over and hanging out.
Let me tell you something. This week is chock full of hijinks and shenanigans.
Is it?
Well, Anthony, I'll bring my kid and my dog.
You know what? That isn't even off base because my brother's coming with his kid, my sister. Like, there are some parties I'll have this week where it's family stuff with kids, and then it culminates in this horrific Caligula-like Labor Day weekend.
And by that you mean you want a table and somebody with a big ring and a bucket of lard.
Yes, exactly.
Caligula.
The Labor Day weekend's going to be like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, like complete stretch of party. But this week, anybody that wants to stop by, not people listening on the show, they could pretty much go fuck themselves.
Yeah,
but people I know. You, Florentine, anybody, come by, hang out, and fuck.
I may come by tonight or tomorrow because I leave Sunday for L.A.
Tonight's fine. I got a couple of people coming over tonight. Absolutely.
Yeah, maybe I'll come after. I think I'm doing a set or something, and I'm not gonna sit there and watch my own special. It's just too creepy.
I'm responsible, irresponsible guy, and I realized that tonight because it was about 3:30, maybe 4 in the morning, I decided, you know what, I really do want to kind of take a dip in the pool, but I didn't want to be the guy that was found floating in the pool. Right. Dead the next morning. So I stayed in the shallow end. But I went in the pool, which is bad enough.
Why?
I was kind of drinking.
Oh, you okay? You were
kind of drinking a little.
Okay,
but not enough to where I couldn't realize, maybe I should stay out of the deep end.
I'll lend you my son's floaties.
I should. Oh, imagine being found dead with floaties.
I know.
Imagine me as your coworker having to explain that to people.
Oh.
Can you imagine? And dealing with the haters. Good for him! And I got to write back. He was a good guy.
Oh, they would be. They'd come up with things to say. Oh.
You didn't know him.
Yeah.
I really hope
all your tweets would be in the in the paper.
Yeah.
Look at his last 8 tweets.
Yeah. A quote unquote race tweet jock dies.
Shocking racist tweeter guy dead drowned.
People we talk about, they don't even, most of I got yelled at yesterday because I was tweeting about this racial shit. It's not even the crimes that bother me as much as the way it's reported.
Yes, that's what I don't understand. You've gotten shit for it, but you're not even talking about the crime itself for the most part. You're talking about the way it's being reported or the lack thereof. Yeah. And
that's all it is. It's very frustrating. But on Twitter, it's so hard sometimes, the 140 characters, to say what you want, which is kind of what makes it great.
Yeah.
But it's also hard to kind of get your point across. Like, you get into these back and forths on Twitter
Oh my
And
God.
I've done that, but I can't do it anymore. Like once in a while, I'll go. I just find that blocking people is easier because it's too frustrating to get wrapped up trying to requote them and to get my. It's just fucking. My head hurts trying to do that. It's so much energy, and I wind up just being fucking angry and getting sick over it.
I found an easier way to do it. If you you retweet the person and then you capture a little bit of the essence of what they're saying, and as long as you put a ... where you cut them off, it lets the people know there was a little more, but you know what? What I have to say is a lot more important.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Give them just a little, what's that called? The ... ellipsis?
Yes.
I call it a ... Jimmy.
So do I. It just sounds a little bit easier.
You know what Don Jamieson does? Someone will tweet him and go, dude, you fucking suck. You're the worst host on that metal show. Fucking die already. So he'll quote tweet and go, dude, you're the best host on that metal show. You're my biggest fan. So he retweets that. He changes it, and then he blocks the guy right after he posts it. So the guy can't even come back. Is that fucking beautiful?
Yeah, that's
Nothing
great.
annoys people more than when you change their tweet. You change it completely. You retweet them, change it to a positive tweet, and then you just block them.
You block them.
Oh, does that annoy them?
Do you know, on Red Eye last night, we talked about one of the stories.
I saw you on Red Eye.
Thank you. I got you a very nice text this morning. Thank you. And one of the things we talked about is the Huffington Post is now going to block anonymous posters.
Yes.
Because they thought the trolling got too aggressive and shitty. And so now no more anonymous posts and I love it. I've been railing against the anonymity on the internet for a long time because I just hate people.
Me and you have gone back and forth on this one. This is something we really don't really agree on because I think if you can't post anonymously, you're cutting back on a lot of people's opinions because we've been put in this position where your livelihood, your family, your job, everything, your reputation is put in jeopardy if you post under your own name and speak your piece in this day and age. And it has nothing to do with somebody not being courageous or not wanting to speak their piece with their name on it. I would love to plenty of times say a lot more than I do and put my name on it. But the fact of the matter is, with this PC shit we're dealing with, it's taken out of context, it's twisted around, and you get fucked.
Yeah, no, and again, I kind of said last night that I know I'm in a job where I have more leeway, too. Like, I do understand that. And there are certain times where, let's just say you're a cop or a fireman, and you don't feel good about black people or Jews or gays or whatever the group is. Like, let's say you're a cop or you're a fireman and you're a civil servant, you're against gay marriage. And you want to say, look, I think this is against... I guess there's the point that you make. It's right. It's like, it's hard for you, even in a nice way. Like, even if you're not being...
Even just criticizing individuals. It doesn't even have to be groups.
Right.
You know, there are a lot of companies that don't want you because they feel like you're a representative of that company. So if you start saying this movie sucked, well, you know, we're associated with blah, blah, blah.
And that's the point where I kind of looking, all right, that's a good point. Like, and it's like when I think of anonymity on the internet, I'm not thinking of people posting legitimate, real opinions and trying to have a dialogue, but fighting against the politically correct shitty. You know the trolls that we're talking about. We're talking about trolls. Guys that aren't doing that, but guys that want to just walk up and go like, I fucking hate kikes, but won't say that because they're afraid. Like, they're the same ones that would say it to one guy, but they wouldn't say it in a room full of Jews. Like, and there's something about that annoys me. Like, they want people to hear it, but they don't want to fucking say it out loud. And that just kind of sickens me.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that part of it, but you can't then weed them out,
right.
And not also weed out the people that just really want to voice their opinions honestly and openly, but not get not the consequences that come with the freedom of speech, because I understand that. Everything comes with consequence, and if you want to spout off about something, there's going to be consequence, especially if it's controversial. But there's this pall that's hanging over freedom of speech these days, and it's the concept that you can lose everything based on the fact that you said something against blacks or gays or something. And that anonymity lets you speak your piece, but not risk your entire livelihood.
Yeah, you mean unfair consequences, like, and you're that's a hard thing for me to argue because you're right. Like, there are times where you'll say something that's legitimately just an opinion, like when Perez Hilton asked the Miss America contestant about her feelings on gay marriage. I didn't agree with her. I thought she was wrong, but she expressed a view when asked. Or Helen Thomas at the White House, I didn't necessarily agree with her. She expressed a legitimate opinion when asked. And people are penalized for that. So I guess that's the part where the anonymity is something that you might need.
You said it before, which is you've said it before. If you're asked and you give your honest answer, how the hell can you then be penalized by that? It amazes me. The people that asked you are like, "Oh my God, that's horrendous." You asked. Here's my answer.
But I think if we were a country that stood up like as individuals, you know how we just sit there and watch Paula Deen get crucified or watch?
Yep.
If we were a country of people that believe so strongly in freedom of of speech that's unpopular and fought every time it was threatened, that shit wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Like, if we truly as individuals believe that, and like when a company fired a guy because he expressed an opinion, like literally, if everyone came out of the woodwork and defended that Miss America, even gay people, for her shitty opinion, then people wouldn't need anonymity. But we kind of don't do that. We kind of allow people to get in trouble. It's unfortunate. You're right.
Well, looking the Alec Baldwin tweets, the homophobe tweets he put out there, nobody said a word about it. No one in Hollywood came out and said, how could he say that? You better take his commercials away. 2 days later, he's doing the fucking Capital One commercials.
Right.
Yeah, no one cared.
Yeah, no one. Mel Gibson did that. Mel Gibson in a rage is just screaming at his girlfriend, in an argument, you're going to say awful things. And, the guy's done one movie in the last 8 years.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it really is. They're very selective in who they penalize and all that stuff.
And people are more eager to be outraged than they are to defend somebody.
Yeah.
People are happier being angry at somebody than they are,
People love to be outraged this day and age. They love a good outrage.
They love getting somebody in trouble, too. They love seeing somebody get in trouble that's not them. I got him in trouble.
Apologize to.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry that I said, yes, you are.
Yeah, and then we want to see you fired anyway.
Right, yeah, because once they get their apology, they're not like, okay, it's all good. They're like, well, and he should lose his job, too.
And there was a weird thing like recently on ESPN, there was a black anchor who called another black anchor. Oh, this is off the air.
Yeah,
but
this is Hugh Douglas.
Hugh Douglas called this guy a house nigger, and he called him an Uncle Tom, and he was drunk apparently or allegedly drunk, and he was angry, and it was in front of people.
And that was a black guy saying it to another black guy. Yeah.
And of course the media reported it. They didn't go nearly as far with it, but ESPN I knew was going to fire him because I know they're in a position where they have to fire him for that, and they did. And a part of me was glad, good, because it's even for. And then a part of me is like, no, I don't want to see him fired for that. And so
I'd rather see him not fired and other people not fired.
I agree.
Right.
Than see, because the white guy said something that was controversial and he got fired. Well, now you got to fire this guy. I'd rather see no one fired for what they say. I'm disgusted with the way people are being fired and chastised and forced to apologize and being held hostage by interest groups based on just what they say. It's amazing how bad it's gotten.
And he didn't even say it on the air.
Right.
This was at some convention or something like that where they were just hanging out. I could see if it was on ESPN. And,
right.
Because they do a show together. They do some kind of TV show together, the guys. But
you knew he was done. Yeah, because then he went on the air and they didn't have him on. Is David Lee Roth here or no?
I think he's coming up. Oh, he's walking up the hallway. Yeah. Do you want to?
Coming in?
Yeah, David Lee Roth. We got to take a break because our food is here, and we got to take our first break.
All right, kid.
And if you want to call back, of course, you're Anthony of the Opie and Anthony Show. You're welcome to do whatever it is you like, my friend.
You guys have fun.
All right, buddy.
I'll be listening, of course, until I what they call, I guess, pass out.
All right.
And then, give me a call later or a text, Jimmy, and pop by later. We'll fucking hang out.
Yeah. I want to see you tonight, man.
Cool, man.
All right, buddy.
Have fun, guys.
Thanks, Anthony.
See you soon.
Man.
So we have David Lee Roth coming in about, I guess, 5 minutes after this break's over.
Yeah.
And, of course, Florentine's here, and then Anderson Silva comes in a little later, that's the main reason I wanted to come in today, was to talk to Anderson Silva.
What about your special? That's
I do
tonight
want
at
to
10
promote
o'clock.
that, honestly, but I would have literally just fucking recorded a promo. It's about, I want to talk to Anderson Silva. So we'll be back in soon time.
Good.
The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
You know, you probably heard all about the whole home DVR from Dish called the Hopper. If you have it, you're living under a rock, because we talk about it every day, 3 times a day. One of the most amazing features is Auto Hop, which gives you the power to skip all the commercials for most major networks and primetime shows. All you have to do is enable it.
Isn't this a commercial?
It is a commercial.
And the Buddhist monk said, David Lee Roth here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Good to see you.
Do
I'm
not
gonna
skip
help
over
out with
this.
And the Buddhist monk said to me, moderation in all things, and I said that would include moderation, would it not?
Yes, that's an excellent point.
Okay, well, if this gets rid of all commercials, this is a Continue. I'm fascinated. You got my attention.
All right, yes, this gets rid of, I should say, most commercials. This one, for some reason, it will not skip through. That's a great point, though. I'm sure they hadn't thought of that when they wrote this either, but this will change by the next time we read it. It gives you the power to skip most commercials. This is not a commercial, actually. This is more of just a fun riff I'm doing. All you have to do is enable it once. The first time you play back a show, then put down the remote and let the Hopper skip all the commercials. When you try to fast forward through commercials with a normal DVR, it never really works. With the Hopper from Dish, you can finally watch your favorite shows totally interrupted all the way through from beginning to end, completely commercial-free. If you love watching primetime network shows but hate sitting through the shitty commercials, the Auto Hop feature is perfect for you. And you can get it with the Hopper from Dish and only with the Hopper from Dish. Watch more TV, watch fewer commercials, all with the Hopper from Dish. Call 800-WATCH-TV to get Dish Network today. Plan start at just $29.99. Everyone can afford that. $29.99 a month. That's 1-800-WATCH-TV. Call today. It's a great product.
What if I only want to watch just the commercials and skip all the television content? I come from the part of the country outside Newcastle, Indiana, where it's not unusual to see the moms go to Kentucky Fried, pull all the fry off the chicken, feed it to the kids, and throw the meat away. So what if I want to throw away the actual content of the show, Jim, and just keep the commercials? Because sometimes they're actually better than the show itself.
Well, you're asking me, and I would take that question and I would put it to the Dish Network. What are you guys going to do about that? Because I have no idea.
Can you reverse it? You know, is it like a Will Smith robot movie where, you know,
I bet you could.
It won't cancel itself, but it'll cancel all the other.
It can't self-destruct like the Terminator. You know how Schwarzenegger couldn't lower himself into the vat to kill himself at the end of Terminator 2? That's probably the way this is. It will cancel all commercials, but it cannot block itself from being played.
Okay, first I want to just weigh in philosophical and say that a lot of the times the best artwork of all is during the commercials. There's some of the best stuff is in a Geico commercial, or what's the one with Flo for the other insurance?
Progressive, I hate her. I hate her.
But you know her instantly, and then in a city of sore thumbs, sticking out is an achievement in itself, is it not?
That is true, but I also recognize a sore on the genitals instantly. Doesn't mean it's good.
And it looks like Flo?
It does. It's less irritating, though. I guess that is
I have a
we're
rash
back
here.
Okay.
It looks like Elvis.
We're back live. David Lee Roth is here with us today, and of course Florentine. Now wait
a second. You know what else television also needs? And I say this every time I sit down and watch, especially at 5 in the morning when I don't want to upset the other apartments and everything. It is a control that sets a volume level for your television. You say 100 dB. Well, I'm rock and roll. 52 dB, whatever. And no matter what plays, it rings in at 52 decibels. If you're listening on your headsets or you're playing whatever, because when the commercials come on, sometimes they blast on, right? Or during the actual movie itself, it turns into the love scene, and you're having to get really, really close, and then somebody shoots, and it's flat. How come nobody has invented a thing that just stabilizes the volume?
Don't they have that? I thought they did have that.
I think I've seen on an infomercial, there is like a little contraption you can put on the back of your TV. And it's supposed to...
I think that's to actually steal the show. I have that.
Oh, is that?
Oh, yeah, for free cable.
The FCC was supposed to pass a law about that because they were putting in the commercials way too loud.
Yeah.
Way louder than the regular... You know, that's when they were blaring and stuff like that. They put like a decibel limit on it, but it still happens.
So when it blasts on, does it make a better impression on you? Does it stick more solidly when that guy jumps on and starts screaming about the chopper and the chillo and the snuggie and one in that Australian accent? You know who I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He's awful. Okay. It makes you look. They just want you to look. That's all they do.
Again, though, I'll never forget what's his name. None of us know his name, but you know instantly who I'm talking about. He's made an impression impression. Again, in a sea of people trying to make an impression.
Do you know what they did once for a drug commercial? They wanted people to look. It was about overdose or whatever it was. Is they went silent. They went totally silent because they knew that the lack of noise would get people to look at the TV in a commercial time.
Okay, that works maybe once. That's like in the movies when they're short on budget and they go, no, it's the mystery of the darkness. We're going to use the mystery of the unseen.
You think that wears thin pretty quickly?
Well, you can do it once.
Yeah.
You know, like in the movie The Cat People or whatever, it's all darkness. And what's in the darkness? I don't fucking know, Jim. And it's okay, that works once. Then you got to come with some production.
Right.
To follow. So
now you're here you're a martial artist, and it was an interesting combination.
I practice Nike Jiu-Jitsu. Any trouble shows up, I put on my Nikes, I run.
do you watch UFC?
Oh, religiously.
Oh, you do? Okay. So
oh my goodness.
Do you know who Anderson Silva is?
Of course I know who Anderson Silva is.
You never know. I have to ask.
No. This is a real conversation because is the UFC going to replace boxing? Ultimately, is the UFC going to replace professional wrestling? Which one will be the number one, the number two, and number three? These are really good questions because it says more about the audience than it does about the actual sport. Also, UFC, professional wrestling, and boxing are the only three sports virtually every country, every nationality.
Right.
And there's probably 800 of them. I think there's 800 languages spoken in New York City alone, okay? I just saw that on the TV set. All 800 languages understand UFC.
And they know who won immediately. You don't need anything. You don't need to tally anything up. It's the guy laying on the floor that lost. That's
what the fuck is cricket?
Right.
That's a character in Disney, right? What's lacrosse? That's a place in Wisconsin. No, these are popular sports that are national sports or whatever, but I don't understand the rules. We don't have them in common. I love watching rugby, and I still don't have any idea how it's played. I've actually played it, and I have no idea how it's played. You know.
So you think is this going to take over? I think it's already passing boxing as far as boxing will never go away, but I think this is kind of becoming more popular with people under 21. I don't hear anybody talking about boxing.
Ding, 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 ding.
Nah,
Does boxing belong to a generation?
An older generation.
Yeah, speak to that.
Because they take too long to get to big matches. There's been too many bad things. Too much corruption has happened and too much bullshit with matches we wanted to see that didn't happen. And I think with UFC, they're giving you so many big matches that there's too many people for people to get excited about. And there's too many people for you to lock on and like. I'm excited with every other major UFC thing. I'm like, oh, I got to go. Like, I love so many of the things they're doing. 6 or 7 a year I'm dying to go to.
And the fighting style, too, is so much more relatable. And because when you watch boxing, you're thinking in a real-life scenario, why aren't you kicking? Why aren't you?
Relatable to what? 2 in the morning, about 4 blocks south of here? Yes, because I'm going to agree with that.
But, you know,
I will concur. You put down the Red Bull and go, what'd you fucking say?
Yeah.
And it looks a lot more like Anderson Silva on a winning streak, if you're lucky, right? You know, it does ring that bell. It's a lot closer. Your boxing is really stylized, you know. We know from when we would imitate the guys in the 1800s with the big mustache and everything, and you kind of put your hands up like this, and you put your little finger up, like when you're holding a teacup, and it's John L. Sullivan or Gentleman Jim or those kinds of 82 rounds of whatever. I'm going to wonder if boxing is now a part and parcel, for example, of a classic rock generation.
Maybe, yeah.
Clearly, Joltin' Joe Frazier, you know, and all of his legends. Why was Frazier's left so strong? It's because his father had no left arm. Grew up on a farm, and every time they had to handle those 55-gallon milk cans.
Is that true? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Joe got to use his left arm.
Wow.
So by the time he was in 8th grade, he could leave some serious divots in the heavy bag with that left arm. It was 2.5 sizes bigger than his right. There's no magic to that.
What would you rather watch, boxing or UFC, though? Which for you is more exciting to watch?
Depends on the personality. It's a good question. Depends on the personality of the individual. Let's dial around the time zone here. Things are getting all wavy. I should have eaten breakfast. We go back to Muhammad Ali and Sonny Liston. You know, that's like a prison yard fight with one howling, screaming guy who was probably closer to professional wrestling. He admitted since then he was imitating Gorgeous George, the wrestler. Muhammad Ali was, I'm the greatest, I'm the beautifulest, I'm the prettiest. And it sounds like, you know, one of the guys guys from
Right.
WWE.
Do you remember that fight, the Liston fight? Because Sonny Liston was not good at the back and forth. He was not good at going back and forth, and he tried to, bet your money on Sonny. You ever see that video of Sonny Liston trying to come back at Ali verbally? And it was just it was humiliating.
I had. Well, you had to listen to it on a radio. You had not even started closed circuit in the movie theaters yet. That came a little bit later, and I had one of the early little black and white first Sony radios. Okay, and you had one of those little earplugs that looks more like a hearing aid, just fit into one ear. You dig like that, and those made so much noise that you still had to hide under the covers to listen to it. And there were two fights between Ali and Liston, and in one of them, Liston, quote unquote, through the fight, he was involved when, he was all mobbed up. All of boxing is and was, but he played the silent, deadly, menacing thug on the prison yard role. And Ali had not started his, in support of the
Nation of Islam.
Well, yeah, he was Cassius Clay.
Yeah.
So he was still an uppity N-word, and that infuriated everybody. And that just, we fell in love with him as little hippies. Are you kidding? As little rock and rollers. Are you kidding? What could possibly represent us better? Unless maybe it was Jimi Hendrix, and I'm prepared to argue that.
That's the fight you're talking about that they thought Ali threw. I mean, that the Liston threw. That's like the Phantom Punch they call it. That was the second fight. And when you look at slow motion, like they've slowed that down enough, you could see Ali hit him so hard that he physically lifted Liston up. Like that second punch, he really did clock him. But it looks like it was so fast. It looks like he just kind of faked it and fell down. But I've seen that slow down, and you can see Ali hits him so hard that Sonny lifts up. Like he really fucking.
Ali was in on this too, or was it just Liston that was in on it with the fix?
It actually wasn't a fix.
Oh, it was. Oh, because I thought it was.
No. It was actually.
That's urban legend. The
was actually a real punch.
Is that I think Liston was in jail, and then somebody threw him off a balcony later.
He died
these
young,
are great
man.
Stories. I don't want to get in the way of a good rumor.
He was a fucking Sonny Liston was a dock worker. I think he was an enforcer on the docks in Philly or wherever he was. He was a tough fucking.
Not a lot of
guy.
heavyweight champions out of Hebrew school, huh?
No,
not a lot of heavyweight champions graduating out of bar mitzvah class. Eh?
Philly's a fucking rough place, man. I mean, who else? Sonny Liston, Joe Frazier, Meldrick Taylor, Bernard Hopkins. There's a lot of great fighters that come out.
Rocky.
Oh, Rocky.
You know what? That's interesting that out of all those faces and everything, the one guy who gets the attention is the Italian Stallion. I've been practicing that.
It's excellent.
3 syllables, one solid slamming career. That's right, Jimmy.
So it depends on the personalities. Now, let's say today, because I don't know.
I don't know who's got the personality. I saw Tyson doing the promotion for his fight that he's promoting, and he had more pizzazz and lightning and thunder than the two guys that he was promoting. Did you see any of this? He's even pushing him, going, "Come on!" I'm hesitant to imitate him in case I run into him.
Floyd Mayweather's got personality.
Floyd Mayweather does. Yes, Mayweather does.
But that's even Pacquiao. I mean, he's fun to watch, but he doesn't,
There's a
He's not
humility
cutting
they don't
promos.
have that the UFC guys do. There's something really because they don't really Chael has a great personality. Anderson's kind of quiet.
Chael's another one that, just like Dave was saying, that is doing wrestling shtick.
Yeah,
when he's out there, he's doing the same thing Ali was doing.
It's fun to watch Manny Pacquiao now because he has carried with him the friction of time. On his shoulders is his wife's career, a 92-person entourage. Do you follow? He's a governor. He's a senator. He's involved in charity, you follow, and this is a classic story, is all of a sudden, you are in demand, and how much of those doorbells do you answer, you follow?
Yeah.
It's like when you watch on MTV, I haven't watched recently, but you could see a lot of time the girls that get a brand new cute little gal, would be a VJ, and in about 90 days, which is metric for 3 months, she gets what's called dinner butt. And that's because now she's in demand. And she drop by for dinner, drop by for drinks after dinner, drop by for some dessert after drinks after dinner.
Right.
And, your pant size expands after a while. And that's happening to Manny, is that Manny has so many distractions and so many other things pushing and pulling. well, you only have so many calories per day that you're going to be able to focus on any given thing that you do. And I think it's showing up in his fight game. I think he's a fabulous fighter. He's certainly a
How
great
old is he?
person. Jesus, he's in his early 30s, is he not?
I thought he was older than that, Pacquiao.
Maybe
you might be
think
right.
so.
I thought I don't follow boxing like I used to. I thought he was.
Dave makes a good point because that's why the sports teams never repeat the next season most of the time because they have that off season where they're doing all this stuff. They just want, the Super Bowl or the World Series and they're doing all these personal appearances and then there's not, the next year they always suck and then the year after that they play good again and they win a Super Bowl or a World Series.
There's only so many calories that you can possibly spend. You only have so much focus power. And it's the product of being that single-minded obsession. It's the one thing that everybody tells you, oh, you gotta reach out to other people. You gotta become part of the community. You have to have a family. You have to be, affiliate with other folks and everything, when it was the single-minded obsession to the point of becoming a fucking hermit that got you the heavyweight title or the platinum record or that allowed you to write the Pulitzer prize-winning novel or what have you.
What do they call it? The sophomore jinx for like a second album or a second book or whatever
but
it
Dave,
is.
now how come that didn't happen with a band like Van Halen or any big band when you guys are on top, everything, parties at Studio 54, private planes? How do you come back from that huge tour, put another great album out, go do another huge tour where you guys don't lose a little?
I think that's a good question. Is most artists, and I've been told this by folks who are part of the setup, the lighting crew, the carpenters, the staging, even the wardrobe folks, the gals who do all of this, and they say, just recently one of the gals said to me, Dave, you're one of the few artists I work with who actually enjoys all of the preparation and the setup and the in-between. Most of the people, she said, that I work with, and she works with all the big ones, all the biggies with no last name, the Madonna, Beyonce, Dave.
All the hot chicks.
all the verbs, Sting, Cher, Usher. These are verbs. And she said, for the most part, most folks don't do anything until about 8 weeks before that tour. About 6 to 8 weeks before that album. About 6 to 8 weeks before you launch the play on Broadway or start shooting for the movie. You practice with your sword or your ray gun or your motorcycle, whatever it is you signed up to portray in the film. But that most of the folks who are doing those pursuits don't really enjoy it beyond that. It's very finite. And in Van Halen, I wouldn't be surprised if right now, this evening, the fellas get together and start jamming. They do at least 3 times a week, sometimes 4 and 5. Just because that's what we do. Good writers write.
Right.
Good singers sing, and the band gets together and works routinely. I routinely am working lyrics. It's a muscle that is perishable, like gun handling or cooking. If you don't do it, you lose it.
Can me ask you a question? Because there's something about Sabbath where they said that Ozzy would get a beat and he would just kind of start singing like ridiculous lyrics over it just to get a singing tempo down. Will you come up with something and go, okay, this is what I want the song to be, or will they come up with a riff and go, hey, do you have anything for this? Or does it work both ways?
It can work a number of different ways. If the music comes first, I'll work that out with whoever. I've written with a variety of folks, and then from that you'll either try something rhythmic to it, then you'll try to put the words to the rhythm you've created. Something like what could that be? I don't know. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Great. Do something like that. You came up with the rhythm first. Or you wrote those lyrics long before the music ever happened. And, you'll find the emotional content that's happening in a given piece of music. And then from that, hopefully you have a whole repertoire of, different songs and titles and subject matter and so forth. That, it's like when you take a racehorse into the blacksmith. He's going to take a look at your horse and go, okay, well, he's a little different over here. You know what? I know just the shoe, and then I'll bend it a little here, and I can kind of tweak it there, what distances you running, what's the subject matter, so to speak, like that. And the way that you write lyrics can happen a number of different ways as well. We all love to believe that Jesus speaks through us. I am but the conduit. You've heard that horse shit.
Yeah.
I sit in the room and it just comes to me. Yeah, well, what's been coming to you is Moon in June rhymes with when's it going to happen? Soon? Nice, Bob. Down. fuck. And I'm going to eat it with a knife. Oh, fuck. How much time do I have? A fork? It's June. Soon. I'm going to eat it with a spoon. Oh, that's excellent. And you write that down, and you wind up with that, over and over. Put your hands in the air like you just don't care. Is what happens when you just sit on the stool by yourself in the room and hope that the fates deal with you. The gods do not punish you with a lightning bolt, but with time. Time extended, time wasted, and of course my favorite, your time's up. Here's a better way to do it. Here's a much better way to do it. And again, there's no magic to this. None of this shit miracles itself into place. I have notebooks that I'll keep. Some of them I've had for over 20 years. And as I hear little parts and parcel of conversation, part and parcel, just write that down. It sounds like a song title. You follow? And maybe there's lyrics. I just saw a bumper sticker. It said, "No talent, no skills, just heart." Hey, sounds like a pickup truck to me. Who's driving the pickup truck? There's your story. Okay. Now somebody, I saw it on a movie, a grade B cowboy movie or something. The fella says to the school marm, "Well, I ain't that smart, man, but I sure can lift heavy things." There's one of your first lines in the song.
Yeah.
But you won't know all of that until you have a fat notebook full of, bits and pieces of what people say, things from the movies, bumper stickers, things from sports advertisements. And you can let them age, too. If you get something out of a sports advertisement, let it go for 10 years or whatever and bring it back. I think it was for Nike or Adidas. It says, "When was the last time you did something for the first time?" Whew, that sounds like some Buddhist shit to me.
Right.
It's a good way to kick off the weekend. Certainly a great way to sell shoes. 10 years later, nobody even cares where that came from, and you sampled it. This is a big year for sampling. Get with it. Get
do you have any
modern, man?
Do you have any stuff
Eminem does that a lot. He'll bring up stuff. He'll bring
sure.
Pee Wee Herman. Remember, like 2 albums ago, he was bringing up like Pee Wee Herman stuff and stuff. Stuff that was from 15 years ago.
Oh, you can bring up expressions that people have used. Bang, zoom to the moon, like from the Honeymooners.
Right.
To the moon, Alice. That right there could well be well, not hip hop. I'd use that for electronica. For ghostwriting, for something like that. Bang, zoom, parentheses, to the moon remix. There you go. But you ain't going to be able to have that off the top of your head, especially under the pressure with all the neckties looking through the window and the clock on the clubhouse wall goes 10,000. $10,500, $10,580.
Right.
The clock will speak to you if you're not careful.
Is there anything you've wanted to make work? I've written jokes that just never took form. Is there anything you've written down or something you thought had some potential that you've just, in all these years, never been able to make work? Or like, fuck, I had that little thing I thought I could do something with, and it was just a momentary thing that was never been able to be made into anything
only if
good.
you don't do compiling. It's called compiling, and it's the way you would prepare for a legal case, a debate. It's the way that you would prepare for an ultimate fighting contest. You follow. You're going to get all of your chops and all of your ideas in advance so that it all becomes second and third nature. And if you're stuck on a subject, for example, I like to, I have an inner voice. I have several of them, actually. And one of them is one of my old teachers from social sciences. He sounds like he's talking to us in film class. He used to walk up and down the aisles, with his hands behind his back and go, "Gentlemen," all of us were 12 years old, "Gentlemen, today we're going to write a poem about a chair." And everybody would groan. "Oh, fuck. Can we write about what goes on in the chair?" Snigger, snigger, laugh at you. "Yeah, certainly, if it's done poetically, Mr. Roth."
Right.
And so I give myself little challenges sometimes. And I wrote a song about a chair. Okay. Pick us the most difficult subjects that you possibly can. And if you compile your ideas before you sit down to nail the shoe onto the horse, so to speak, then you're never going to get that writer's
You mean
block.
like a chair is hard, a chair is steady, or a chair is full? All of these facts about a chair almost, or these different random thoughts about a chair that you could somehow compile into a final thing?
Well, I wrote down, what's my favorite chair? I like those plastic ones that just come in one piece, and everybody owns a couple. They sit on every porch. They're in every white trash backyard. They're at every beach, every Club Med. They stack them vertically. Yeah. So the title of my song is "One Piece Thermal Molded Country Plastic Chair." Okay.
Right.
And I wrote down lyrics. I wrote down little bits and fragments about, well, I like the green ones. They make me feel tropical. The white ones are basic model. I like that, And, where do prophets go? Prophets used to go up to sit on top of the mountain. Ain't no mountains around here. It's in New York. You sit in a one-piece thermal molded country plastic chair up on a fucking roof if you're lucky to be close to the roof and have a key to the door. You're a prophet.
Right.
And I start to put all of these ideas down onto the paper. Do you follow? And then when it's time to start putting your rhymes together, you have a whole lot more ideas. You have many more ideas, And there ain't no mountain around here. Sit quietly by the river of life. You hear that shit from all these fake Buddhists all the time. What river? The East River? Write that down. What fucking river? Question mark. Because you can have that, And I've done, I'm going to say, more Van Halen songs than not in that. I also ghostwrite for other people and have for a number of years, And you can change the style. You can change the tone, the temperament. You're never going to have writer's block if you're doing that. If you're trying to think of an explanation for something, you just can't keep throwing yourself at it. Compile the ideas like you would for a debate.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, if you come into the room as a lyricist and come in a room with personal lyrics, and the rest of the band looks at you like, Dave, can you come up with something better? Or this is kind of, these lyrics really don't fit this music. What happens there? Do you go, look,
it's pretty rare. It's pretty rare.
So they're pretty cool. You come in
to it. Now, it's if you are lyrically, if you're dialed into the lyrics, a lot of people are. Bob Dylan fans will tell you probably number one on the list is the lyrics. Number two is the melody and the whatever, In material like Van Halen, you don't have to speak English as a first language at all. It's probably even better. Like Stravinsky said, my music's best understood by animals and small children. Well, my music is best purchased by animals historically because you don't have to speak English. So you can't fool you with it. It's authentic in its confidence. It's authentic in its sense of humor. It's authentic in its sense of confrontation, and you can sense that. You're not fooled by the language or whatever. But there are very real stories there, and there's a lot of questions that are presented. I wrote a song on this last record about tattooing, and on the surface, it sounds like another girls' cars, let's party or whatever. But it asks a whole lot of questions like, why is the crazy shit we would never say become poetry in ink? And there's a whole lot that if you care about it, you can delve in. If not, you don't have to pay attention to the lyrics at all. Like I said, Van Halen music works perfectly. Even if you don't speak English at all, we are equally as reviled and celebrated internationally as we are in English-speaking neighborhoods. Now,
I'm thinking about personal lyrics though, because there's this one of my favorite Pink Floyd songs is called "When the Tigers Broke Free." I think Roger Waters wrote about his father being killed in the war. And it didn't make the original album and the reason that was given was it was just too personal. And I'm like, that must have been so offensive to come in with a song about something that means so much that whatever happened, and they said, it just doesn't fit. And I'm like, how do you deal with that? If someone has something that means so much to them, but it doesn't reach the other band members
I like the first part first. It was just so personal that it couldn't be played.
That was what their reason was.
It was so personal that I can't let you listen to it.
Right.
Now we're entering into Spinal Tap turf.
No, the band didn't. The band didn't like it.
You don't understand, Jim.
The band didn't want it on.
It's the best song I've ever written, but it's so personal. I can't play it for you.
So you think that was what? Do you think they said that because they didn't like it?
I think they said that because they're full of Groucho Marx. You enter into this turf of what was his routine about. I put together a band and we charged only so much for when we played. Turns out we're more popular when we don't play. So I had to charge more when we don't play. Now, when we don't play, we don't rehearse. And you can run into some serious money if we don't play and we don't rehearse. And it turns out, you don't understand, Jimmy. It's so personal that I couldn't bear to record it. That's bullshit.
Okay.
Is what that is.
So that was what Roger Waters said that the band's reason was for not wanting to put it on the record. Was that it was just too specific to him or whatever? Maybe
so they probably just didn't like the song.
Maybe they just didn't like the song. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Well, it sounds like he may be making. Okay, I understand.
Maybe.
He's creating another reason. Okay, and maybe it wasn't up to par. But as far as being too personal, how is that possible with artists out there like Peaches, the Teachers of Peaches, and all of this kind of stuff? There's no way you could be too personal. You know, some of the stuff that Springsteen has created out there. There's no way you can get too personal. You know, in any department of your life, social, sexual, political, or whatever.
So maybe the rest of the band just didn't like the fucking song, and
Yeah.
that was what they said. Like, it's just too specific to you.
Yeah, and you know, it's all God. The more personal it is. What is it that really sells the music if you don't speak the language? Is that it's authentic, that it's confident, and that it is personal to you. If it's not real, if it's fake, you're making it up. If you're pretending to be a cowboy and you ain't no cowboy, professional detractors like ourselves will pick up on that pretty quickly, yo.
What about when you're doing? How much can a good or bad producer? I'm obsessed with the new Sabbath record, as is Jim, and we credit a lot of that.
Stop right there. Why are you obsessed with it?
It's so much better than I imagined it could be. I love the lyrics. I love the tone. I love the music. I love all of it.
Okay, well, the good campfire story is, why did you imagine it would be so much less?
Because they haven't done one since 1978, so it was almost like the last Van Halen record. You guys didn't do one for a long time, and that the last Van Halen record could fit in between Van Halen 2 and Women and Children First.
And where does the Sabbath record fit in?
It could fit into 1971.
1970, right after Master Reality, between Paranoid and Master Reality.
And are the songs quality?
Fucking amazing.
I understand that the shoes and haircut are correct, that it fits the neighborhood, but then there's such a thing as the good stuff from that time period and the not so good. All the bands have it. You know, we all do that.
Yes.
You know, but this is good material.
That's what it was. It's almost like if you go out with a girl and she's very pretty, and you can't believe that she's just going to want to blow you over and over. Like, oh my God, that's how I felt with this record. It was that fucking good. Everything about it is more than I had ever hoped for.
Let's retrace this.
I love Dave's face when you told that.
We're running past great subjects. We just ran past Mount Rainier here.
Well, you're saying you're asking why did I not expect it to be? Not that I didn't expect it, but almost like it was too good to be true that I would love it as much.
You always expect it to be garbage because most of us turn out to be fat, idle, indolent slobs who no longer pick up their instruments unless it's time to make a dollar. They usually lost their dollar, which is the only reason they're coming back. They're no longer in contact with anything that's happening outside, and I'm not speaking specifically about Sabbath, but the general rule of thumb is that you are a product of a neighborhood, whether you know it or not. When you're opening act for a million other shows and you're hearing the music coming through those brick walls as you're warming up, if you're working in clubs and bars, and it's particularly the people you can't stand and you hate that you learn the most from, you know, as a critic. You know, you find your way, you find your shape like that. Ultimately, I call it, well, I don't call it, it's called the friction of time. You know, a family, friends, medical, travel, age itself, wealth, the lack of wealth, too much wealth, that's one of your favorites, you know, etc. It's like a big yoke on somebody's shoulders. It slows down and it kills the artist. They literally gain weight, lose the height in their voice. There walks a lady we all know. That's a product of the gut, son. That's not magic. It's not miracle. It's what you ate for breakfast, and more importantly, what you shouldn't have ate if you're going to hit that high note. I suggest you hit the fucking high note based on how much you charge for tickets these days, and that applies to myself. Now, I'm sort of on a tangent here, but we always expect the very worst because these are perishable skills. However, you can sing the high note in Stairway to Heaven all the way up into your 70s if you keep your horses running. You follow? And most of us don't do that. Not past the age of 35. 40.
I expect the worst, or not, because it's just, I never want to be disappointed. But I'm like that with everything. With everything in my life, like with whether it's a date, you just never want to be disappointed in anything. So I don't have a specific thing, whether it's for music or a movie or a comedian. I just don't want to just have that,
Yeah, and you want it to be, like in your heart, you want it to be so good because you love Sabbath.
Love them.
You know,
so
it was
much.
almost like, you know, the first 5, 6 Van Halen records up to 1984. You guys were in a zone, touring, put out great music, not a bad song on any of those records. Then you guys go away for a long time. Are you still back in that zone? Same thing with Sabbath, with Ozzy.
Right.
Those 8 records with Ozzy were just phenomenal, one after another. And then they're gone for so long. Can you bring that magic back?
Well, wait, Ozzy lives in his own little world. You know, what's the joke? I live in my own little world. At least they know me there, so leave a message.
Right.
Since Ozzy is diagonally parked in a parallel universe permanently and always has been, he kind of never left. So let's look at the other members of the band.
But is the magic still there?
The only thing that changed with Ozzy was the haircuts and some new ink on the left arm.
Right, but I mean the magic of them together.
Yeah.
The rest of the guys, Tony and Geezer and Bill, were playing in other stuff. Doing other projects, working with Ronnie James Dio. So they were out. Everyone was playing, just like you were playing. But when you guys got the band,
maybe it's the word playing. There's a difference between playing and obsessive, determined chasing. When you're chasing something, you may not even be able to articulate what you're chasing, but you are obsessed with it. All musicians will tell you that. So will all boxers, architects, ballet dancers. You follow doctors in medical school, etc. There's a single-minded obsessive that goes. It's not playing. It's a determined chase, like your life depends on it. Maybe it really does. You follow, and a lot of that comes from, this is funny. I sat around with a bunch of these young guys who start in sumo wrestling. I lived in Japan for the last year there.
Are you back here, by the way? Or are you still living there?
No, completed my year overseas. I'm back. And there were half a dozen of these guys, the Rikishi. They start living there like SEAL team guys in the dorms and stuff when they're about 16 years old. We went around the circle. They said we had dinner together, with all these new fighters, whatever. And, they says, what motivates you? Expecting me to do the usual Japanese horse shit of honor, family, determination for the best. Excuse me, I almost fell asleep here. I don't know. I'm motivated by fear and revenge primarily. Greed, if I can get past the first two.
but dynamics. Jim talked about dynamics too.
Wait. Maybe Sabbath has some fear now.
Oh.
You did? You stop fucking around when you get a little fear back in the breakfast bowl every morning. You get a little older, you get medical issues, What our guitar player friend there is not, he's got cancer.
Is he not?
This is a public scenario. It's not something that's a secret. And you are driven by those two things, It's not cool to say it, but we are supremely motivated by fear and revenge. And when you lose those, something happens to your music. Something happens to your dancing, your lyrics. It happens to your prose. Something happens to your politics. Something happens to your warrior arts. You follow? And it's very rare that you'll hear somebody say it. Usually you reach for no, it's in the pursuit of the greater goal of no. I just feel like my wristwatch is about to kick my ass because it's moving so much faster than my lower back and my left knee.
Right.
And I sure wish I have some revenge on those prick fucks who are still paying me 6 cents a record. I want to go out and make another better record and make a little better royalty. So fuck you in the back of my history. That's a little revenge. And these are part of the things that motivate us in the band, in Van Halen, you follow? And maybe Sabbath got a little bit of that back, and it compels. It has a healthy drive form to it. Is a positive side of it, like competition. Coming out of the Woodstock era, one world, one love. We're here to just be happy to get along. I don't know. Competition brings out, it sharpens the axe blade equally on other sides. Nothing stirs the blood quite so much as the trumpet that heralds another guy's achievement. Like the guy who's on stage right fucking now. Whoa, he's killing it out there. No, I can't talk anymore. I got to warm up. And you can, you learn that as well. These are elements that you usually don't talk about in public.
What did you just say? That was really about nothing, something like another guy's achievement. That's interesting. About almost like nothing motivates you more than or someone more than another guy doing really well.
Oh, you hear that trumpet that heralds, hey, look what Bobby did. Fuck that trumpet and fuck you, Bob. And this compels. This will compel you through law school and medical school. This will compel you as a downtown canvas and ink paint artist. This will compel you as a dancer, whether you're ballet or breaking. This will compel you in all of the fine arts. That's my only area of expertise. But, even in fist-to-face confrontation, the best friends, the best brothers. You saw that movie about Mickey Ward with Wahlberg and
Fighter.
Christian Bale.
There you go. There's a constant push and pull, a constant competition between those fellas that ultimately brought out the best and solved a lot of issues for both of them, But we don't talk about that usually. I just saw an interview with Carole King, Tapestry, wasn't anybody stay in one place. Okay, nothing could be more winsome and transparent and more folk songy or whatever. And you know what she said? She said, man, I used to work at the goddamn Brill building. She said there were 92 pianos in little rooms there, and you had to compete to win, not just to write a good song, but if you didn't beat everybody else at writing an amazing song, you went home fucking hungry. She says, I'm glad I went through that. She said, it got the very best out of me. And I don't care whether you're catching a football or a drift on a really good chorus. I think that adds up. Certainly did for Van Halen.
Fair and Revenge. Great motivator.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys did, it's the Sabbath and the Van Halen thing is pretty much parallel. You guys both being away for a long time, getting the guys back and putting an album out and doing a sellout tour and putting out a great product.
Well, yeah, it's, I think you don't miss the water till the well runs dry. All right. Like Ozzy never changed. He lives in his own little world. All right. So he never really left. I think perhaps some of the other fellas, just from word around the campfire, from what I can tell, it's not so much gentrify as you normalize. You get married, you have kids, you're going to the PTA meetings. Now you have vacations. If your wife works, she's got 2 weeks vacation. Where are we going? We're going to down the shore. We're going to the Club Med. We're going to and you start to normalize. You follow? It's a normal world. We're the ones who are abnormal. And there's always that push and pull, to join the clan. You follow? And when you do, a lot of times it turns out that your rage and your craziness was way more interesting than the real you.
Yep.
I think we touched on this before when last time I was here and we were talking about some of the fellows who come out of rehab, and it's great that they're still alive, and it's great that, we've saved another human being, but Jesus Christ, man, you were way more interesting when you were all fucked up.
See, it's weird because for me, I was single. I got married at 47. Was my first marriage, and I had a kid at 47 too. So I was always like, I can't get any work done if I'm married and I got a kid and I have to go to PTA meetings and change diapers and watch them and stuff. But meanwhile, since I've gotten married, I've done 100 times more work in my career because I'm totally focused on that. I'm 100%, I've gotten so much more work done because I know those little moments I have, I got to focus that 2 hour window. Before I would just get up at 11 in the morning. I'm like, I got all day to do whatever. And I was only 50% productive.
You have to obsess. If you really want to compete, it's going to take a big chunk out of your normal real life, And we always act surprised. Jesus, the divorce rate amongst really good policemen is 80%. Whoa, what a surprise. Oh, the divorce rate against successful musicians is 90%. Whoa, what a surprise. Successful politicians. And the list is long. The only thing I don't accept anymore is the surprise. How can you be fucking surprised anymore? It's like when we see these baseball players taking drugs and doing steroids. Stop. The only thing I will not accept is your surprise.
Yeah.
Everybody half the people in these hallways here are taking prescription meds.
All of them.
Half the people downstairs actually own those prescriptions.
Right.
So you don't like the fake outrage or the fake shock or the fake surprise that people... Why do you think people do it? Why do you think they act surprised?
Because it's fun to be outraged. It's fun, just ask the French. And you can throw up your hands and, oh my God, you put your hand to your forehead. It's like every time some dame kisses another girl on the MTV Awards show, we have to act surprised.
Yeah.
How many times has that been going on?
It gives you something to tweet about. It gives you something to have an opinion on. And,
Sure.
Something to bring up at a party.
Well, that's when it becomes fine art. Art is where you're figuring out where you are in the map, okay? You see somebody walk out on that TV screen and you go, I wouldn't wear those shoes, but the haircut's cool. And you're like on a map and you go, okay, that's where I am on the haircut map. Okay, who's he fucking? Ooh, nice chick. Okay, she's pretty smart. I like smart chicks. Okay, now you know where you are with that one right there, like this. But he's got a drug problem. Well, what kind of drugs? And you start calibrating yourself more than anything else. And that's what we use. Characters like myself and characters like politicians and characters like the Kardashians, our favorite football players and our really unfavorite actors, etc. It's fun to talk about.
Yeah, just imagine Dave used to have his bodyguards were midgets. Imagine if that was in the paper today, like on page 6, that he's walking around. Everybody would be offended.
Well, you can't even call them that now.
I know. Well, little people, dwarfs, or whatever they were. Yeah, and you used to walk in Studio 54 with 3 of them behind them, walking in, making a big scene, and it was awesome.
Well, it depends. Are these little people? Are these ethnic little people? I don't think that little people is a big issue. Okay. I think that there is a whole lot of politics involved in what you're involved in now, okay, in terms of music, etc. The economy is upside down. You got a lot of issues like gun control. And it seems like a lot of the way you vote goes along with the neighborhood. If you wear a cowboy hat, then you're supposed to vote a certain way. Make sense? If you don't, then you're supposed to vote another way. And when did music become one type of politics? When did show business become one style of one single approach? Are you guys gun owners, for example?
No.
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 Well, I'm carrying one right now.
How'd you get it up here?
No, it's drawn on there, actually. Strapped for life. One shot, one love. I don't believe in high capacity magazines. And my version of gun control is I get to have guns in anybody that I certify personally.
Sure. I think that's everybody's. That's everybody's version, but people just don't say it that honestly. But that's what we all feel.
Yeah. But, times are crazier than ever out there. So, it's, where does it say that whatever neighborhood or whatever kind of music, like in heavy metal, you're supposed to be a gun owner, right? There's the surprise move, right? As I say it, you go, he's right. If I wear a cowboy hat for a living, and I mean, like in showbiz, I'm supposed to be a gun owner, right?
Yeah, country singer.
Country.
Yeah.
What if I'm a folk singer with dreadlocks and I'm from below 14th Street? Then I'm left wing and I'm anti-gun. Is that accurate?
Yeah, fairly.
What if I was born in Tel Aviv, Israel? Uh-oh.
But if you got the dreadlocks,
a mitigating factor.
Hold on. No, but the same hippie mentality. You're the same hippie guy. Dreadlocks, anti-establishment. That means if you're probably born in Israel, you're pro-Palestinian. If you're that age, you probably think that Israel belongs out of Gaza and the West Bank.
That has come full circle. You could be pro-Palestinian.
If you're young Israeli guy with the dreadlocks, that's your rebellion. It's probably you're angry at the state of Israel.
I always wondered how that works now over there. You have a combination of politics that I don't think is ever going to get solved. You think the Mideast is ever going to get solved?
No, because I think a lot of it's based in some of it's based in politics and some of it's based in religion. I don't think it's ever going to get fixed. And over land, because you're never going to resolve a dispute when people just want land.
What kind of land are you talking? Are you talking about the Palestinians?
Yeah, and the Israelis. I mean, that's just I don't see there ever be because there's too many radicals on both sides. Like even if there's a peace, somebody will try to bomb Jews on a bus, or somebody will say, "Fuck it, let's build a settlement here." There's always going to be somebody on either side who wants to continue. Even if they don't know they want to continue this conflict, it's never going to get solved. No,
I think it's going to continue, and I think it's going to expand, and I think it's going to continue to carry over to the United States. I think we're going to see it more and more in Europe, etc. I think that as oil starts to run out, and as energy and so forth starts to change around, that we're going to see a whole lot more activities here. But I don't think anything's going to get solved in the Mideast.
I agree.
I think it sounds like it's falling apart even more in Egypt and whatnot now.
Unless as the oil runs out, we fucking develop an alternative source. I mean, we do have a great power source, in the sun, and if we really do use that and figure that out.
Wait a minute. Did you guys see the thing about Trump where he built his golf course in Scotland, is it? And that was a big issue because it was a pristine wilderness, with cranes and storks and whatever. And he got rid of the sand dunes or something, and don't tell me the gods aren't comedians. Now he has these huge windmills that they've planted into the water out there. Each one of them is as tall as Trump Tower. They make super loud noises because they're turbines. Each turbine can power 62,000 houses worth of electricity. These are monster skyscraper-sized things. And they're going to put dozens and dozens of them all right off the shore, blocking the shit out of his view. And now he's in contest with that.
Oh, that's why they're doing it? To stick it to him?
Well, I got to wonder if somebody behind the scenes isn't saying, hey, look, if it's a difference between a quarter of a mile or 2 clicks in a kilometer, fuck him.
I was,
Right?
He's always railing about those. I was wondering why. So that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah, why he's always railing about the turbines and all that stuff.
They're
He's like,
probably loud, right?
Yeah, it's loud. It's not, environmentally safe. He has all these issues with him. I always.
Well, it's blocking his view.
Yeah, exactly.
He has a new golf course club with a thing, a lodge and a restaurant and stuff. Nobody's going to do those. It looks like science fiction when you put those up, doesn't it? It looks like you landed on another planet, and that's Battlestar Galactica shit or something.
Well, a lot of people didn't like that he won that battle. I mean, he's a smart guy, but a lot of people did not like that he won that battle and actually because they fought him so hard on even using that land, and he won. He got to use the land, so I guess that's their way of getting some. It's like the way the fucking politicians are keeping the UFC, the unions are keeping the UFC out of New York by backdooring through this scumbag Sheldon Silver and the other politicians. That's what they did. They're mad at the Trump that he had this thing built, so like fuck him. They're backdooring through some Scottish politicians, have these things put up in the water, and we'll fuck them that way.
First thing I thought. There's like 25 miles or something of space happening there, and now he's got to go through years and years of dealing in the courts and litigating, I gotta guess, But it was beautiful. I haven't seen exactly what it looks like. I've seen the work up in before when it was empty and, there's just the guys walking along the empty space of beach or what have you,
So are you going to the hotline or no?
No.
Oh, you had your hand out. I thought you were trying to grab a phone. Do we have to break, buddy? It's
no. Yeah, we should.
It's 7:54. We should take a break because we have some live reads, and then we'll come back.
And you want to mention
play some golf?
Yeah.
You gotta.
We'll disassemble a sand dune.
You right,
Dave? I don't know if you know Jim.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I forgot. My 2 things. My special airs tonight on Epix and epixhd.com at 10 p.m. And I'm doing an AMA on Reddit at 1 o'clock. Thank you, Sam. The Ask Me Anything, 1 p.m. It said 11:30 on Reddit's website, but it is actually 1 o'clock that I'll be doing that.
He's doing a 1-hour comedy special premieres tonight on Epix.
What happens in one of your comedy specials? Please give us an outline of what happens here.
A really, really a very
great title though, American Degenerate.
Yes, it's a very funny cold open, an hour of mediocrity, and then I wave thanks, good night.
Is this you speaking? Is this a speaking issue, or are you doing theater?
No, it's stand up, just stand up comedy, just me for just regular stand up.
Where did you film this? This sounds great.
Boston. I shot it at Somerville, Mass. At the end of March.
Why did you pick Somerville, Mass?
I love Boston crowds, and they've been good to me my whole career. And I've been dreaming about shooting a special there because I knew that the venue would sell very fast. And I knew that I would get the response that I really wanted.
There's a lot of history in Boston crowds. What was the name of the club? There was a very little club there where a lot of people came out of, and they did even a documentary on.
Was it a comedy club?
Yeah.
There was it might have been Nick's. Nick's has a great history there.
Yeah, maybe.
Garofalo was one of the.
Might have been Nick's there. Or Played Against Sam's was one. But I think Nick's Comedy Club is the one.
And Dave, Jim had a big problem with having a smoke machine at a show because he wanted to have the smoke because of the whole thing with the Great White Fire
with the lights and all
in
that
Rhode
shit.
Island. You can't have any smoke machines in like Boston or something like that on stage with.
Certain venues, if they found a workaround.
It's a tragedy. I can see the look of loss.
But you know what? I thought
But Jim wanted some. You wanted like a right. You wanted smoke when you came out.
I thought not when I came out, but they do it before the show for certain. It gives the light a certain quality, and all the comedy specials do it. They have the smoke, not during my show, or not to walk out dramatically, but just to give the lights a certain quality.
Oh, absolutely, you do it. It's airborne. It doesn't. It's called fog.
Fog. Yes,
but it doesn't hug the floor.
Right.
And what happens is when you float smoke, what looks like smoke or mist through lighting beams, you can actually see the beams for the first time.
In Boston, you can't do that. There's all these regulations. And so I was panicking because we already booked the venue and we couldn't find a workaround. And then I called Louis C.K. actually. I'm like, you shot in Boston. How did you use these smoke machines? And he's like, I never fucking used one of those. They're ridiculous. You don't need them. And I was so ashamed that I ever wanted one. And it looked much better without one than it would have with one. So it worked out fucking great. And the special's on tonight, so I hope people like it. And, check out my Reddit AMA at 1 o'clock.
How long does it take you to get ready for a special like this?
This one took 10 months. From the time I shot the last one till this one was a 10-month window to build the material and shoot it, and which was actually soon. Normally it would take about a year, but I have built a lot of material quickly. And I was depressed to have to drop the material.
Okay, now we've run into each other, for example, down at the Comedy Cellar. And as you build your material, are you going like modular? I don't even know if that's the right word. But you'll do the first maybe 10 minutes, and then do you go run it in front of people? You run it through some ears, or do you just compile?
Just compile.
So you have the whole show, and then you test it for the first time on Epics.
No. I'll go out. I'll do 15, 20 minutes at a time at the Cellar. When I feel like I have about 30 new minutes, which is what I have about now, I'll go back on the road. I'll do 30 to 35 new minutes, play with the crowd a little bit, and all of a sudden I'm at an hour. And in playing with the crowd, I'll get more material, and then I'll start working that hour. And then in, say, 8 months, that hour will be very solid, and I'll be ready to shoot it. And that's kind of the pattern I'm in, where, I start with just the Cellar and get that little... It usually takes a couple of months to get the first few minutes because I'm stuck. I've just dropped an hour, and I'm like, what do I do?
And I'll go to the real small, the B or C rooms, the B or C comedy rooms on the outskirts.
To work out.
To work out, not the main rooms, not the A rooms.
Where's a B and a C room? What's a B
Holiday
and a C
Inn?
room?
Holiday Inn?
Yeah, Holiday Inn. There's a place called or in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Little small rooms.
They got the banquet room at the Holiday Inn. There's comedy clubs there. It's it's a B or a C room.
Hi, we're Sausalito, and Jim's going to be up in just a second.
Yeah, you work out. You play around. You let the crowd know what you're doing.
Totally get
it's
this.
fun. I love it. Love that process. And then you go into the improvs, which are more expensive rooms for the audience to get into, so they're paying more money. And by then the hour is fairly together, and I'm now it's a matter of chopping and adding and cut. You know how it is. It's just
so it takes you about a year. Do you base your entire, we'll call it an hour, you base your whole hour on one general subject? Do you keep returning to that, or do you just start with news of the day and then compile from there?
Whatever sparks me the first time. Like this time it took me 2 months to get anything. I was just doing dick jokes, and I felt awful about every night. I was bombing, having terrible shows, and then I went to my friend's son's bris. And it fucking shocked me so much to hear this kid screaming during a circumcision that I went on stage that night and talked about it for 20 minutes. And it killed. And that started.
What do you mean it killed?
It got big laughs because the emotion with it, like you talked about with the song, there was real emotion there. So it was a live event, and I spoke about it honestly, and the crowd laughed. So then I fucking took some of that and I began working it, and then from there I branched into Paula Deen and all the other stuff.
Anthony Weiner,
of course. Fucking but that's how it was. But that first honk was what it took.
Who was the author of the Lemon Cookie? What is it, Proust? Or whatever, the famous the remembrance of things long past or whatever. He bites into the lemon cookie and he starts remembering his past, and it takes him 3 full novels worth of remembering before he's done. I think it's called Remembrance of Things Past or whatever. It's a famous classic. And do you use television for that, or are you a newspaper junkie, or is it interaction with folks or whatever? I'll preface it with this. Most of what I'm getting that goes into my notebooks, my dog Russell, you can see him on my Twitter feed and all that shit, is a cattle dog, which means he's got real short little legs. It's for ducking under cattle, like so forth. Squats way low to the ground. And when we walk, before he trots, his pace is real slow. So you don't want to trot him. His walking pace is unbelievably slow. So when I'm walking that dog, you never question why that guy is moving so slowly past us. You'll just continue your conversation. You'll just continue critiquing whatever it is you were critiquing and whatever. You'll never even notice me because that's just a guy walking a dog. Now, if it's midnight and I'm out by myself, you have every right to be afeared.
Yeah, right. Right.
This guy's trouble looking for a place to have it, like this. But with the dog, all is forgiven. Nobody even blinks, right? And I walk just so slow, and I'm memorizing everything because I can speak a couple languages now too. So constant moving, just slow. And I'm going to say 85% of what goes into my notebooks comes from other people. Other people arguing. What's the old expression? The only one who listens to both sides of the argument is the neighbors. Well, I'm one of the neighbors.
Right.
And so most of what I'm getting is from other folks. But I know folks who write basically from the news, who can bring it out of novels and books and what have you, Where
it is some other people, like with the Paula Deen stuff. What bothered me was everybody's the shock. I'm tired of your shock, or I don't get your surprise. That was what it was. The outrage around Paula Deen annoyed me so much. So on Twitter, that started to spark me. So I started to attack people's fake out, and that's what it was. Right, it was other people. It was my annoyance at their reaction to something, and I didn't buy their reaction. So then you start talking about that on stage, and I tie that in with the circumcision because I'm like, American culture is very odd. What we embrace and what sparks us in a public debate, and that's the segue from circumcision. You talk about American culture is really weird that we embrace circumcision, but we don't like clitoral circumcision. And then you go right into fucking Paula Deen. So you have like a little segue there.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? You have to tie it together somehow.
No, you need Jim to tie it for you.
Yeah. You have to find some little fucking strand that can string them together so it makes some kind of sense. Or at least for me, it's easier to remember when I'm saying it. Maybe that's half it is I have to remember, the fucking ankle is connected to the shin, which is connected to, that's kind of how I remember. And that's what helps me put together that to remember to say it in a certain
How
order.
much of comedy is complaining?
Mine is 150%.
A lot of it.
That was a fast answer.
Oh, yeah, that's all it is. I complain and I'm on stage complaining.
Sure, because there's really very few funny things in a machine working. But when the machine breaks or when there's a problem, that to me is where the interesting discussion comes in. I had a great drive on the way to work today. The sun was out. Who gives a fuck? Oh, driving to work, there was a fucking accident. There was a truck flipped over. Really? That's the story I want to hear. That's what I'm more interested in. And that's what I'm more likely to laugh at. I went on a date. We kissed. It was magic. Oh, fuck you. I went on a date. I couldn't get a hard on, and her
and then
feet
she put
stunk.
her teeth in the drawer.
Yeah,
and she put her wig in the drawer.
That's what I want to hear. That's
she said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to sleep with the drawer."
Yeah, it's a fine line because you talk about your relationships and you're talking bad about your wife or women in general because that's what's going on. And then people go, "You're sexist. You hate women." I'm like, "No, it's just my chick's acting up." Well, I'm not gonna talk about the walk in the park that we took the other day, but
I've tried to explain American humor to the Japanese at length. Okay, they don't understand, by and large, the general thinking of sarcasm, or making fun of each other, or busting each other's chops.
Right.
Or that when you make fun of somebody in a joke, you follow, that's an insult, and that's never funny if somebody's being insulted. The only thing that could possibly be funny, to my short experience there, was if something unfortunate that was unpreventable happened to somebody, but one person didn't do it to the other.
Right.
You follow? You want to hear an example?
Sure.
This was one of the few jokes that I could come up with that they would laugh at, that they would think is funny. Three guys, an airplane crash lands in the desert. Three guys go wandering in the desert. A blind fella, a deaf fella, and a fella in a wheelchair. Do you know this one?
No.
They're wandering along. All of a sudden, the deaf fella says, "Look," he says, "up ahead, a sign that says Magic Lake." They go running up to the Magic Lake. The deaf fella jumps into the water, pulls his head out. He goes, "Fellas, you won't believe it. My hearing has returned." He says, "Louis," to the blind man, "come into the water." Drags him into the water. Louis throws his head up out of the water, says, "My God, my sight has returned." They wheel Manny, the guy in the wheelchair, into the water. They pull the wheelchair out. Bingo, the wheelchair has brand new wheels. It's okay because nobody did it to the other guy.
Right. Other than God punishing Manny and his bad legs.
And the land of the gods is the land of tears. So, and this is how the mechanism actually works. I don't think there's any laughter in heaven. I think shit has to go wrong. I think the best laughs, the best humor comes from when things go wrong. Then they get worse. Then they get worse. And then you just got to laugh.
Yeah.
It's the only release. It's the only way to draw a sword and cleave onto it. You follow?
If I had the crowd groaning after like 10 minutes, I go, look, there's no happy endings with my jokes. If you're expecting one, just go home and watch a romantic comedy because they're all my jokes end badly.
Well, a lot of jokes, the best.
It doesn't have to be wrapped up nicely like everything else, like every little movie or sitcom.
You don't have to
at
teach
the
a
end.
lesson in your
I don't have
joke?
to teach a lesson. There's no lesson at the end. Hey, it just ends. It peters out, and it's like holy shit. It fades to black, and you go, what the fuck just happened?
The best stuff, you're not sure if you should laugh. The best stuff, you want to laugh, but you're not sure if you want anybody to see you doing that laugh. The best stuff makes you cringe a little bit. Makes you kind of squeeze your fist a little bit, like, why am I laughing? It causes a lot of questions. You follow? And the best comedy, best humor, I'll call it, on television is when you turn off the sound and you can't tell if it's drama or comedy at all. The best stuff is delivered very straight faced. There's not a lot of winking and elbows, and knees, and and that kind of even observational is I think it's it's in subtext. It's very quiet, like the best acting. Not a lot of eyebrows, not a lot of extra.
Yeah.
Exactly. And when you see it also when we drive on the freeway, you see the giant posters in Hollywood, of the comedians and the fellas who are doing television shows, who have sitcoms and so forth now. And the fellas who are making the big faces with the big popped eyes and like that don't last very long.
No.
It is the undercurrent. It's the stuff you can't quite tell if this is humor or not. It's something that is a nice fine balance there, I think. Who's got that going these days?
No, me and Jim used to always make fun of the promos for the sitcoms, like during a football game or something like that. They always used to show the couple dancing. So that would make you go, oh, they must be having fun. It must be a fun show because the fat guy's dancing with the hot wife. So we better tune in because it looks a lot of fun.
And it's never fun.
It's never fun.
No,
there's no jokes there whatsoever. So they just try to cover up by dancing.
If he walked in and Allen Iverson was fucking his wife, like that would be fun.
Right? Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm fat and she's cheating on me with somebody who's in shape and not white.
Or just the wife. Just getting slapped is not funny. Do you follow?
Well, we disagree with that. I think punched is funny. You're right. Good point. Slapped isn't harsh enough.
No, okay. Three Stooges slapped is funny.
Yes.
Okay,
sure.
That's iconic. That's classic. But what passes for funny in a lot of modern sitcoms is the wife simply turns and slaps the supposedly dumb husband.
Yeah, in the back of the head, or oh, you, and he's been scolded again.
And if he's such a dumbass perennial 12-year-old who's never going to get out of junior high school, how is it his two kids are geniuses?
Right.
That is a routine.
And how did she marry him, and why does she fuck him? Like, how dumb is she to open her legs from this fat lump who she obviously hates?
I've been watching Japanese television, which is all, a lot of, remember early heavy metal, like in Hit Parader magazine and whatnot? Every single photo, everybody looks like they're being electrocuted, and you go, ah!
Yeah. Wow.
I'll call it my dentist is rich photo. Parts 1 through 200. Like this.
Yeah.
That's Japanese acting. That's Japanese commercials. That's Japanese comedy. That's Japanese angry. That's Japanese surprise and whatnot. And it's fascinating to the degree where I had Slingbox, where we could watch American television or whatnot. I didn't even bother. I felt like I was transported to a whole nother planet there. Who's got a good comedy show on American television today?
Louis C.K.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Louis
Jim
C.K.
Jeffries got a great show.
I haven't seen Jim's show. I hear it's very funny. I have not seen it.
What's the nature of Jim's show?
It's basically his life, basically sort of like a Louis C.K. It's called Legit. Amy Schumer's got a great show
Amy's
on
got a
Comedy
really
Central.
funny show on Comedy Central. Anthony Jeselnik's show is very funny on Comedy Central.
It's called
harsh.
Jeselnik Offensive. It's basically the Tonight Show with, sort of in that kind
Harsh
of theme
jokes.
with really harsh jokes. And he's got a panel and stuff.
Comedy Central seems to be the pivot for most of this, yo.
For those two are Comedy Central. FX has Jim Jeffries and Louis. I'm sure there's a couple others I'm forgetting too.
These new channels are racing, huh? What happened to regular television?
I haven't seen it. Eric's saying Mark Maron on IFC. I heard it's a good show.
Oh, yeah,
I've not
Mark
watched
Maron's got a show on IFC.
Well, I've heard Mark on what is it, on the radio?
Yeah, he's got his podcast,
I hear the podcast. And Mark gets very serious now.
Yeah.
At the end of his podcast, I feel like I'm being therapized. I feel like he's going to look at his watch and go, "Well, Dave, our time's up. See you on the next Wednesday." He has become very philosophical.
Yeah,
has become very almost a little bit like a life coach or something.
Yeah.
And isn't it interesting that in terms of the internet, which is the great, all-expansive, well, it's the whole future for the rest of our lives, at least in our time or whatever, that the folks who have commandeered it, who are running the fucking show, are the humorists and the stand-ups and the comics and the fellas who do what you do for a living. It's not the disc jockeys. It's not the rock and rollers. It's not the celebs, the news faces, the news teams that come from newsrooms or whatnot. You might have said, it might be Larry King or the bastard son of Larry King. It might be the bastard grandson of a Walter Cronkite. It might be a Roth, who's used to being in front of large abusers. No, it's the humorists, it's the stand-ups, it's the comics, the comedians, the players who have completely commandeered all of the best websites, all the best blogs, all the best broadcasting, etc. It's one right after the other. What do you think? Weigh in on this.
You might
you're right. Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, think who's out there. Think who's actually, doing the stuff. It's yourself. You got Rogan out there. You got the list is long.
For podcasts,
Jay Moore. You got Jay Moore. Then also you got a Bill Maher who does the great. His show is great.
Maher should run for office, yo.
He's great.
That's my one big disappointment about Bill Maher is how come you're not running for president?
He probably has too many. He's probably fucked too many chicks without it. You know what I mean? All these girls that come out of the woodwork. As a comedian, you can do whatever you want. But once you start running for office, too many girls that come out and go, "And he fucked my ass and then my mouth."
See, that's my theory why you never ran for office.
I couldn't run for office. No way.
We got to break real quick. We have to.
All right, I'm at Uncle Vinny's Comedy Club.
I'm running from office
tonight and tomorrow night. Uncle Vinny's Comedy Club in Point Pleasant, New Jersey.
We'll be right back with Jim Florentine, David Lee Roth, and then in a little while the great Anderson Silva.
Opie and Anthony. This is the Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show.
What is the story with doing advertising on like website podcasts and whatnot? Are people advertising?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
That's how people make money. And they get a definite. The advertisers love it even more than TV, it seems, because they know exactly how many clicks they get because there's a counter. There's no Nielsen ratings. They know exactly how many people have seen their product. That's why I think when you look at a YouTube channel and it says Lady Gaga's video has 54 million views, that's a lot of advertising money because every product says we know exactly how many eyeballs have been on this. And a lot of times you have to sit through at least 5 seconds or sometimes the whole 30-second commercial. But that's how they're making money off the internet. And that's eventually what's going to drive the internet is going to be all the advertising money, which is...
Is it all the same products or is it...
No, a bunch of different ones. Some of it's for TV. Like, again, we talked about Sabbath. They did a brilliant campaign on YouTube. Almost every YouTube video I watched, a little banner for Black Sabbath 13 would come up regardless of the video. So they did a massive campaign on YouTube.
And this was just any kind of video at all, or was it particular to that kind of music?
It was surprising there were videos that I thought were out of that demo, and I can't remember any examples that had a 13 ad for them. I don't know if it was all
Something
of them.
like Trent Reznor, something like Nine Inch Nails might get the Black Sabbath banner, right?
Yeah, that one you'd expect. But then there was other stuff I watched, which were just like whatever regular videos that were
Selena Gomez.
Yeah, something weird. Or even a non-music video.
Something twisted. Speaking of something twisted, did you see the movie Spring Breakers?
I
Spring
did not.
Breaks?
Yes.
It's like teen porn, right?
Yeah.
Was that intentionally made to be so bad, like Showgirls? Did you see Showgirls?
Yeah, I went to the theater to see it.
Okay, and it was so poor that it was good, right?
Yeah.
Andy Warhol once said that if you do something intentionally so bad that it'll turn out good.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example of Van Halen. We tried to write the worst punk rock song, single, no chorus, no verse, no nothing, just two stupid chords. Tried to play the stupidest solo possible, and that's how we wrote Ain't Talking About Love. Even the chorus is supposed to be punk rock. Everybody in the time is yelling, I'm in love with you. I'm going, I ain't talking about love. And I'm intentionally not singing, just shouting it. You follow me? And tried to make the worst possible song possible.
Wow.
We were getting drunk in the basement, and about halfway through the evening, I said, uh-oh. Uh-oh. And it turned out really, really, positive like that. So, I got to wonder, if there's stuff that's, so bad that it's good. Did you see Rock of Ages?
No.
Yes, I saw that.
Okay, weigh in here. Talk to me.
The movie? The movie version.
Why are you holding your heart? Please share with us. What did you see?
Rock of Ages was I thought Spring Breakers was definitely awesome. Like it was on that level of it was just like, what am I watching? Like this is nothing, and then it just became something.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Well, Spring Breakers, it's being pitched as kind of, it's almost documented. These are young people having fun on spring break, and it's kind of real, kind of whatever. And I'm watching movie guys, critics, even in Japan, sitting there rubbing the little chin hairs, going, it seems a bit like a dream. Yeah, like 5 little nectar butts in bikinis doing a federal court appearance in front of the judge, and they're all in their bikinis.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a dream?
But it's almost that was almost like a commentary on how awful that whole teenage girl thing that's happening is. Genre.
Okay, but what about Rock of Ages? What was that a comment?
I did a whole podcast on how bad it is. It was the worst movie I've ever seen in the history of movie making.
Why? Well, please weigh in here. Why? Please share with me.
Just horrendous. The story, there was no storyline whatsoever. It was all weak. They were singing. The dialogue was horrendous. Tom Cruise actually was okay in the film. Everyone blamed it on him. I mean, it was just
there was nothing redeeming about it whatsoever.
Nothing.
There was nothing to take away from it.
But now I want to see it.
Exactly.
Now I want to see it, even though it's a hunk of shit and not ironically good.
Right.
I want to see it.
It has an attractability to it now, like bad horror movies, where you see the spaceship hanging on the end of the clothesline or the string, and you feel smugly superior to it.
I tell people, I said, if you want to go in, if you have to go in watching this movie, knowing and making fun of it, because if you go in just to watch it, maybe it's not so bad, you're going to be really angry after 2 hours. You're going to hate whoever recommended it. You're going to yell at your wife if she wanted to sit with you. It'll affect your relationship. It's that bad. But if you can go in mocking it, you're going to love it.
Well, we were just talking about cringy comedy. Like the best comedy makes you cringe. Like you're watching this movie and you cringe the entire time. So if you're laughing at it the entire movie, it's very enjoyable.
Exactly. You feel smugly superior
Yes,
to it.
that's perfect.
Like an Ed Wood movie.
Yes.
Where the effects are so piss poor and the acting is so bad that it becomes something that you look forward to, especially if you're watching it with other friends, you dig? And also, you get that element where it becomes something familiar, like an ugly face on a family member, like Rocky Horror Picture Show, where everybody knows exactly what's coming up. And I don't know, was Rocky Horror good or bad? I can't tell anymore.
A toast, and everybody throws toast.
Exactly. Yeah. And the songs are quote unquote so bad, but if you sing them all together, well, it's like campfire songs.
Yeah.
Technically, those suck too. But if everybody's having a great time, it was the best dinner I ever had, and it was nothing but salami and white bread. But you were starving, and you were with family, and you were at the beach, and it was Coney Island.
It's the community feel of it that makes it something a little bit more. Like, I love Rocky Horror. Sweet Transvestite's a great song. And what's the other one? When they get fucking
Time Warp? Janet.
Damn it, Janet's very good.
So you know what? The music does stand up in that. It's like the Monkees, where it's fun to make fun of the Monkees until you actually sit down and go, "Hey, these songs are pretty damn good." And you probably weren't even around when the Monkees were happening, and you can sing me monkey songs.
Of course, I was watching the reruns when I was a kid, thinking it was like a new show.
Yeah, you can make fun of the Monkees all the way up until you start listening, and you go, "Wait a minute, those are real songs." That's why you can still talk about the Monkees this many summers after 1965, and everybody goes, yeah. And if you really want to test my word on it, say, which one's your favorite monkey, and somebody can always answer.
Yeah.
Well, Jim, let me tell you a quick scene in Rock of Ages, and you tell me if there's any redeeming quality at all. Catherine Zeta-Jones plays like a PMRC, Tipagora woman. Rock and roll is infested the Sunset Strip, and it's all bad.
Sure.
Because, that's devil music, and it's sex and all that stuff. So she's married to the governor or the mayor of Los Angeles, and he's really cheating on her. Anyway, so she gets a whole group of these women, these like soccer moms. They're across the street from the Roxy on the Sunset Strip with signs, and they're singing, "We built this city," and then all the rockers are on the other side of the street going, "We're not gonna take it," and then they cut back, "We built this city, we're not gonna take it."
I don't believe you. That's so bad.
You don't believe me?
That's not something that was ever conceptualized or shot. That's a lie.
It's not a lie. No.
It's the music, man. It's where they split the screen and the four barbershop guys are singing Light a Rose on one side,
You didn't like the rock and roll mashups?
On the other.
That sounds terrible.
And then it sounds so bad that it's almost intentional, like Showgirls, where if you watch that carefully with a critic's eye, it's so bad it has to have been intentional so that you can say this is the worst, like an Ed Wood movie. If I said, guys, let's do an Ed Wood movie complete with bad acting, bad makeup, bad effects. Come on, Jim, we have to invent the flying saucers. What's the worst we can do? Paper plates. Mark, get some paper plates.
Right.
Fishing line, it's a little thin. Do we have any rope? Good. How about a shoestring? Better. A dirty one? Nice.
Yeah.
It's like when Tarantino did Grindhouse, and he intentionally made it look bad.
And he fucked up the film, and he made the film jump. Tarantino did that, right? You're right. To give it the old movie house feel.
The acting was purposely not good, and
Yeah, I've accidentally done that in every project I've ever fucking worked on. Unintentionally been fucking Ed Wood awful. Yeah, but if you're doing it like Showgirls, I don't know. You have to look at the brilliance behind the people. Like when you look at the UK Office, Gervais is a master in that because the jokes, there's a genius to the jokes, but they're so uncomfortably awful. His performance, it literally makes my skin crawl, and it's so good. It's a masterpiece, his performance in The Office. But he was brilliant, and Stephen Merchant's brilliant. So you know that like it came full circle, and there were comic geniuses behind this fucking awkwardness.
Right.
There comes a point, it's almost like they went from 12 all the way around to 12. But somebody who's really just genuinely awful, they go from 12 to 11:58 and they stop. And in that little difference was what makes a great watchable thing and an absolutely terrible, enraging thing.
Because
for me,
on a show
one
like
is acting, and the other is just somebody actually being awful.
Being terrible, yeah.
Acting you can watch infinitely. It's like when Warhol did his Brillo boxes; they were just different enough from the real Brillo box.
Right.
Somebody tried to copy it, got a bunch of Brillo boxes, put them up in the window, and couldn't sell any of it. That was just a real deal. You're doing an impression of it. There, you have to suspend your disbelief a little bit. There has to be some artistic license, some otherworldliness to it, just a little bit. Do you think the American production of The Office is pretty good?
No, I don't. But again, I acknowledge it's a good show, well acted, because it's so successful. It doesn't do anything for me. I watched a few of them. It just reminded me of how the brilliance of the UK Office. So I get it. I don't have to love it to acknowledge.
What's the worst job you ever had?
Drove a forklift for Cerro Copper where I had a boom attached to the front like a crane, and I was unloading 20-foot copper bindles in January off the back of flatbed trucks on a fucking ramp that was broken. So if I came off the wrong side of the ramp, I would have fallen off the dock on a forklift. That's the worst job I ever had, by far.
My worst job was my first job. Ernie Robertson, who ran a horse training stable over in Eaton Canyon, about 2 miles from where I was living in Pasadena, California. And he said, I'll give you your first job. He said, but I have to start paying you minimum wage at the age of 13. He says, you got to go get a Social Security card, and you can't be 13 because I'm not going to pay you minimum wage. It's the first time I lied to the government. You know, I rode my Schwinn. This was in like 1966, 67, something like this. I rode my bicycle over to the Social Security office in Pasadena, California. It was a much looser time. You could actually walk. A kid my age could walk in there and get the Social Security card. I told him I was 12 years old. And instead of actually 13, so that I wouldn't have to receive minimum wage. For many, many years, up until about 10 years ago, I thought I'd get thrown in prison when the government found out I was actually telling people that I was a year younger than I actually was. Every now and then I get caught for it in the press. And then they would say, well, if you're going to lie, why are you only lying by 10 months?
Yeah, what's the use?
At least chop half a decade here, kid, you know.
That is a funny thing to lie about. 10 months.
But Ernie Robertson didn't want to pay me a minimum wage. I was shoveling shit at a stable there.
Yeah, that's a lousy job.
Yeah, but I did learn Spanish. You know, everybody that I was working with there, you know, was over the border surreptitiously. It was Spanish was the only thing spoken. Everybody was working there for $50 a week, whatnot. You know, so now you know I can bust a move pretty good in what is becoming the first language in the United States quickly.
I was a telemarketer for 2 days and I quit because it was all these fat women sitting around, you know, doing the telemarketing. I was the only guy they hired, and I was sitting between them, and they were just sexually harassing me because they were like, "Oh, go get me some coffee. Oh, look at his ass. Oh, he's hot." And they were all weighed like 400 pounds. And by the second day, I was so uncomfortable, I walked out and left.
You couldn't take it?
I couldn't take it. I mean, yeah.
You know,
it was like 5 400-pounders just staring me down, undressing me, and I was very uncomfortable. I banged chicks that big, but it wasn't the right moment.
You don't want to have to see them every day.
Telemarketing what? Like a specific
It was like
product,
those steaks, those frozen
from Omaha.
Yeah, Omaha steaks. That's what it was. Yeah. No, what are the odds 4 fat women are selling steaks?
There you go.
Imagine hearing that voice selling you steaks. Hello, are you hungry? Oh, yuck.
Yeah, but whenever I would say it, all the fatties would look at me. Yeah, are you hungry? Yeah. They'd ruin my...
I don't eat steak too much anymore, but what about barbecue? Where's the best barbecue in the city now?
I don't eat much barbecue.
You don't eat barbecue?
There's a place right now like 20...
Are you like a vegetarian
No,
or something?
I eat meat. I'm saying this. I haven't been to a place specifically for barbecue. Like if I order chicken at home, I'll get barbecue sauce and dip it, but I haven't gone to a place specifically for barbecue.
Usually what I eat is horrible, man. It's like a crocodile diet, just birds and foliage.
All right.
So when I splurge, I like to go out, you know.
There was a barbecue place on like 21st or something.
There was it was called Rub, except first a car drove into it and destroyed the whole front of it. So then they fixed it. And then the hurricane came right after they fixed it and blew it out again. They didn't have any money to replace it, so it's gone now. But that was the best place around here.
Rub was the name of it?
It was, yeah.
It was next to Gotham Comedy Club.
Yeah.
Oh, I know where that is. Sure. There's got to be another place, though.
Oh, yeah. There's a dozen, barbecue places. And barbecue is not always the same. You know, you got rub, you got mop, you got dry rub. You know, there's a variety of different approaches here. I watch a lot of Food Channel. You know, it was one of the few things in English in Japan.
Now, are you a fancy food guy? Like, will you go out to fancy restaurants in New York? Do you like a real gentleman's meal once in a while, or?
Like I say, I call it a crocodile diet. It's crocodile. I eat chicken, turkey, oatmeal, and whatever greens, and that's about it. And that's breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, no bread.
Hardly ever.
Sushi, no sushi.
It's pretty rare. Breakfast is chicken burger, oatmeal, maybe some blueberries. maybe a protein shake, and most of the meals are pretty much the same kind of thing. When I go out to eat, I'll splurge for what most people consider standard, like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or a McDonald's, the number 2, the 2 cheeseburgers with the extra large fries, and whatever. For what, is kind of standard for most people is like happy holidays for me.
How often do you do that? Will you eat like really like a shit meal just to enjoy yourself?
About once a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pizza.
Yeah, you bet. All the good stuff. I was raised on all the good stuff. Are you kidding? Breakfast at the Roth family, when I was a little kid, was pancakes with extra syrup and extra butter. And then the orange juice came out of the frozen thing, where you scoop the frozen in there, but you put a lot less water than you're supposed to so that the orange juice is sweeter. And then you put a lot of sugar in there as well, and you might have a piece of toast with some butter and some sugar on it. And, Grandpa Abe died when he was, it was during my mother's birthday party when he was 62 years old. You imagine? No matter Mom's a little wiggy.
Yeah.
You sang happy birthday and you're singing killed Grandpa.
Yeah. Right.
And then caffeine.
Huh?
Caffeine.
Oh yeah, that's.
Do you eat anything before you work out in the morning?
We did not build this city on rock and roll. We built it on caffeine.
Do you eat anything before you work out in the morning?
When I wake up, I do a protein shake. It's vegetarian style. Kind of a rice-based thing. It's real super sport specific. Because the lighter and tighter that I stay, then you'll never lose that high note. I make that joke about going to hear Stairway to Heaven, and homeboy's not quite hitting that high note. That's not a product of genetics. It's not a product of bad luck. It's a product of breakfast and what you should or shouldn't be eating in terms of, do you really want that high note? You want to preserve it? You can go see Tony Bennett, and he's still got his high note, and he's well up in his 80s there. So it's just mechanics.
It seems like your singing has gotten better over the years from back in the early 80s.
I've gotten a little more aware of, how to fine-tune my instrument. When you first start off, you depend on your teenage metabolism to keep you skinny and preserve the high note, I call it, or the high kick, or anything in between. And then if you're going to continue past the requisite 3.5 summer careers these days are what, 3.5 years long? If that, and if you don't have a last name like a Rihanna or a Beyonce. Does Lady Gaga have a last name? I guess Gaga is kind of the
technically,
last name. Technically, but those kids go even faster. You follow? It's just boom, here today, gone later today. And if you want to continue in the fight game long past, into your 30s and your 40s and whatnot, then it's a matter of, device. It's a matter of plotting and planning and scheming a little bit. Too much? Come on, all work, no play makes for, that's not real either. We know actors who come out of, for example, Los Angeles. Here in New York, they call it L.A. tight. Doesn't look real. Too much time in the gym, too much perfect diet, too much time in the suntan booth, too much time doing yoga, too much time vocal lessons, too much time. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It's overworked, man. You crushed it up too much. It's all going to fall out the other end.
And perfection. And nobody wants perfection. A little flaw or a sign of humanity or a sign of age or a sign of a voice crack, I love. One of my favorite things in the new Sabbath record is in the song Damaged Soul. There's one part where Ozzy says soul, and his voice cracks a little bit, and it's my favorite part of the fucking record is that moment.
Your favorite jeans are not brand new.
Right.
They're the fucked up ones where the holes are in the exact right place, and the fade happens just exactly right here. Yeah, exactly. Your favorite cowboy boots are not polished and perfect unless you speak Spanish as a first language. No, the Tejanos love that. Brand new blood red cowboy boots and a brand new straw cowboy hat on Friday night. I'm down. But that's not my first language. I like cowboy boots that show the distance. Look at these shoes. These shoes tell a story. These shoes have about 22 countries worth of passport stamps on them, and so does the area right around my eyes.
Right.
Son, my smile lines are so deep it goes in one side and out the other. It's not actually two lines.
Now, wait, does that, you think it has anything to do with the way people are raised, though? Like, people who are raised with a decent amount of money are comfortable, kind of like faded or beat up things are more comfortable, and people who are raised without money or totally broke love the new stuff because they didn't have it. I'm wondering if that has anything to do with what people like, too.
Yeah, perhaps you want what you don't got. I am increasingly aware of how hard we work once we're successful in our arts and entertainment in the United States, how hard we work to look like we don't have any money.
Right.
You know,
right.
Who is... Get a smile over
No, it's true.
You go overboard to make
No, because
sure
you've never
poor.
you've never been a showy guy where you've, known to live a lavish lifestyle.
No. For example, Elton John can't go anywhere without all of the lights on him, all of the spotlight on him. He starts with basic purple and goes to bright yellow. Right. And that's just his glasses. And I love that. Do you follow? But I myself, I have a different balance to what I do. I like to kind of lurk around the edges a little bit. As a matter of research, I like watching people. I like, like I said, listening and finding, the little bits and pieces that I use in my art form.
Are you friends with Mick Jagger?
I have been. I've hung out and shared some strong drink with him before. Why? What are you leading up to?
No reason. I don't know him. I met him once and I was pretty starstruck. And I'm just wondering if you were friends with him. There's no reason for me asking. I'm just curious.
Where do you put him as a front man? All time.
That's
rock and roll.
Well, that's interesting because in rock and roll, there was a whole lot of great new audience members who had never seen where he got it from. You follow? If you watch the, the Teenage America something show from the early 60s, I think it's 1965, James Brown comes on right before the Rolling Stones, and he does Night Train, and you can tell that he is competing. All right. This is when James had the famous giant conch haircut. It was called a conch. And it took almost 3 hours to get his hair to do that. That haircut was so cool. It had its own fucking area code. Okay. Right. And, everybody imitated James Brown, doing the mashed potatoes and, I think it was called the Hully Gully, etc. That where you kind of move your feet, etc. And he was competing with the Rolling Stones. You could tell right away. And he burnt that stage down. Burn it down. Mick then comes out with the Stones, and it's a pale white boy version. It's just written all over the screen. Now, admittedly, he did get a whole lot better at that. But just as if you watch Michael Jackson, and if you know the influences where it came from, arguably the influences were a little bit stronger doing what they were doing. Watch some of what Michael was doing on that stage. He's imitating some of the Flash teams like the Nicholas Brothers or the Berry Brothers. You can Google these. You see these on YouTube. These guys come out of the 40s and the 50s, and you'll see the moonwalk. You'll see, the double backspin, etc. But it was done a little bit better. You follow? And this is what I see when I see the Stones. Is I knew that giant totem pole when it was just a tree stump.
Right.
And I'll always think that to a degree. Just as when people will watch Van Halen, there's a lot of folks who think I'm completely original, and then there are those of you who know that no, I stole most of my moves from James Brown.
James Brown.
Singing wise is probably closer to who sang Mustang Sally, who sang Soul Growlers, closer to Otis Redding, and Sam and Dave, acts like this. So if you knew the stone before it was made into the statue first, you'll never quite get that out of your mind.
You were the first one to jump off the drum riser, though, and do a split. I never saw that before.
Okay, well, that's not called jumping off the drum riser and doing a split. That's called a 460 moonsault off the top rope.
I forgot it was your wrestling move. Right?
And now that I dial in the color, you go, wait a minute. It was the snooker fly drop. Wait a minute. That was the sunsplash move. Wait a minute. No, nothing new under the wrestling sun.
And that was always great with Dave because there was always a story, and you never, like you were saying before, like you never denied it or said it was the truth. One, I think you were in a cast on the back of Van Halen 2, and they said it was from the picture you took on the album cover from jumping off the drum rise.
Yes, that's true. That is
true. And there was another one where you broke your wrist, and there was a story that you got in a fight with a guy in a bar over rock versus disco. And because he liked disco and you were a rocker.
Shit, I don't remember exactly that. But I remember jumping off that drum riser. Those are wrestling moves. You know what? And I was just on the radio. I was just doing a podcast with Stone Cold Steve Austin, the wrestler. It was the other night, and I was talking to him. And he says, man, Dave, he says, I always wanted to be a rock and roller. He says, most of these wrestlers wanted to be rock and rollers, be in a band of some kind. I says, that's not even a real coincidence, because most rock and rollers see themselves as fierce warriors at some point in our brief but colorful tenure. Either we're wrestlers or boxers, or, I personally am Spider-Man. It's, delicate house blend. And I started appropriating from that early on. When I saw Muhammad Ali appropriating some of the persona, I figured I can appropriate some of those moves. Right now, imitate Spider-Man in your imagination. You crouch down and you get your fingers all apart, right? Like you're going to get them with the palms of your hands, right? And you kind of make your eyes disappear. Well, there's your new album cover shot. You follow? Right. And then there's the Joker. Anytime I'm doing anything, with the mic stand or a cane that looks remotely like a cane, like the top piece of the mic stand or whatever, there's a way to kind of cock the head. It's almost like you're going to tap dance, but you never really do. It gets kind of a menacing look to it. You never complete the move, which is unsettling. Right. You look like you got a thought.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
No, it's funny because there's I'm sure you know the band Steel Panther.
I know of them, sure.
The singer is, they basically, do 80s stuff or whatever, but the singer is totally, I think he was in a Van Halen tribute band back in the day, Atomic Punks. He was a singer, but the new generation of kids love this band. They play like 80s hard rock. And he's total David Lee Roth on stage. And he does every move, wears the same outfits, and people love it. Does the kicks, does everything, and it's just really cool to see. And just the new generation go, wow, that's real. I've never seen that before. If they didn't know they didn't see Van Halen back in the day.
Well, this solicits a whole nother conversation here. Let's start off with Journey, the current arrangement of the band right. Journey. And we have our friend who is singing there. I think his name's Arnell.
Arnell, yeah.
And Arnell is making a living sounding exactly like somebody else. Okay? That being said, it begs the question of, are rock bands like a Broadway play, like West Side Story, where you can change the people over the years and the play remains every bit as good, if not better? Of course, when you go see the modern version of West Side Story on Broadway today, nobody is trying to sound exactly like the original cast. I can't even remember who was in the original cast. I don't even think I was alive for the original cast of that. You follow? But maybe rock bands are to some degree. Want to weigh in here? What do you think? What's your answer to this question?
I'm thinking of something. I just got a text from Chris Jericho talking about wrestlers, and he's just saying this interview is the best.
He was probably calling in.
What do you mean?
We don't have a phone screener.
Why don't we have a phone screener?
I don't know. There's been a phone screener all day, but he was on the hotline.
Okay, the intern was out doing runs, and then I asked other people to come, and nobody wants to come do the phone.
Who didn't want to come do the fucking job that we need done?
Well, wait, we'll just talk about wrestling instead of Arnell Pineda, because it's a more interesting
Chris has got a
subject.
great band. Chris got a great metal band called Fozzy.
Yeah.
Fozzy?
Yeah.
Is that a play on words?
Yeah, it's kind of like it was
originally, but now
they're
it's a serious
actually
band, and they're really
good band.
Yeah,
because I just saw this coffee company last night on television, Javalia Coffee Company, and I thought it's a combination of the word vagina and genitalia, right? Vagilia or whatever, and if you just reverse it, Javalia, no. No. You want to know why wrestling is the most popular thing going? It's because it's the only sport that everybody understands. It's just like swearing is the only language that we all understand. We touched on this subject earlier.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
You know,
Contact sports, the rules are the same. There's a winner and a clearly defined loser. Is usually the guy laying on his back.
And you can even understand the stories wherever you are. You can figure out who the bad guy is, who the good guy
now that
is.
I've explained some of my roots now into the rock and roll. Think back to some of the clothes I used to wear. It's all wrestling stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
The knee pads, and you wear it. It's from the knee pads down. To me, it was Comanche Indian. I don't know. It's wrestling. Come on. With the pants with the side pieces, it was black on the sides with the little stripes, and it kind of looks like ski pads. It's nothing but classic wrestling. Half of the moves were nothing but classic wrestling. The only thing I didn't do was land on somebody, which occasionally would happen after the show.
Well, that's not true, Dave, because there was I never saw a wrestler wear assless chaps.
Well, actually, you've seen something close to it because I got that from Road Warrior. Road Warrior Part 2, okay? Remember the Ayatollah of rock and roll and the guys with the big mohawks, etc., all wore pants like that. And I sat through that movie twice in a rainy Monday night in Pasadena, California at the United Artists Theater when there were still movie theaters. And I watched that goddamn thing through twice and thought, why isn't anybody doing this? I get it. American Indian biker bondage thing. This is so clearly evident.
What wrestlers did you like coming up?
Well, I imitated everybody.
Yeah.
If they had a colorful move, Bobo Brazil, the coconut butt was very popular. That's your first step moving away from the Three Stooges, Jimmy Snuka, of course,
oh, sure.
He was, that was important for aerial tricks, and then there were 3 or 4 different guys who were doing the moonsault. It's hard to pin that one on who invented that. There's a Japanese fella and a couple of other fellas who are doing that. Also, the idea of looking like terrifying bikers. In the 1960s, you had movies where, there was always Bruce Stern played the bad guy, okay, and you had Peter Fonda playing the good guy, Wild Angels, Nancy Sinatra was always the biker chick, and this kind of a thing. And what would happen is the bike gang would take over something. Either they'd storm a shopping mall and take over the shopping mall, or they'd storm a little town and take over the town, or they'd take over the bar and grill in the Rexall, and they'd destroy everything. And if they destroyed the shopping mall area, they'd wear everything that they stole and broke, right? So they'd wear Christmas decorations and women's feather boas and big stupid sunglasses from the costume department, so they'd look psychotic, fucked up, and terrifying, right? And so when I started seeing characters like Hulk Hogan and Jesse Ventura and stuff, huge, big, muscular dudes with feather boas and psychotic glasses, they look like bikers to me. You follow? They look like the Hell's Angel movies of, hey, we got drunk and we broke into this place and we found all these Hanukkah decorations. Right. I'm a fucking rabbi.
Did a Van Halen
So I would key into those elements, you follow, and then there were always. It's hard to determine, is it the fight or the theater? Is it the actual showdown at the OK Corral, or is it the build-up, the stagecraft, we'll call it? I don't know. It's that old thing of, is it the peanut butter or the chocolate that makes it a Reese peanut butter cup?
Did you borrow?
Careful of your answer.
Did you borrow anything on stage from Bob Backlund?
Ooh,
he was boring back then.
Yeah,
Jim loved Bob Backlund.
That doesn't sound like a name that
no,
really...
he was a champ for like 3 years and nobody even knew he was just a crybaby and
he walked on his knees.
The knee walk was the big one. That's a big one in rock and roll, is the knee walk.
Is it?
Yes, it is. It certainly is.
The knee walk? What is the knee walk?
Well, it's the legendary knee walk. I forget how he would do it. I was a boy.
Well, he would start walking on his feet, but then he would drop to his knees as he walked. So he'd come up and he'd go foot, knee, up, foot, knee, up.
That's right.
It would really
wait
show
a
his
minute,
athleticism.
Short red hair.
That's
Sensible haircut.
Yeah,
That's
sensible dude.
They have that in Japanese. It's called knee walking, and you get ultra low, right? And it's like you're on your tiptoes and your knees and so forth. Yeah, I think it was called taisho or something like that. It's called knee walking.
Yeah, Jimmy used to like Bob Backlund doing that.
It's the way that you walk across the mat without being taller than the teacher. Especially if the teacher's already kneeling in place, you can't have your head above his head. It's unforgiving training over there. I just finished a year of that shit. And when you move across that mat, you don't want your head to be above the teacher's, even if he's kneeling in place at the head of the class, or you're going to end up sweeping up that whole fucking place and cleaning out the bathroom. And all the
I guess the option would be to wait until the teacher gets off the mat.
Or until he has to go to the bathroom and stands up.
Yeah.
We got to.
Hey, Dave, real quick, I just wanted to ask you, what did the Van Halen, the rest of the band, ever go, what the fuck are you wearing when you would come in with those outrageous costumes?
Say that as we even speak. Oh no, the most recent conversation. Now it's done with a lot of laughter and a lot of mutual surprise and support and a lot of mutual making fun of. We understand the nature of sarcastic comedy. We are not Japanese, you follow. And they were discussing high top tennis shoes. And they were standing, and the wives and some of the guys from the band were standing there. Some of the gals from wardrobe, and one of the gals was saying, "Yeah, I'm just a jeans and sneakers kind of gal. Like, just take it easy, comfort or whatever." And one of the wardrobe ladies says to me, "What about you, Dave? Do you wear sneakers? Are you a sneakers kind of guy?" I said, "Well, just for me." Sneakers, when you see them on me, it says, I just want to be part of the circle that leisure, ease, comfort, and recreation are really high on my list. And the fact is, those things aren't on my fucking list at all. I never wear sneakers.
Your brain is a very...
I could care less about recreation and ease and comfort. I'll sleep when I'm married. What are you going to say?
Your brain is a very... Your brain's a very interesting thing to watch go from point A to point B. It's a fun journey just to watch.
In wrestling, it's called coast to coast. I just went coast to coast conceptually here.
Let's take one more break because it's already a little after 9. We got to do a couple more reads, and then we can only go till 10 today because I have to leave. So I want to make sure we get all our breaks in, otherwise I'm going to get fucked. And the fact we didn't have a phone screener is really fucking irritating me because somebody called on the hotline. It might have been Jericho to talk to you. I don't know. All right, so let's do this read, and we'll be back very shortly. We got to plug too. They asked us to plug Dave's website, which we have not plugged properly. So let's. And
Dave, you still got the podcast going, and
we're almost at 6 million close friends and family now. DavidLeeRoth.com, The Roth Show.com. We're on iTunes.
I saw the great
YouTube,
video you guys did where you go into you're playing like the mobster and
the
whole thing. That was really cool. You had a little movie you did.
Tokyo's Story is actually a scene from a movie, and we're in negotiations with a Japanese film production company right now about making that movie. It's called Dragon Moon. And there's a whole picture. There's a whole movie that goes along with that. But you were about to do an advertisement for...
we're going to do this one because the question is, and as everyone wants to know, Jim, how did you sleep last night? The answer is like shit, like I always sleep. Did you wake up stiff and cranky? I mean, a lot of us do. If so, maybe you or I just don't have the right pillow under your head at night, giving you the proper support. That's why there's My Pillow from MyPillow.com.
Is this pillow music?
It is pillow music.
This is overdue dentist appointment music.
You know what? That's right. That is due to the incompetence in the back. It should be a soft, comforting.
Yeah.
How about a comforting song?
Like a lullaby.
There we go. Much better.
That's why you can't sleep.
That's why there's MyPillow.com. MyPillow is the amazing smart pillow with the 60-night comfort guarantee and a 10-year warranty. It holds your head very firmly, but softly in place. It hugs you and holds you to sleep each night. You're going to love this pillow. My Pillow is made right here in the U.S., in Minnesota, so you're not ordering it overseas and getting, God forbid, a tarantula or some creepy overseas boat shit all over your pillow. It never goes flat. It's adjustable, and it's a perfect fit from when you lay down at night to when you get up the next morning. You can even wash and dry the My Pillow the way you would your favorite pair of old jeans or your favorite shirt or whatever it is, your favorite pair of underpants. Pick a piece of clothing. My Pillow is the solution for your sleepless nights. Get one now by calling 1-800-299-6694 or just go to mypillow.com. Maybe you have lousy reception. Maybe you don't want to pick up the phone right now. Maybe you're on the internet searching pornography. So just go to mypillow.com. Use the promo code XM4. That's the number 4. Save 25%. That's a quarter off. You're also going to receive a free press and pack travel bag with your order so you can bring your My Pillow so you don't have to get spoiled at home and have a great night's sleep and then go to some hotel and sleep like your head's on a fucking rock. So it's 1-800-299-6694 or go to mypillow.com and use the promo code XM4.
The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show. Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony Show continues.
We return to the Opie and Anthony Show without Opie or Anthony. Both
Where are they? Are they on vacation?
No, arrested in separate homosexual incidents in men's rooms and parks. It was really weird. Opie arrested in one in Long Island and Anthony on one here in Manhattan, which there's not many restrooms in Manhattan that have glory holes, but Anthony Cumia found one. Both arrested. And David Lee Roth is here with us, of course, all day, and Jim Florentine, my oldest comedy friend, and Sam Roberts. And before Anderson Silva comes in, he's not here yet, there's a bit of controversy brewing because we had a hotline ringing before.
Yes.
And I don't know if it was Chris Jericho, if it was Jay Moore or Colin Quinn or any of these other people. I was trying to get Mike Tyson to come in today because I figured what a surprise for Anderson Silva if Mike walked in, although they like each other.
You're fucking awesome.
It would be great. It'd be amazing, but Mike is in Pennsylvania. I think he's got to fight his fighters fighting.
Mike is livelier than ever.
He's the best.
I saw him doing the promotion like I started to say earlier, and he had two kind of young fighters, and he's pushing them. He's going, come on, I want you to say you're going to kick the motherfucker's ass, and you should be angry like you're going to kill the motherfucker. He's like coaching them into, guys, you got to get this colorful. You got to pump up the volume of it. He was the most lively and dynamic character on the screen right then. Huh?
So I figured if he came in to surprise Anderson, it would be nice, but you never know. I don't think that was him calling in, but you just don't know. So we had no hotline, and Eric is saying that fucking Sal refused to do it. So I told Sal outside, I'm like, that's unacceptable. This is a fucking not a hobby.
Sal refused to do what?
Be out to work the
scream
phone.
the calls.
But Sal is angrily denying that and saying that's bullshit.
That's not bullshit because I missed the hotline call, yes. But when I called him, I said, I need you in here to do phones. I'm busy, and he's yelling whatever. And I said,
How did you miss the hotline?
Here's what I went in there and told Eric about the hotline, he had already said, Sal said that he wouldn't come in. Before this hotline even rang, he said that Sal had already said, I'm not going back there.
This is starting to sound a little bit like Celebrity Rehab.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're building up a big wrestling match right here.
So, Sal, what's the truth?
So this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Go ahead.
So this is what happened. E-Rock calls me. He says, "Hey, come do the phones." I said, "I'm in the middle of something." He said, "Okay." He said, "Come do them right now. The show's more important." I said, "Okay."
I'm sorry. Are you Anderson?
No. This is Sal.
I have my glasses on.
I said, "Okay." I hang up the phone. I start walking back, and intern Tyler is walking back towards the producer studio as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he's walking back with breakfast, and I said, "Why do you have breakfast?" He said, "Oh, this is E-Rock's breakfast." So, which means that there was an interval of time where there was no one at the phone.
Were his arms tired?
I don't know.
Okay.
Which means that E-Rock didn't call me and say, "Hey, I sent intern Tyler out for my own personal run, my breakfast." There was when Eric never said that. So Eric sent him out with nobody on the phones.
I didn't have to fucking explain that to you. I said, come do the phones, and you scream, I'm busy doing something.
We established that already.
We're doing the live show, and you hung up.
This was established. You didn't call me when you sent him off of the phones to say, hey, come do the phones. You called me when he was returning already.
There hasn't been anybody on the phones all day.
That's bullshit, too. We have been screening those phone calls.
I've been watching him ring. I'm in here.
In that last segment, they were ringing. Yes, but
all day.
Before we had people on hold.
Ant called and there was nobody,
everything.
screening his call.
So Eric failed to inform me, saying, "Hey, I'm sending someone out, taking them off of that job that's being covered for you." He never said, "Hey, come back here and do it." So that's when whoever was on the hotline called, and Eric, don't try to throw me under the bus.
I'm not
and
trying
say
to throw
that.
you under the bus for the fucking hotline. I'm throwing you under the bus because when I said I need you to come do the phone,
I came back. I hung up and then I came
you
back.
Screamed,
here, dude.
"I'm busy," and then I said, "We're
and then
doing
I said
the
I'm
live
busy.
show,"
I hung,
and you
up, I hung up the phone and then I came back here, dude.
Lower your voice or I'm going to suplex you.
You said, Eric,
I love a good yelling match.
Dave, does this sound like a Van Halen meeting?
Not even close.
That's a good show, by the way.
It sounds like a meeting with management.
So I said, okay, I said what I said, but I hung up the phone and I started walking back here, and then I saw Tyler walking here. So you failed to inform anyone here, that you took someone off of that position and sent them on a personal run. It's your own fault.
Guys,
Don't try to throw me under the bus, Eric.
Getting thrown under the bus is colorful.
And Eric, you said that you had already asked him to come back, and he had said no.
I hadn't been on the phone at all today.
Before the hotline
I had called
rang.
him. I had called him for the phones before Sam
you
came and
called me.
talked
I
to
never got a single call. I have
Guys,
zero texts or
who gives
calls
a
from
flat
you.
fuck?
Exactly. Thank you, Dave. Good point.
Nobody gives a flat
no
fuck.
one cares.
We like to know how, when the machine breaks down, what happens, because there's a lot of stuff that goes on, and we might have missed a good call for you.
But you don't need to discuss the ingredients in front of the clientele.
I'll tell you
here,
one thing:
know.
the audience has had enough cake; they want to know how it's fucking made, and the audience has had enough shitty cake, and they want to know why the cake is terrible. So we're trying to tell them why the cake is terrible.
I thought this icing was supposed to be sweet.
Exactly. This icing tastes like shit. What happened?
Yeah,
well,
who put the
Sal
salt?
was supposed to get the sweetener, and fucking E-Rock sent somebody out to get something, so there's no sweetener. Whose fault is this, Sam? To wrap this up,
I believe I gotta side with Sal on this one. It doesn't sound like Sal got the call until after the hotline, which means E-Rock was looking at an empty chair and not doing anything.
Let's lunge ahead. Let's cut to the crash. Who do we think was on the phone? Who might that have been? Jericho?
I believe it was Jericho.
Okay, so let's put words in his mouth. And what would he have said had he gotten through on the phone?
This is a great interview. I really do. I enjoyed Van Halen a lot of times. You know, our band, we've been doing great, but you guys were a big influence on us. And Jimmy, great job. Even better than with Opie and Anthony. Those guys are giant albatrosses around your neck, and you should be making all the money. And I'm really enjoying the show today.
Any price at all, you name it, kid. You name your price.
That does sound like Jericho.
That sounds a lot like Jericho.
Yeah, and he's like, and by the way, I have my show on 6 Cents every whatever it is, because he has a radio show on
He
XM.
certainly does. He's a big metal guy, and he probably would have said, "I'm looking forward to American Degenerate tonight," and then I'm going to go
ask you anything on Reddit.
I'm going to ask you something on Reddit. I'm going to go to DavidLeeRoth.com, and I'm going to see Jim Florentine and my cousin at Uncle Vinny's.
And then we would have given him a pitch for his record. What's the name of his record?
It's not. It's coming out in a few weeks, and he's
That's
touring
not
with
the title. What is the title?
I'm not sure what the title is, and he's touring with Saxon.
Okay, but it's a for real record. It's a for real.
It's a real
deal.
record.
What is the name of the band?
It's Fozzy, and it's about their 4th or 5th records coming out.
Why is it called Fozzy?
That was, I think, a play on Ozzy or something else. And he's been doing it for many, many years, since I first started coming on Opie and Anthony, like 2000. And he had a character name, I think it was Moongoose McQuaid, was like a funny character he was doing, and he wouldn't break character.
That is a good name.
But then it became this thing where the band was good, and people liked them, and yeah. They don't, you know what I mean? It's almost like
it's like the movie The Producers. We got to create a flop,
there you go.
And then we will make $1 million in the overages of the taxes that don't get paid. Oh no, it's a success!
Yeah,
yeah.
And they do Springtime for Hitler, and lo and behold, it's a smash hit, and it's that's a catastrophe.
That's
right?
Yeah, exactly. So, but now for Chris, it's good though, because he probably doesn't want to wrestle as much as he used to. I mean, you know,
how long is Chris? He's been wrestling for a while,
long time.
Right?
Yeah,
he looks way younger than the kinds of distance that wrestling puts on you. You know, that's high impact. And but he's been doing it since the 80s as well, yeah?
Yeah. Early 90s,
Early
maybe?
90s, yeah.
But he's been smart enough, like, as he got later in his career, once he established himself, to take time off. So he'd go away for a year or two. He'd tour with the band for a while, and that's what he's doing now. He'll wrestle for like 6 months, and then he'll go tour with the band for 6 months. Then he'll come back to wrestling for 6 months.
That happens with rock bands all the time. You get guys who are constantly around. After a while, they can't sell tickets, and it's completely overly familiar, whatever. We in Van Halen, we're on the James Bond schedule, I call it, every 3.5 years. if the new James Bond movie comes out. Any sooner, and the first thing you hear is, weren't you guys just here?
Right.
That's the worst. You never want to show up at a party in the apartment and have somebody go, weren't you just here?
Yeah. You want that little bit. As my grandmother said when my first girlfriend moved away, distance makes the heart grow fonder.
Yeah.
She did say that to me.
And the relationship lasted 6 times as long as you were never at home? That's a success?
I have not seen the girl since, and that was 5th grade.
If I keep going back to the same porno, is that a relationship?
Technically, yeah, but it's not just with the women. It's with the guys in it, too. You're involved with all of them if you keep going back to the same one.
No, but do you rewind it to the beginning, or you keep it right at that spot
and
pick it up from there?
I ran into a serious issue with that, with conditioning. I'm a very eminently conditionable guy, and in the late 80s, I ran into a problem to where I was rewinding, and pretty soon I couldn't get off unless I was with 2 chicks who pretended like they were moving really fast backwards. Which is... I'm not kidding.
I know you're not. Believe me, we know you're not. That's the beauty of it. No one thinks you're kidding.
Dave,
you can't rewind porno. It's never as good.
Dave, in a threesome, though, there's a lot of you got to give attention to everybody, because someone doesn't want to feel left out, one of the girls.
Which is inevitable.
So how do you work that? How do you placate them where they can both have a good time and not worry that you're spending too much time with one and all that other stuff?
Well, they got to know each other in advance. If you really want to know the truth, the mechanics of this, they got to know each other in advance, and it has to be their idea. Because if you're going to be the mechanic, if you're going to be the master cylinder, and you're going to bolt that shit together, it's usually glued together with Jack Daniels and a lot of bullshit promises that you can't keep because it's 4 a.m. But so it's got to be their idea.
So it was better, like after a show, you wouldn't just pick 2 random ones, 2 girls who were hanging out backstage that didn't know each other. That usually ended in a disaster.
Yeah.
2 friends worked way better.
Oh, absolutely.
And do you have to witch doctor it into their head? So, like, it's your idea, but they think it's their idea.
No. They'll know in advance. They've already figured it out. They got the logistics, and that is a standard, okay? If you think you're going to put it together, okay, you talk about mechanicking it, like, okay, what's one of the tricks? Oh, I know. You leave some of the Penthouse magazines laying around. And
I did that one.
And guys, all of us think we invented that shit. And she picks it up and goes, oh, do you like this stuff? And you act surprised and go, why? Do you? Like you're the first one to invent that nonsense.
Did it work for you? We used to leave the Playboy channel on and hide the remote and take the knob off the TV before we went to the club. So if we got girls back that was on the TV, and we're like, I don't know where the remote is. Do you know? I don't know. And then you don't even have the pliers to turn the channel. Oh, I guess we got to watch this.
Exactly.
You take the knobs off the TV.
Yeah, we took the knob off so they couldn't even just do it manually. We're like, I don't even know where the knob went.
That's so funny. No, it's got to be their idea, because you're going to be fascinated with one gal more than the other. You have a choice of whatever, so you're always going to favor one. I do remember once. These 2 gals approached me in Vancouver. I guess after a certain point of time, all is forgiven, right?
Right.
I can get away with pretty much, whatever.
Yeah.
Here. And these 2 gals approached me, dancers, Italian girls. Those weren't Italian dances, but I'm sure those dances would be popular if they did them in Italy. And it was at a strip club called the Cecil Hotel in Vancouver. And they approached me at about 2 a.m. and said, hey, we're upstairs in a room upstairs. And they both had huge wads of dollar bills, like, 6 inches stacks of it. Great looking gals, and it was stuffed in their G-strings. I'm going to cut to the crash because I'm not sure who's really listening to this show at this point in time. But when I woke up, the G-strings had burst and there were dollar bills everywhere. And it was like somebody had tarred and papered us, because it was in the middle of the summer, like July or August, really hot and sweaty. And the dollar bills were like glued all over us. And I remember thinking to myself, I am made of money. if but for a moment.
Do you ever
like your comedy? There's no punchline to this.
No. I didn't know if there was more. But now, when you have two and the two girls leave, do you ask for both numbers? How do you do that? Just out of courtesy, even though you're not going to call them?
Oh, I can make taxi fare in 17 languages. Are you kidding? like Uncle Manny said, hey, kid, the secret to show business is sincerity. When you can fake that, you're in. Yeah. Golly, look at the time. No, I've always, I'm hesitant to even say the word groupies because I always got along great with the gals that I was chasing out on the road. And the girls that we were chasing in a groupie frame of mind did not look anything like groupies that you're thinking of. Usually when you say groupies, you're thinking of a variation of Motley Crue meets CeCe DeVille from Poison times teased hair with vampire goth makeup, and there is a place for that kind of a girl.
Right.
But Wednesdays.
Not weekends.
Not weekends. No. And we were chasing the prom queen. We were chasing the homecoming girl. We were chasing the gymnastic.
The wholesome.
Oh yeah, we would go checking out the line. I would take my bicycle, not motorbike, but bicycle out of the back of the tour bus, and you go cruise the lines of everybody who was waiting to get into animal seating shows when there were no chairs. Right. So there'd be huge long lines, 6 blocks long. And we would just cruise up and down there. And I still keep up with a number of those gals too.
Now, would they be crazy
though
seeing you?
Husband.
Would the whole fucking line be going crazy seeing you ride the bike?
No, true revolutionary moves invisible and invulnerable amongst the people. As you can see, I can either dress up, you follow, and attract the attention, or you dress the same color as the buildings. You just kind of fit right in with the surroundings and whatnot. And you get the best of both worlds. That way you go around completely unnoticed until it's time to get a decent table at the restaurant.
So basically, you did a dry run.
Oh, yeah. And you would, Jesus, what else did we do? This was when video was you took 4 guys just to carry the equipment. Today, you need just a cell phone or whatever. We used to have to lug that fucking camera with all the cords. There was a special box for the cords and then the recording unit, you follow. And then we had a trunk full of costumes, like a wedding dress. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, of course. So you would dress them up? You had costumes for them?
Sure, a state trooper outfit. Yeah, we were full production. It's Van Halen, man. 6 times the size, 20 times as fast. Some people burn their candle at both ends, and in this band, we took a blowtorch to our candle. 22 times the light and 1/3 the time.
Yeah.
Here's my new Junior Miss Flamethrower. Hey, where's the candle? You're breathing it.
Did you ever like a girl and go like, wow, she's kind of cool, I want to see her, and then you realize that she was banging somebody else in the band too, like right after you? In all the years?
It didn't happen in the band, but then I would catch her with the opening act.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, that's what they mean by the circle of life, right?
Right.
Yeah, that was a routine. We would always chase the gals who were, chasing the band that we were opening for. Jesus and Van Halen, we opened for everybody.
Sabbath.
We opened for Sabbath. We opened for Journey. We opened for Boston. We opened
Kiss.
for the Doobie Brothers, for Kiss, Stones, you name it. We opened for everybody. And, it was a wild time, late 70s, early 80s, etc. So that's part of the fun, too. You're going to conquer the world. If you're going to conquer the entire world, well, you start with one girl at a time.
Would you ever meet a girl and you liked her so much you'd keep her on the bus, to the next city?
Oh, certainly. A thing of beauty, not last forever, but at least a 3-day weekend.
Then how do you tell her it's time to go? How do you get rid of her?
Yeah, you met her in Boston and now you guys are in Louisiana. Now how do you tell her, look, you got to go back to Boston?
Oh, well, you use security for that. Again, it was a crazier, wilder time. We would rent extra hotel rooms just for the fourth encore, we would call it. You follow? And just before you go into, for your extra encore in one of the hotel rooms, you tell one of the security guys, give me a call in 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, the phone rings, and you act all upset, and you go, no way, shit, I gotta go. And make it down the hallway, probably to another room.
What if you didn't finish in 20 minutes?
Oh, you were finished. That was never an issue. Speed trials were never a big hurdle with this band.
So you'd have another room just to get out of there, like that you can go sleep. Like, would you keep your stuff in the fucking in the dummy room, kind of, or in the other room?
My personal best was I had my room, I had one of the security guys' room, and one of the encore rooms, all going in one night.
And you'd go from one to one to one.
Yes, I was in room 1, then I went to room 2, then I went to room 3, and then back to room 1.
And that's
no
impressive.
Drugs. No
yeah,
drugs.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's impressive. That's pre-Viagra.
No drugs.
Cialis.
No, drug-free.
So he was almost like a baseball player in the 70s. He didn't take the PEDs or the steroids.
No, we didn't have any of that, or I would have.
Wow. Have you taken it since? Cialis or any of that stuff? Viagra, I take it.
Oh, I've tried it, You
like it?
It's, I got it mixed up with my heart meds one point, and I thought, wow, this stuff really is improving my circulation.
Well, isn't that how it came to be? It was for
Viagra, yeah. It was supposed to be preventative for heart attacks.
Oh, I'm lucky that we didn't have that stuff. Are you kidding? If we had steroids and and all the the stay hard pills, whatever, the Cialises and everything like that, I would have killed myself years and years.
You would have been renting out 6 rooms
years and years ago. I would have died. You would have had to have beaten my dick to death with a baseball bat. It would have been so full of calories.
Yeah, it's funny. I take it now, and a lot of times I don't have anything to do, no girl, but I'm just sitting there.
You just take it, the daily medication, like it's your vitamin?
Let's just say you get your hopes up for no reason, and then you're just jerking off really impressively.
Like a Boy Scout, always be prepared.
Yeah, but there's nothing worse than when you're prepared and no one shows up, and you're like, well, you can't get unprepared once you're prepared. So sometimes I'll just put on my spandex pants alone. And just I've done that. I put on my spandex shorts and take pictures of it in the mirror.
Do you send it to anyone?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Really?
Are you sending dick pics to people?
The question is, when am I not? Yes, always. Always.
Okay. This is more prevalent and way more popular than I ever thought it would be. Somebody had mentioned that people were doing that when I first moved back into New York City, I don't know, 10 years ago or whatever. And then Anthony Weiner shows up, and now, word bounces. Hey, I think we have some special guests here.
We certainly do.
I think we got real guests.
We could bring Anderson.
He's way more interesting than Anthony Weiner.
Yeah.
I love that he's walking around in spandex pants with an erection.
Oh, by myself.
You did your own photo shoot?
Yeah, just with my cell phone. I'm so happy.
Bring your guests in here.
Yeah, you stay and...
Come on in, guys. We're on the air.
Yeah. Hello, sir.
What's up?
Anderson, good to see you.
Good to you.
Dave Roth, Anderson, how do you do?
Hi, Dave.
It's my pleasure.
Pleasure.
How's it going?
How you doing, Jim?
Hi, John, in there.
How are you? Good. We're on the air.
Here?
Yeah.
There we go.
We're in the presence of royalty here. Where are you from, Anderson? Where you come from?
Brazil.
Brazil? Where in Brazil?
The part, and I born in São Paulo, but I live now in LA.
Why did you move to Los Angeles?
For a long time, because my manager is Ed Suarez, living in LA, and my business in LA. I have my school in LA.
What's the name of your school in Los Angeles?
Muay Thai College.
Muay Thai College? Is that your first? Was that your first sport? Muay Thai?
Yeah. This Taekwondo and Muay Thai.
How old were you when you first started Taekwondo?
Oh, long time. 8.
It's popular in Brazil?
Yeah.
Which is more popular, karate styles or Muay Thai or
Jiu-Jitsu?
Jiu-jitsu's the
Yes.
number one, eh?
Yeah.
When did you start that?
For
Start when you were a
long
kid?
Yeah.
And have you always known about mixed martial arts?
Yeah.
It's always familiar because there was a time when that did not exist. In the United States, how long has mixed martial arts been?
It's been here for a while, but it became popular, I think, with Hoist Gracie after in the Ultimate Fighting is when we in the U.S. kind of became aware of it, was watching this small Gracie beat up 300-pound guys and tap out 300-pound guys.
But when did
the legendary, you know,
the Gracies?
Yeah.
Was that what attracted you to it? Was the fact that a smaller guy could beat somebody of a greater physical strength, or what brought you to mixed martial arts?
What do you say?
What made you go to from Muay Thai to mixed martial arts?
Because I training hard and I watching the fight, Hoist Gracie, and my friends training jiu-jitsu and talk to me. Hey, look, this is Hoist Gracie fight. It's good. This is the ultimate fight. But I training is normal. One day, my teacher talked to me. Hey, you ready for the MMA fight? And, no, this is danger. I know training MMA, but I started training the jiu-jitsu, the Nova União in Curitiba. And
were you scared of it when you first started it because you thought it was dangerous?
Yeah, and my first fight in the city is the Cuiabá, Corumbá in Brazil.
Now we're at a point now with Anderson, and for those of you that follow UFC, you're for the first time in a long time, you're the ex-champion of the middleweight division, and I was at the fight, and it was a very shocking thing to see. What did you feel when you woke up on the canvas? Because for you, that's not something that happens very often.
Not too much. It's normal. Fight is fight. And you have the moment magic, and you have the chance for knock him out your opponent, and your opponent knock him out you, but. It's normal. I back the December for the next
for the
fight.
Rematch.
Yeah.
And it's the 28th to promote the rematch. UFC 168 is Saturday, December 28th. That's, of course, Chris Weidman, who's now the champion, versus Anderson. And I think that's in Vegas.
Yeah, Vegas.
It is in Vegas. And at first you said no rematch. The first thing you said was you didn't want to fight Chris again. What changed?
The first time I signed the new contract, Dana talked to me. You fight for Chris Weidman, you win, or Chris win, you have the rematch. All right. But the first time they finished the fighting in my fight, the Chris Weidman, I'm tired and no too much happy. And talked, I no more fight for the belt, but I fight, but no more for the belt. But Dana talked to me, hey, what happened? This is normal. Let's go.
Do you feel do you feel you lost giving it your best fight? Because you were taunting him. Do you feel like you lost giving it your best, or do you feel like you didn't want to lose that way?
I train hard for win all the time, but sometimes you don't have too much chance for win. The Chris Weidman is the very 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 strategy, and you focus straight, and that's it. Sometimes you have the good working, sometimes bad working.
Well, no, you train hard for the fight. You were in shape to fight. You were ready to fight. But I mean, in the moment, like in that moment when he tagged you and you went down, were you in a moment like you wish you could take that back and have been fighting harder? Because it didn't feel like you were giving your ability in that moment. It felt like, because you're such a great fighter, that he caught you kind of in a moment where you shouldn't have been in that moment. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. I don't remember too much, because for me is the finish. I have the next story now. It's the December 10/8. I have the new story for Anderson. Sometimes you have good night in the fight. Sometimes bad night in the fight, but I'm happy because I'm complete fight now. I'm complete attack now because this is the new experience for me. It's knock 'em out.
It's a new experience for you. Does it feel odd or different to be hungry again to get the belt back? Because it's you had the most title defenses, I think, in a row. Is it hard to stay hungry? We talked about that before, staying hungry. Is it hard to stay hungry, your 10th defense, as it was your first defense?
Yeah. I'm very excited because I have the chance, I have the new chance for change my story one more time. Is the fight for the first fight for Chris Weidman is very important for my legacy. Is the second fight is the more important because in December is the new Anderson's coming, because I'm more complete. I'm ready for the new fight because I'm more complete now.
Because you're occasionally it's interesting to watch you because you can strike at will. You throw so fast and you kick so fast, and then sometimes you put your hands down and you hit your chest and you taunt the other guy. Is that part of your fight game? Is to get into their head and frustrate them and get them to make mistakes?
Yeah, this is part of my game. This is for me it's normal. I know no putting this because don't respect my opponents. I respect my opponents, but this is my strategy.
It's not a lack of respect for the opponent. It's a part of getting him to make a mistake because he's so pissed off at you.
Yes.
And it does work.
Yeah.
In the United
Sometimes working.
Yeah. Sometimes working. Yeah. Other times maybe not.
In the United States, what we celebrate the most is when an athlete wins, then he loses, and he gets it back. That's why Muhammad Ali is so popular. 3 times. Lost it, got it back. Just like real life. My life is happy, then it's shit, then it's great, then it's shit, then it's lunchtime.
Yeah, this is normal.
Win, lose, win, lose. We love to see that. And you will not be considered a super fighter until you have lost and won it back. Because that is more
it's just normal.
Do you agree with this?
This is normal. This is the real
This is
life.
your opportunity.
Yeah, because I'm normal guy. I'm no superhero. I'm normal guy. Sometimes win, sometimes no win. Sometimes you go for the normal life. You go for the working. You work in your job. No good. Sometimes good. This is normal.
In the first round, was there a moment? It looked like Chris got you down and was going. I think was it for a heel hook he was trying to get on.
Yeah.
Were you worried in that first round because he's a very good wrestler, and people said that he was going to try to get you on the ground and tap you. And in that first round, I'm like, oh, he's got.
I'm black belt jiu-jitsu. So, I'm black man.
So you're not worried about his wrestling?
Yeah, the Chris is good wrestling and the good jiu-jitsu training is good jiu-jitsu for the Gracie Academy. But I train hard. I train in wrestling in my academy, and I train jiu-jitsu for Nogueira Brothers and Ramon Lemos, the Atos Jiu-Jitsu. I'm very, very happy for Chris giving me the chance for the new fight.
Do you have a strength coach? Do you have a special coach for strength training and diet?
Yeah.
Explain to us what you have. What do you have?
The Rogério Camões is my coach for 10 years. Is my body training and my cardio.
And does he help with the food too?
Yes.
What did you have for breakfast today?
Oh, and today is day off. I talked to my friends now. Hey, come on, it's normal breakfast, American breakfast, please. The guys talk to me. Hey, you need to take your focus because in 10 more years you stand back for training. All right, okay.
What's an American breakfast though? That's a good question. What's a good breakfast, like a fun breakfast on a day off?
Orange juice, the eggs and bacon and fruits. I love it.
How about a regular training day breakfast?
Oh, not too much. Is the eggs and little fruits and protein. That's it.
No bacon.
Nothing.
No sugar. No orange
Nothing.
juice. So have you really started training for this next fight now, or do you start
in 10 days? I'm back for training.
How long before a fight do you start? How many weeks before a fight?
Oh, 3, 4.
4 weeks?
Month.
A month?
Yeah.
About a month before is when you really get serious. And then what do you go up until like the week of?
Yep.
This is probably going to be the biggest fight in UFC history before this was the second fight with Anderson and Chael Sonnen, which the first fight was very tough for you. You had an injury, and you tapped Chael in round 5. And then the second fight, second round win. This is, I think, the biggest fight in UFC history is this rematch between you and Chris Weidman. I want to see this more than I want to see Silva Jones, and that's a fight I really want to see is you, John Jones. And John Jones was very upset when you lost that fight, believe me.
One day, maybe.
But you want to get through this one.
Yeah, I take my focus now for my rematch, and I finished my rematch. I talked to Dana for the future in UFC.
How much do you walk? What weight do you walk around at? Because you're 185 when you fight, but you can 205 is light heavyweight. What weight do you walk around at?
188, 189.
Oh, you walk around at fighting weight?
Yeah, sometimes 205.
Okay. I walk around at about probably 145. I'm trying to get down to 130.
You know your way around the fight game, man.
Well,
You're pretty well up on all of this.
It's from just watching these guys, you know what I mean? Because I do a little ab work, nothing like these guys do, a little bit of cardio. Do you do interval training? I just started doing interval training. That's the response that deserved. He laughed at me.
One long interval between the training sessions, huh?
Yeah. No, why don't you ask him if he does hot yoga while you're at it?
I've tried hot yoga.
I know you have. I know you have.
I couldn't do it.
Yoga's good. Good.
Can you do hot yoga like the
Bikram?
I can't do it.
Like Bikram?
Yeah, I talked to my wife. Hey, you need to practice yoga for her legs, please.
Oh, you get your wife to do it?
Yeah.
So you do it or you don't?
No.
All right, he's basically saying that.
Well, we used to call it stretching and warming up. Now it's called yoga and Pilates, But
how far do you run? Because I can't go very far.
Yeah, sometimes. I don't like to run.
No, I don't need it. It sucks.
Yeah, it's too much.
So what do you do for cardio?
I training the specific training and the regular training in the academy. I go for the pool.
Oh, the pool?
Yeah, but running, I don't run it too much because sometimes it's different, for training. I prefer the real training for MMA and.
So you basically just fight every day?
Yeah.
That's what your training is you fight. You don't like a whole lot of the jogging, or you don't like yoga or any of the ballet or any of the other stuff. But there are guys that have said they took ballet who are in the fight game. What boxers have taken ballet because they said it helps with the foot movement.
Yeah, I trained in ballet for a long time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, my mom put me in ballet, but for a long time ago.
And did that help with
kids,
with your foot movement?
Yeah.
Now you seem to really like kicking people. I was watching your face. It was in the Weidman fight in round 2, and your arms were down, and you were throwing just very angry, like really precise leg kicks, and it seems like you like to do that to almost punish somebody when you're not even trying to knock them out. It seemed like there was something you just enjoy being able to kick somebody at will.
Yeah, I train hard my kicks.
You train to make your kicks hurt?
Yeah, this is normal. It's the technique, the Muay Thai technique, and I train hard.
Are your shins tough? Because don't Muay Thai guys kick tree? Is that a rumor? Like they say that the shins of a Muay Thai fighter, they kick like tree bark and they kick wood to make their shins. Is that true or is that bullshit?
No, this is not real.
Oh, it's not real?
No.
So how do you toughen up your shins and get scar tissue on your shin?
It's the normal pad. You kick the pad. You're training the protecting your leg, but this is not real.
Oh, okay. I'm just watching too many movies.
No. Jim, have you ever done martial arts? Have you ever taken a class, or have you ever done boxing or anything like that?
I hit the heavy bag by myself, but it makes my knuckles sore, so I stopped doing that because I have very delicate hands, and it would really bother me. So
me too.
You do really?
Yeah. I'm joking.
Okay. I'm like, no.
Jim, you'd be good at it, man. You're feisty. You got the energy for this.
Now, my cardio is not good though. I can't do good cardio. Like I do the elliptical machine and you could try this. It helps a little bit. I do 30 seconds really hard and then 30 seconds relax. 30 seconds really hard and then 30 seconds
relax.
And I do that for about 3 minutes.
Yeah, the sports is very important. Your practice the sports is very important. It's very important for your family, for your kids. The sports is very good.
Do you play golf? A lot of hardcore athletes play golf.
No, I don't play golf because I don't have too much technique for play.
What do you do? What other sports do you play to relax? Because there's always something guys do.
I love paintball.
Paintball?
Yeah, I love it. And sometimes I play the football.
Do you mean soccer or American football?
Soccer.
Okay.
Soccer.
Are you good at paintball?
Yeah, I love it.
I played it one time, and those things hurt when you get hit outside the pad with a paintball.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they don't hurt you, but they were very uncomfortable for me. I didn't care for paintball.
Well, you can adjust the pressure on the gun, man. You can turn it up to 350 pounds, and it'll leave a bruise, and it'll convince you to learn faster.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought I was going to be really good at it, but I really sucked at paintball. So now you do a whole bunch of promotion today, and then where do you train? You going to train in L.A. or Brazil?
I go for Thailand. And 10 days.
Thailand?
I go for training in my academy and then my grandmaster in Thailand.
How long will you be in Thailand?
Oh, maybe 1 month. I need to talk to my team and my master.
Is it hard,
Jim? You should tell Anderson about your trip to Brazil.
Well, I went to Rio.
It was good city.
Yeah, I went 3 times. And I went to I stayed on in Copacabana.
Oh, good.
And I went to a club called Help. You ever see the club Help?
Jim, you should come to Thailand with me, and I'll show you some clubs.
Yeah. Well, that's. There was a lot of very beautiful girls in
Brazil. Yeah.
A lot of very beautiful girls, and I think I had to go get penicillin. Before I left, I think I might have gotten a little bit of a cold or something while I was there. It's really,
I know her.
I enjoyed it very much.
Venereal Denise.
Yeah. I've never been to Thailand though.
Sounds like you're just right.
Yeah, I think so. But you don't get into you're a family guy, and
Yeah.
Let me ask you, because I remember after the Chael Sonnen fight, your kids came out with you it was very emotional for you. It seemed like
my kids and my son and my nephew go for the fight.
It seemed like that second win over Chael meant a lot to you, and you seemed more emotional than I had seen you, because he had been taunting you all the way up, and that fight was really important. Does this fight feel like the same kind of urgency that you felt in that fight again? Because you really wanted to beat Chael Sonnen, and you did. And
yeah, I training hard for the fight for
Weidman.
Chael.
Oh.
And it's the great fight for the story. And for me, it's the great moment. My sons is coming to give him the congratulations inside the octagon. And this is good because UFC is the known for sport, for the specific people. It's the older people, for kids, for family. It's good. I'm very happy.
Well, a lot of people call you the greatest mixed martial artist of all time. I mean, you're certainly the most prolific title defender in the UFC, and I was really bummed that you lost. And I hope that you win this next fight. I'm a big fan, and it's Saturday, December the 28th. It's UFC 168. It is Weidman, who's now the champion, and you're fighting to get your belt back. And I guess we're going to see a bit more intensity in this than the first, because you looked prepared in the first one, just not at that one moment.
Yeah, but Chris Weidman is the new champion. The people need to respect you. But this is the sport. It's normal. It's the rematch. But I respect Chris. I training hard for this fight, and I need to say thank you, Chris Weidman. Thank you, Dana and UFC and the people in the United States, because I live in the United States now, and the UFC changed my life, changed the life of my kids and my wife. And I need to say thank you for guys in the United States, for the people in the United States. And I love my job. I love my working. I love UFC. I go back.
All right. Well, should we take a quick break and then wrap up the show? It's a little after 10. You want to do that?
Yeah, sure.
We'll take a quick break and then we'll come back and wrap up all the plugs. And UFC 168. It is Saturday, December 28th. The great Anderson Silva. I love you, and I hope that you win this
Thank
fight.
you.
Good luck to you. It's a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you.
meeting you.
God bless people.
The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show. The guys are back from the toilet.
Now, back to our show.
We have returned. We're going to wrap up the show.
We're going to do 3 out of 5 falls. You're going to tap out. Norton, you're going to tap.
I usually get them to do something to me, but he's already kicked me. I always get them to do a move or whatever.
Yeah.
But he kicked me the last time he was in, and it hurts. I like to take a good kick or something.
A good kick or a good whatever.
A good punch or something.
Okay, well, to say that you got punched by so-and-so or that, you know, whatever.
And he didn't want to hurt me, but the third one he did kind of, you felt it.
You kicked you?
Yeah, but he did it really gently, but it gave me a headache for 2 hours because it jostled me. He kicked me in the arm, and my head hurt for 2 hours because of the jostle. I was like, I probably shouldn't do that again. That's why I didn't do it again.
Well, this is his big opportunity, you know. Like I said, America, we love it when you embrace victory and defeat, and then you come back, and get it again. You know, all the best movies are like that. No football movie is about they got together, they won again, then they all got married and their kids won.
Right? Yeah.
Yep.
No, it's about, you know, they won, then they lost, but then it rained, but then the coach was an alcoholic, and then there's a quarterback got arrested, and, you know, it's ups and downs, and that's what made Ali, you know, so dynamic is, you know, he won it and lost it, and won it and lost it, you know, watching that development. So this is his big opportunity, actually. You know?
September 28th, and December 28th. I'm really looking forward to this fight a lot. I look forward to UFC events the way I should look forward to banging girls, but I just don't care anymore. I'm like, I could just pay for it. So this is what I get excited about.
You sound like you know a lot about it, too, man. You clearly know a lot about the fight game.
Yeah, just from watching it and from listening. Joe Rogan is such an amazing, and he's the best announcer in sports, is fucking Rogan. So just from watching it and hearing the points that he's made, you know, you kind of pick up on it just watching, but I can't. I wish I knew it from doing it. Like, you know what I mean? Say I can talk about music a little bit, but I can't do it. It's the same thing with fighting.
So how come you don't go do it? There's a million good teachers around, particularly on the East Coast here and so forth.
I'm lucky I can get myself into the gym to work out. Like, I've been going a lot for the last year.
Yeah, but going to the gym to work out is, you're going to sit and you're going to look at yourself in the mirror.
Yeah.
And then going to the gym's no fun unless you got some dame in a leotard doing side hack pulley lunge squats or something, you know.
He's got to cure his sex addiction first before he gets into fighting.
Yeah,
that
but
takes up a lot of his
If
time.
he becomes a fearsome warrior, then it makes it more attractive to.
The first time I tried to fight somebody, though, I know something would go drastically wrong, and I would get my jaw broken, or I don't need it.
It's not fighting. It's not that you're going to get on the mat and start slugging it out to see who wins on points. It's that, like you say, you learn the mechanism of it, and you can start to find your way. You don't start surfing 40-foot waves. You start on the little baby waves on the styrofoam board, and you learn your arm bar and learn a few basics. It'll make it a lot more interesting for you to look at if you understand some of the language.
Have you ever put one of those moves? They're fucking painful.
Oh, sure, man. I trained Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for a while here in town at Hoist Gracie's place.
Oh, so
I've been doing the martial. I've dabbled in everything. I've done a little bit of everything, and not even so much to learn all the other styles so as much as if whatever it is I've seen it at least once before.
Right.
But way more fascinating than going for me to the gym. Lifting weights is great for me for rehab when I got to fix something, when my shoulder goes, or I got a lower back issue or something, coming out of a surgery or something. Nothing beats the gym, lifting the weights, etc., like that. And given no other option, sure, I'll hit the weight stack. But I'd much rather go to a martial arts class or one of my kendo classes or something like that and actually do something while I'm quote-unquote working out. The idea of going and working out, that sounds a lot like homework. And you know how I feel about that.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. But you're also a guy who's been in shape for many years. Like, you've been in martial arts shape for I've never seen you not in shape. For me, I've always been in shit shape. So the fact that I finally got into decent shape, the gym doesn't bother me yet. It's like I'm still kind of enjoying it because it's still kind of a newer thing for me. Like, if I was in David Lee Roth shape I wouldn't mind. I would probably want to mix it up a little bit. But right now, I'm just happy that, like, my tits don't droop like they used to.
Nah, see, but nobody will see you coming. See, you have that that approach, that bearing that nobody would ever expect that you would be a fierce and terrifying, deadly weapon. You'd be
they're right. It's only my cum.
You're like one of those little snub-nosed revolvers in an ankle holster. Nobody's ever going to see you coming. This is going to be great. I'll be your coach.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of rage. So if he could just channel that into his workouts.
Hello.
No, I'm a much happier guy lately. Life
All
is
the best
good.
pirates smile and laugh while they deal the death blow.
That's
Hello?
true.
Hello.
That's true.
We're on first base. You just don't even feel it. Look down.
not at
Look
all.
down. See, you're standing there.
I am.
You are.
All right, I guess it's 10:15. We got to wrap up, and Sam's got his show, and then Jim and Dave are going to talk. I guess you're doing your podcast.
Ozzy's Boneyard.
Oh,
Good.
Dave's
going to co-host.
But let's get out the proper plugs. Jim?
This weekend, Uncle Vinny's Comedy Club, Point Pleasant, New Jersey, tonight and tomorrow. And then September 15th, I'm doing voiceover work on Aqua Teen Hunger Force on Adult Swim.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Good, man.
And I taped, I'm going to be on Girls this season and also Californication.
Oh, that's right. You're getting some fucking acting work.
Yeah.
That's
I got
awesome.
some decent acting work, yeah.
Moving, grooving, doing it like a outstanding.
Those are big shows to get on, too.
Yeah,
Those are
I
like
know.
actually good shows.
I got some good parts,
Yeah.
especially Californication, yeah.
I'm currently unemployed. I have no gainful employment on the horizon.
Well, DavidLeeRoth.com if you want to check out all things David Lee Roth. That's what they wanted us to plug. And anything you need to know, whether it's your podcast or anything, and what you can get from that. And my plug tonight, American Degenerate, 10 p.m. on Epix or EpixHD.com. And I have a Reddit AMA at 1 p.m. So go to Reddit.com and ask me anything. And,
Well, that gets to be your fake name at the hotels now, Degenerate.
Yeah, DEE. And I'll spell
just one letter, D.
You think so?
Well, I usually go with I be handsome. And when I go to Starbucks and they ask for my name, I tell them Mr. Handsome.
Oh, that's
great. And then I stand on the other end, as far away from the lady at the cashier and make her yell it 3
Mr.
times.
Handsome.
Oh, yeah. It's a brief lift. It's small, but it's mine.
Yeah, and you do it with no one around, like, so it's just...
No. I stand next to the prettiest girl and go, I think she's calling me. What do you think?
See, I say Jennifer at Starbucks, and then I make them yell it out. Jennifer, I'm like, right here. And then they make a big scene, I walk right up. They have it on the side of the cup, Jennifer. And they laugh when I go, they go, what's your name, Jennifer? And they start laughing. I go, what's so funny? I go, that was my dad's name. I don't know why you're laughing.
That's my dad's
Yeah, and the woman's like, no, I was laughing at something else. I go, you weren't laughing at something else just like 2 seconds ago. All of a sudden. Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah. Right here, Jennifer. Yeah.
That big man hand all wide.
It's actually Jennifer Jr.
I'm going to try Mr. Handsome.
No, it's a brief lift. I feel good. I also use it at the hotels frequently, so that, you know, first thing in the morning, the room service lady goes, yes, Mr. Hanson, how may I help you? It's brief, but it's mine.
It's brief and it's yours. So I guess we're all fall next week.
Guys.
Yes. I'll be in L.A. and, you know, back on fucking whatever, not this Monday, but the following Monday.
Tuesday after Labor Day.
Thanks for
Tuesday.
Thanks for having me on the air,
Thank you. You were
fellas.
tremendous.
You were amazing.
Love having you in. And, of course, Jim, thank you very much, man. And remember UFC 168, the great Anderson Silva against Chris Weidman. That's fucking it, right?
Peace, love, and heavy weapons.
Thanks a million.
The Opie and Anthony Show is premium. The show will be available later today with SiriusXM On Demand. After O&A Live is next. This is After Opie and Anthony Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
Yes. 866-WOW-1-WOW if we have a phone screener. It's after Opie and Anthony Live.
Eric, call my office line real quick.
This is still going. Eric, you must have been glad that Diamond Dave had some threesome stories to tell so they could get off the topic of the fight that was going on between you and Sal.
Why?
Because then you didn't have to deal with it anymore.
The whole thing, who cares?
Well, I mean, people care. Like, there was nobody screening calls all morning.
No one taking calls all morning either.
Yeah, but that's because there were none screened.
There were calls screened. They just never went to any of them.
I don't know. Ant called it like 6:15 and nobody screened it. Remember?
Yeah, but we just started the show, so...
Yeah, that's
usually
the
when the
point.
lights go on.
There's phone screeners.
I'll be right. I gotta give this to Jim really quick.
Yeah, go do it. I wanted to ask you, Eric, before any of this broke out, I was very confused this morning because I was reading your Twitter, and it said you were mad about the One Direction concert that was going on.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you got there, Roland?
The World's End send beer.
You know, The World's End is now playing in theaters everywhere?
Yeah, but they send beer from like around the world, like the movie. I love it.
Well, if you don't know, it's from the guys who brought you Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead. The World's End, it's about one night. Have you seen it, Roland?
Yeah, I loved it.
It's about one night, 6 friends in the pub crawl that will end them all. It's Simon Pegg, you know, the actor who played Scotty in the new Star Trek movies. He gets his high school buddies to return to their hometown for an epic pub crawl that they weren't able to finish 20 years ago.
But will they finish it this time?
I don't know. The route is called the
I'll tell you
Golden
right
Mile. No, don't because it comes out in theaters today. Nobody's had a chance to see it yet.
Oh, losers.
It stops at 12 bars,
Awesome.
finishing up at the final place, the World's End. It's all a drunken good time until they discover, of course, here's the twist, that the town has been taken over by an army of killer robots. Then there's a lot of fighting, exploding robot heads, and of course, drinking. Roland, I guess that's where the beer they sent you comes in.
Yeah, it's from around. It's from the movie. What they each drink around the world.
That's pretty cool.
They have Newcastle. That's pretty awesome.
It turns out that if these guys want to survive the night, they have to make it all the way to the World's End. New York Magazine raves it's the most entertaining movie of the year. GQ Magazine says it's rip-roaring and hilarious. Most movies can't be both those things. Richard Roper declares it's funny as hell.
I like this.
Don't miss the blockbuster. And Roland declares, I like this. Don't miss the blockbuster sci-fi comedy.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that.
See it on the big screen. It's The World's End, now playing in theaters everywhere.
I'm going.
And remember, Roland's quote, I like this. Eric, what I was confused by was, so the whole area that we work in was all a buzz, even at like 5 o'clock, 5:30 this morning.
Yeah.
Because One Direction was playing the Today Show.
Right.
Now, the buzz was not about the band playing at Fox News, correct?
No, it was playing at the Today Show.
Who was playing at Fox News? Do we know?
I don't even know.
Once again,
there was no banners.
No.
I don't even think the barbecue people were there.
Roland just came in and dropped a box on Sal's head. Yeah, once again, I believe there were more band members on stage at the Fox News concert than there were actually in the audience.
That would probably be correct.
Yes. But the Today Show, which is only a block away here in New York from Fox News, had One Direction.
Yeah.
So they quarantined off streets. I mean, it was the biggest thing you'd ever seen. I remember
fucking mess.
2 years, it was either last year or 2 years ago. Lady Gaga, when Katy Perry was not stomping her in singles charts, played the Today Show.
Yeah.
And I walked through it to get to work, and I felt like I was in the Michael Jackson's Moonwalker in the beginning of the movie when you get like people fainting and there's these giant crowds. Like I started getting claustrophobic because I was just trying to move through the crowd to get to work.
You had the same problem, and you come to it from a different direction.
Well, that
to this
was
building.
That was Gaga.
Okay.
And I was
sorry.
taking the train that day. We weren't on, but this was even bigger because they were closing streets and everything. And Eric, you sent out a tweet that said something to the effect of there was a line of 50 cars waiting to get into your garage, that there had been kids camping out all night to watch this concert, and then you wrote #BadParents.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, one, for letting your fucking kids camp out on the street for days for anything, you're a horrible parent.
Well,
two, when you're there with your kids
Yeah.
camping out on the street,
Yeah.
you're a horrible parent.
It's the summer, though.
That would make them a better parent, if anything.
No, it's sleeping on the street waiting to see One Direction.
It's stupider
see
to
any band.
not be there with your kid then.
Stupider is
It's
not a
stupider
word.
and-
Stupider is not a word, Eric.
I'm using his word. It's
Not on my
stupider.
show. Not
Okay.
on my show. It's more stupid.
More stupid.
Thank you.
For either situation.
No, I would. This is why it confused me, because I would think that it's a good parent if you bring your kid. Like, I don't want to go see a One Direction concert, so I'm not going to camp out. Like, I'm not jealous.
Yeah.
But I would think that if I was 12 years old and a girl and a One Direction fan,
Yeah.
and my mom or dad was like, "Yeah, I'll camp out with you," that would be like a parental bonding thing that I would remember forever. And I would say, what a great parent I have. It's the summer, so it's not like I'm skipping school, and they're camping out with me and we're experiencing this together, and we're going to get to see this great wholesome band. You disagree?
It's a wholesome experience or bonding, whatever, when you go to the concert.
Mm-hmm.
Camping out on the street with your child.
But it's not like the street, it's Rockefeller Plaza with
Doesn't
security.
matter.
You're saying
Go. The whole situation
Yeah.
is just aggravating because there's two garages downstairs,
Yeah.
across the street from each other.
Mm-hmm.
The line from 7th Avenue to the center of 48th was just cars trying to get into these garages, right? And I'm a monthly at one of them. I couldn't get my car in. I had to park on 48th.
Like, you had to park in a different garage?
No, on the street.
You had to park on the street?
Park on the street. Go in, find the guy that usually takes our cars in the morning because he handles other people from here. Give him my keys. I said, the car is locked up in the line. He gave me my ticket, and then they texted me when the car was brought inside.
That is a giant pain in the ass.
6:30.
They texted you at 6:30.
Is when I got the confirmation that my car was in the garage and it was secured.
So what happens if you get a ticket or something?
I don't know.
Because you have to leave your car out on the street for an hour, that means.
But there was a whole line of people there. Like, there were still people in their cars when I parked my car.
So I guess they're not ticketing people. The cops can't even
I'm
come.
sure that would be the prime time for them to come and do it.
Prime time?
Sorry. The ideal time for them to come and do that. But then when you got out of the car, on both 48th and 49th, the sides of our building there, just groups of people, like mob almost.
You're so angry.
Of parents and little kids just walking towards NBC with signs and outfits and everything.
And
going
you
to
hate
see
those
One Direction.
parents.
I can't hate the parents that are showing up now to get online.
But what about the parent? What about 5 a.m.? Is that a little too early to bring your kids to One Direction?
Yeah,
You think so?
A little bit,
So
but I know they're on at 8 o'clock or something. And
so-
you have to line up to get to. I get showing up morning of to do it.
So what time is the cutoff time for bad parenting? Because like if you show up at 2 a.m., that's kind of like you're camping out.
Yeah.
So 2 a.m. are those good parents?
The people already on the line, not camping, that were coming with their kids are fine.
But what time does it make for a good parent or a bad parent? Because if you show up at 2 a.m., are you camping since you got to be there for several hours and 2 a.m. is pretty much the middle of the night?
Pretty much.
Okay, so 2 a.m., bad parents.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 a.m., bad parents?
When you show up with blankets
Well,
or a
it's cold.
fucking comforter or something.
Okay, so what if you show up at 5
Or a
a.m.?
chair.
What if you show up at 5 a.m. but you brought a chair? Bad
There's
parent?
no need for that at that point to have a chair at 5 a.m.
So saying bad parent?
No, at 5 a.m. it seems acceptable to start lining up for this thing.
4 a.m.
Not 2 days ago.
After 5 a.m.
How about
every
this?
day, though. So
How
what
about
does
this?
it matter?
How about this? 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Chair, no blanket. Good parent or bad parent?
No, that's still bad parent.
Why? Because of the chair or because it's 4 a.m.?
Because of the chair.
What if you brought 2 chairs, one for you and one for your kid? Good parent, bad parent?
Hit him with the chair.
Bad parent, you're saying?
Bad parent.
See, I feel like they're good parents for like going out of their way to experience something that they're going to be uncomfortable doing, but they do it for the joy of their kid.
Yeah.
You're saying bad parent.
Bad parent.
And why exactly?
I understand you want to do something nice for your kid. I get that.
Right.
But camping out
unacceptable.
a night before, 2 nights before on the fucking street.
Okay, so tell me this. Cub Scouts. Siwanoy.
Automatically bad parent. You put your kid in Cub Scouts.
Okay, well, I was in Cub Scouts.
I was too for 1 year.
What was it? Tiger Scout, Bear Scout, Wolf Scout, Weebelos?
Whatever that first tier is. I was in
Second
third grade.
Third grade. That's
Third
a
grade.
bear. You were a bear.
Okay.
You still are a bear, except for when you shave down.
Yeah.
Now, you send your kids to Siwanoy. Good parent, bad parent?
Bad parent.
Because your kids are camping?
Yeah.
So you're saying...
No, because they're in the Cub Scouts. They're in the Bears, whatever.
Okay. All right. Kids in the Sandlot. Squints. Smalls.
Yeah.
The Great Hambino.
Yeah.
Good parents or bad parents?
That they're allowed to play in a sandlot?
No, they were up in that treehouse making s'mores. I believe they had a porno magazine, and they were doing the one thing that no parent should ever allow their child to do. They were camping out overnight. Good parent or bad parent?
Wait a minute. Was that on their? I'm trying to remember. Was that on their property or was that just in the woods?
Technically, it was in the air. It was in a treehouse.
Oh, where was the tree?
It was on their property.
Good parent.
Okay. All right. So it's a matter of property.
That's fine.
What if they were at a campsite like Siwanoy?
And they had a tree house?
Yeah.
A campsite. If there's no parents there, bad parent.
Bad parent.
Yeah. Letting your kids just go into the woods at that age?
God, I can't take this stupidity anymore. I just can't. I can't do it.
What if your parent is with them?
Yeah.
But they're on the sidewalk?
There's no sidewalk in the woods.
But what if they're out of the woods and they're in the street and they're on the sidewalk?
Fucking horrible parent.
I don't understand that. I can't. Sal, good parent or bad parent? You're camping out with your.
This whole fucking thing is stupid.
It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any fucking sense.
If you're with your kids.
You're a good parent.
And you bring them. Yeah.
We're going. Oh, she brought a blanket to make sure the kid doesn't get sick. That's a terrible parent. You're an idiot, Eric.
No, you're a terrible parent for letting your kids stay on the street for a day or two, waiting for fucking tickets to go see anything.
That's not necessarily a bad parent. It's like allowing your kid to. Yeah, if the kid's 4 or 5 in New York City, yeah, maybe.
What if they're waiting for an iPhone?
That's just as bad.
Bad parent.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's stupid people who wait for an
This
iPhone.
Nagel logic is just the most convoluted.
It never
thing in
makes
the
any
world,
sense.
Yeah. Oh.
A parent.
You would sit on the street for 2 days for concert tickets.
No, I'm not saying I would sit on the street, but I'm saying if I was.
Or Sal, you would sit on the street for 2 days for
No,
concert
but
tickets?
that's not what you're saying. You're addressing the point of bad parent.
The
Or
parent.
good parent.
If I was
It has nothing to do with the kid at this point.
If I was 11, okay?
Yes.
And I was like a little questionable as a kid because I'm sure at moments my parents did question me. I was very unathletic. I loved watching professional wrestling. At points, my father probably looked at me like, I don't know which way this is going to go. He hasn't brought home a girl yet. So, the idea of me liking One Direction at that phase is not out of the ordinary. Right now, I listen to, Lady Gaga records. So, hang on, let me put this guy back on hold. Don't hang up. So, I'm 11 years old. I want to see One Direction. I'm like, yeah, but we got to camp out, Dad. And my dad's like, you know what? Let's go to Target. I'm going to get a tent. And I'm going to camp out with you. Starting out Wednesday till Friday. And then me and you, Sammy boy, whatever lifestyle you choose, are going to watch One Direction together. To me, I'd be like, I'd now be sitting here doing this radio show thinking to myself, what a wonderful memory of a great childhood that I had because of a great parent. Eric, you would say the reverse, that my dad making that decision is irresponsible parenting and maybe grounds for calling the authorities.
No, I didn't say your dad needed to be arrested.
Okay.
I was saying it's a noble gesture.
It's not a CFS issue?
But I don't think it's an acceptable action.
You don't think it's acceptable?
No.
It's bad parenting.
All right, using your scenario.
Okay.
What if, big event, you're 11 years old.
What if it's Survivor Series?
All right, Survivor Series, all right. at Madison Square Garden. You have to camp out for tickets for 2 days.
Right.
At Madison Square Garden.
With my dad.
No, by yourself.
You said the parents that were camping out with their kids were bad parents.
Yeah, and the kids that were there by themselves without their parents were the bad parents.
No. In this scenario, my dad is with me.
Yeah.
Okay, my dad goes, you know what, Sam? I know all you want in life is to sit in the very front row to watch the action in the squared circle happen right in front of those little
We already
eyes.
addressed the scenario of you and him, but if you're by himself,
No.
by yourself.
That's not what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, but you said the parents that were with their kids were bad parents.
They are.
Then that's what we're talking about.
In Eric's mind, if you don't contain your kids to a house, you're a bad parent.
Or a treehouse.
Or a treehouse, yeah.
That's on your property. And Squints has to be in the treehouse.
Get them in advance. Like
What
regular
about
people?
What about It's the Today Show. There's no tickets. What about in the movie Jack, where Robin Williams, he looks like a grown man.
Yeah.
But he's actually a child.
Yeah.
And his parents let him go off and camp out in his friend's treehouse. But eventually the treehouse gives way because Bill Cosby goes in the treehouse too. Good parents or bad parents?
Why is Bill Cosby there?
He was the therapist, if you saw the film.
Oh, right.
Good parents or bad parents? It's not their property, but it is someone's property.
Well, you can't tell. If you didn't know he was a kid, it wouldn't be a bad situation.
So good parents.
I think it'd just be, a couple of guys having fun in the treehouse.
So you're saying, in 1996, when Survivor Series was at Madison Square Garden, if my dad had camped out with me outside the ticket booth for 2 days so we could get front row tickets, that would make him a bad father?
For camping out for the tickets? Yes.
Travis.
Yeah.
You're a parent, correct?
Uh-huh.
Are you taking notes?
No, I don't need to take notes.
Why?
Because,
Because this is absurd,
Yeah.
or because you already know this?
This is completely absurd.
So you're telling me...
Travis doesn't camp out for tickets.
You're telling me that when your daughter... She's a little too young to camp out for stuff right now, because she's, what, 4?
Yeah.
Okay, so she doesn't have, a passion for things yet.
No.
She's a little kid. Whatever you put in front of her, she's like, this is the greatest thing ever. At one point, did she or did she not refer to me as her best friend?
Oh, yeah.
So,
Montreal, best friend.
we see where, it's fleeting at the moment.
Are you going to see my best friend tomorrow at work?
That's what she said?
Yep.
Tell her I said hello.
That's when I knew I failed as a parent.
Yeah. Hey, Eric, Travis's 4-year-old daughter refers to me as her best friend. Good parent, bad parent?
That could be a bad parent
That could be a
situation.
bad parent.
I'm not disagreeing with Eric on
All
that
right.
one.
So, Travis's daughter is 10. She's now 10 years old. It's 6 years in the future. Travis, you are now quite a bit heavier. You let yourself go a little bit, but...
Probably correct.
But you love your daughter very much.
Sure.
And she goes, there's a hot new boy band that's playing the Today Show, and I want to see him as close as possible. But the only way to do that is to camp out. Now, it's August, so I don't have any school. Dad, will you camp out with me for 2 days in New York City?
Yeah, absolutely. Sure.
That would make you a bad parent. Correct, Eric?
Eric's going to be the kind of parent who his kid's going to be like, I want to go see One Direction at the Today Show. And he's going to say, wake up and watch it on TV.
Yeah, it's on TV.
Yeah, just watch it on TV.
I'll buy the tickets. If there's no tickets,
There's no tickets. It's a Today Show.
Oh, right.
That's why they're camping out.
Yeah, no, you can just watch it on TV.
Of course he will. Because there'll be no sort of semblance of this could be a special moment in this kid's life. Unless it's something Eric wants to do.
Oh, my father's a fucking asshole. He told me to watch the thing on TV.
Do you know how
Instead
many
of camping out on the city street for 2 days to try to get tickets?
It's not the city streets when there's thousands of the same aged kids and their parents.
And it's not the streets; it's Rockefeller Plaza.
Yeah, it's Rockefeller Plaza for one thing.
It's just littered with security guards, and it's a bunch of kids and parents.
Their signs.
Now, if your 12-year-old says, "I'm gonna go camp out with some other 12-year-olds, and I'll see you in 3 days," then okay, I would have some questions.
I camped out. My parents let me.
How old were you?
I was probably around that 12 years old age.
Okay, but there were probably other parents around.
Oh, yeah,
and stuff
no,
like that.
the parents kept checked in every half hour.
Right.
We had a routine, but it was fun.
What about that, Eric? What if the parents come and check in every couple hours?
You're still letting your kids camp out on a street.
So you're saying?
No.
Bad parent?
Bad parent.
At that age, I probably wouldn't let them just
alone.
Go. Yeah, because they can just get up and leave.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with not letting your kid.
But it's the whole
parents that are going with them are bad parents that I just can't put my head around.
That's the absurd part to me.
I can't get it.
But
Dad, let's
not
have an
going
awesome
with
moment
them
together.
to it. Camping out on the street with your kids.
Yeah, what's the big deal?
It's bad parenting.
That's the solution to the problem, though, is being there with your kid. How do you not see that?
Yeah, my
Eric?
dad used to drive me to concerts, let me go in the venue, and he waited in the car because he wanted to see the artist.
Yeah, you know
and
how
then
many...
I walked back out, and he was there.
He was there the whole time.
Yeah,
he sat in a parking lot
he
for
said,
hours.
Write down the number. This is where I'm at. He said, you're going to be a grown-up. Go see your shitty artist and come back.
Like a Jamaican husband with his wife in the grocery store.
Yes.
Your dad waited. You know Jamaican people do that? No. It's true. Jamaican people wait.
Yeah,
the husbands, they drive to the grocery store as a couple, and then the wife goes in to do grocery shopping, and the husband waits in the car.
That sounds pretty good.
It's crazy.
And my dad goes, I know you love the music. I'll take you, but I don't like him, so I'll just wait in the car.
See, that's a good parent because Roland will experience what it's like to be on your own. But
You know how many
the realm of
wrestling shows my dad went to? He thinks wrestling is so stupid.
Yeah, my dad took me to tons of wrestling shows, and he hated it with a passion.
Right, but you take your kid.
Yeah.
Like, we're not saying it's a pleasant thing to camp out in New York City.
No.
But it's one of those things that you do. You don't do it every 6 months. You do it like once or twice in your child's entire life, and they have this memory forever. Unless you think that's bad parenting, which Eric thinks it's bad parenting. And I like that Eric takes a stand here. I like that Eric is the type of guy who, when he has a little naggle of his own, goes, no, we're not going to do that. No, we're not going to camp out unless it's the opening of a Lego store, in which case, yes, we can camp out.
Even that's not acceptable.
No.
Would you do this summer something Nagel? Oh, nothing. My dad wouldn't let me do anything.
Yeah, I watched the Today Show.
Show.
His name, by the way, it would be Hulk Nagel.
Eric, good parent or bad parent? Henry Rowan Gardner's mom.
That's true. Okay, you tell me this, Eric. Henry Rowan Gardner, his mother.
But he had a chaperone.
This kid is 12 years old. Okay, he breaks his arm, and in some sort of freak accident, ends up with the strongest pitching arm in Major League Baseball. This 12-year-old's mother lets him go join the Chicago Cubs, lets him play in the away games, and lets him hang out with Gary Busey, who is also playing for the Cubs. And Daniel Stern, his chaperone, who is obviously retarded
I'm sorry,
in the
I have
film.
to correct you. He was hanging out with the Rocket.
The Rocket, yes. The Rocket, Gary Busey, and retarded Daniel Stern, who locks himself in lockers. Was Mrs. Rowan Gardner a good parent or a bad parent?
She was a bad parent.
Why is that?
12-year-old letting him go off, 1, to work, 2, the major leagues, and tour around with these degenerates.
Yeah, but it was a dream.
Degenerates.
These degenerates. Well, Gary Busey was in here, and he did strike me as a bit of a degenerate, so maybe you're right. He was the Rocket, though, and it was his dream. Bernie.
What's up, man?
How you doing?
Doing great. The only thing worth camping out is anything that Sam Roberts has been. Checked out your podcast for the first time the other day. Loving it. Love you, professional broadcaster. That's all I got.
Thank you very much, Bernie. What happens if that? What happens if you had to camp out for 2 days to listen to a Sam Roberts Show online podcast? Would you let your kid do that?
The fact that you would let your kid listen to that is a bad parent.
Maybe you're
How
right.
you get to it is even worse.
Well, the thing is,
Maybe
you
you're right.
camp out on lines, and when you grow up, you go to Bonnaroo. Then you can't. That's how it works.
Maybe that's why it's bad parenting. Maybe Eric doesn't want to raise a little jam band kid who's going to music festivals all the time. You don't want your kid going to music festivals, do you?
I don't mind going to the festivals. I don't
What
want
if it's
to...
what if it's a well, okay, here's a question. What if it's a 2-day festival?
I'm not going to that.
Dan in Kentucky.
Hey, I don't care if you have the best kid in the world or the greatest kid in the world or the worst. It doesn't matter. Take, for example, the asshole in Cleveland who kidnapped those girls.
Yeah, but what if there's a parent?
Why would you let your kid
You're missing the
camp out
point.
anywhere?
What if the parent is with you? Like if you're with your kid.
Who's to say the parent can't get shot and your kid disappears for 20 years?
Well, then don't take him anywhere.
All right, Dan. Well,
I like
that could
how he
happen.
thinks.
That could just as easily happen at a
Hey,
grocery
Sam,
store.
I think we got Eric's brother on the line.
Yeah, wait. Tragedy outside the Today Show this morning as one random family was attacked. A man was shot and his daughter taken for 20 years. Even though police were marching up and down because there were a bunch of 12-year-olds camping out to see One Direction.
See, it could happen.
No, it couldn't.
You go to any concert at the Garden, you see the parents let the kids go in. They go, "We'll be out here when the show's over."
Yeah, but none of those parents have the last name of Nagel. Is that right, Eric?
No.
That's right.
But they all have iPhones. They all communicate.
Scott in Jersey.
Yeah, that's another thing.
What's another thing, old man Nagel? What's another thing?
Being a kid with a phone.
It's 2013. Like, I didn't have a phone until I was deep into high school, maybe a senior in high school.
And that's fine.
Yeah, but you know why?
But that's also because they didn't exist.
It was 2000.
Yeah.
It was 13 years ago. Don't you think that maybe...
You would have had one when you were a freshman if you were now. Like, if you're a freshman now, you would have a phone.
Yeah, you'd have to. You can't be... Eric's kids are going to be the last kid. Like, Eric's going to have...
Last kid to have the phone.
Really bad kids because they're not going to be allowed to do anything, and so they're going to have to be very mischievous.
Yeah.
It's too many rules, Eric. You can't be so stringent.
Or they go to mom like, Dad's at it again.
Scott in Jersey.
E-Rock's going to have a high chair at the Donkey Kong machine up at Fun Stop pretty soon.
I don't know what that means.
Because he posted
Eric,
that seems...
Good parent or bad parent, Mike TV's dad.
Okay, how about this? Mike TV's dad lets him travel all the way to some place that looks like England but wasn't England. I'm not exactly sure where it was. The school was definitely England, but the factory didn't appear to be England because Charlie didn't have an accent at all. Mike TV's dad lets him not only go to the Wonka factory with his irresponsible mother, but promises him that at the age of 13...
12,
not till you're 12, son. At the age of 12, he is allowed to have a revolver. Fully functioning revolver. Good parent or bad parent?
Well, it was different times back then. Kids had pellet guns and stuff back then.
No, he wanted to give him a real gun.
No, I know.
Okay.
It was a different time back
All right,
then.
so
It's not acceptable now.
But then...
Back in the day.
Back in the day, that's what they did.
Sam, what about the Goonies?
Wait. I like that, Eric. I don't know if in the 1970s 12-year-olds were given guns. I don't know if that's the case for sure, but it's possible. It's possible. I wasn't there. Garth.
Anthony had guns in the 70s.
That's true, and look how well he turned out. Garth in Indiana.
Hey, Eric. Hey, man, you're not going to want to be that dick dad, dude. When you finally have kids and you look in your kids' eyes and you fucking shoot them down like that, it's going to break their heart, dude. It's going to change their lives, so don't be a dick.
No, I understand that you don't want to disappoint your kids, but there's times and places for doing that where you'll take them to concerts and to vacations and things like that. Not sitting on the fucking street for a day or two trying to get...
Dad, can we go see One Direction?
No.
Not till you're 29, son.
Something tells me Eric is going to disappoint his kids all the time.
Yeah, he's going to love
no problem with
Well,
it.
you see him with the interns. He loves being in charge.
Yeah.
So he's just going to be just mandating all the time. There's going to be all these rules in the Nagel household. I like that, though, Eric.
But he won't enforce them because he'll be downstairs playing with his toys.
Yeah.
And
what are you doing up there?
Get your toys away from my toys.
Yeah. Don't open that one. It's MOC.
It'll be Eric and his dog.
Eric has a dog?
He's a good dog.
I don't even know what that means.
Roland's predicting the future.
Yeah. And then Eric's going to get a dog? Kevin in Houston.
Fill in the blanks.
Kevin.
Hey, boys, how you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, I'm trying to plan a camping out trip in Austin whenever the bus tour comes through, but it's kind of hard to do when you don't have a schedule.
Yeah, well, don't put that tent on layaway.
Later, buddy.
Did you buy the tent yet? Hope you got a receipt. Where is...
and you also shouldn't be camping out.
Yeah, and Eric.
Yeah.
Tell him not to camp out.
Well, he's a grown man. He can do what he wants.
All right, well, listen, if you're going to get a tent to camp out for us in Austin that we're going to at the end of the bus trip, you better get a comfortable tent because you're going to be there a while. That's all I'm saying. Where's intern douchebag? Make sure there's some air conditioning in there and plenty of... get some of that freeze-dried food that you get at the museum like the astronauts eat.
Space food.
You're going to need a healthy supply of it because you're going to be there a long, long time. Maybe forever.
Travis is laughing.
Intern douchebag, because I'm very funny. Intern douchebag. Welcome. Today is your last day.
Today is my last day.
How do you feel?
I feel great.
How do you think the internship went?
I think it went pretty well. How do you think the internship went?
I think it went great. Let me ask. Well, actually,
I think your internship went great. You're the one and only Sam Roberts radio professional.
It's called. I'm a professional broadcaster. It extends beyond radio. You can see that on YouTube, where last night I just posted my review for The Canyons.
There we go.
Roland?
Yes.
Not a positive review.
I haven't seen it yet.
Go to YouTube/NotSam. Also on the YouTube channel, I was talking about it yesterday. I posted a whole bunch of interviews that I did out in L.A.
I watched some of them last night.
Did you like them?
I liked the Stone Cold one very much.
Thank you. The one where I was saying what to him?
Well, he was kind of forcing your hand into it.
It was fucking awesome.
I like Fandango one though.
But
sounds like there was something I didn't like.
Damien Sandow was awesome too.
He stayed in character.
Where he kept making you restart the interview because you wouldn't speak correctly.
Because I kept saying, what's the haps? Well, all these videos are on YouTube, but for the Sunday show, it's at 4 p.m. Eastern on this channel. I'm putting together like a whole bunch of interviews that I did out in L.A., and I'll have a whole bunch of stories to go with it. So the entire experience will be chronicled Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern on this channel, the Sam Roberts Show. It'll have Stone Cold Steve Austin and Fandango, like Roland was saying, and The Miz, and everybody, Mick Foley, everybody.
You're putting all that on your show?
All that on my show.
You should expense all of your trip.
You're right. Oh, and I gotta lie. I gotta find some receipts. You're right. Gary's gonna have some mail. Let me ask you.
Ask
we
me.
talked to you. Well, we only have a couple minutes,
Okay.
but we got to know you on the after show.
Yes, we did.
Through your troubles with females, and I was telling you because Anthony called in today, and he was talking to Jim about like the regression that's happened. Like he was in these relationships for like 17 years, and he's out of that now, and he's just living like a kid. He's fucking, and he's buying dinosaurs, and he's drinking, and he's staying up all night, and he's calling out of work, but he's calling in anyway, like he's the man.
Yeah.
Okay. And my thing is, I feel like I've lived, because I was thinking about like all these crazy stories they have, I feel like I lived in reverse, whereas I was always trying to move forward, and therefore I lost some of these fun, wild times that you would have in your 20s. I'm 29 now, and I don't have any of these great stories that they have. This is why we came to you and said, don't waste this time. Don't tell me you're in this relationship thing. Don't have high standards. Go out there and try to hook up with some hot chicks. Your number was what when we first talked to you?
It was 4.
You'd been with 4 women in your life?
Yes.
How many women have you been with?
5.
Intern douchebag, ladies and gentlemen. And was this chick some rando?
Not exactly, but kind of. I hadn't seen her in like a year.
Nice.
So, yeah,
and then
right?
you just stuck it to her.
And then I stuck it to her.
Gave her the old red hot digilone, as the kids say.
As Troy said, I roundhouse to that bitch, yes.
You pumped her out, as Troy said. That's what they say, Sal, right? The kids, red hot digilone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So, are you feeling good with your future with the ladies?
I feel good. I'm going to London next semester. I'm studying abroad, so like...
No, I'll bet you'd be studying a lot of broads. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, yeah.
You get that one, Sal?
Get some gash.
Right. Get some of that gas, some of that British gas.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Just chicks with accents. I've also still never been with a blonde chick, so I'm trying to check that one off the bucket
That'd be
list.
great.
Yeah.
Now, while you're in England, I'm not saying just hook up with everybody you can. What I'm saying is,
with everyone that I can.
you can have a little class.
All right.
You can be a good guy.
Yeah.
But don't go out there being like, well, I don't know if she's going to be my girlfriend when I get back to the States,
Well, no,
so
fuck,
I don't.
That's why I'm so excited. Like, I always have that concern around here of like, what's she gonna think after we
What's
make
the
out?
future?
Am I allowed to just like stick my dick in her and then not worry about it
When
later?
we're in
But,
London,
like-
there's no tomorrow.
Exactly, yeah, because we're in London, and there's a clock. It's an expiring contract. I feel like I'm gonna be out of there anyway. So
This is going to be great.
I'm excited.
I've only got good feelings about this trip to London. It's going to be a great semester for you. Professionally, seems like you're only going to move upwards too. I heard that your internship is ending, but you have your own radio show coming on this platform.
I do. It's really exciting. I got to host my own hour of radio on Faction. It's airing this Sunday at 8 p.m. So if anyone's interested in hearing more Intern Douchebag, just in case.
Is that do-it-yourself radio?
Do-it-yourself radio on Faction. Yeah, channel 46.
Colin from Faction said, I could not do a do-it-yourself radio because I am already on the radio.
Well, see, I am not. This is the totality of my time. Is basically this segment and that hour. So
I told him I would.
Sam, tell me how I do.
I'm going to.
Are you really?
Well,
Come
maybe
on.
not. But
you
I
said
would.
you'd write me a letter of recommendation.
I'll write you a letter of recommendation.
You're not going to listen to my hour of radio, though.
I'm sure it's very good. I want everybody else to listen to it and tell me how he did. That's 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Yes.
Sunday night on Faction. So Sunday's going to be a great day of radio. 4 p.m. Eastern. You listen to the Sam Roberts Show on this channel. 8 p.m. And then you have a little break. You have some dinner. Take a piss. Even a shit. You'll have enough time. 8 p.m. You turn on Faction. You listen to Intern Douchebag as he bids farewell to you, his radio audience. Thank you for being here, Intern Douchebag.
Thank you, guys.
Great internship. Thank you, Travis, Roland, Sal. Eric, thank you for educating America on how they can raise the next generation. And maybe if more people parented like you, we wouldn't have so many problems.
Exactly.
There's
You
a
know what I
bad parent to Sal.
Any final remarks? I'm going to let you be the man who closes out this after show today. It's your last day, intern douchebag. You have the final word.
Slubbo! Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next.
Hey!